All right, that one works. Maybe am I plugged into the wrong thing? Because I should probably be in my. There we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming this morning. If I can ask everybody to grab their seats, we'll get started here. A couple ground rules before we get started. As always, this is our business meeting. I would ask that if you are here in the chambers, that you observe the rules that have been provided for us here in the chambers. Please keep your mask on at all times. And please, if you are speaking, you can pull your mask down, but please place it back up at the end of your speaking. And please, no cheering. This is a business meeting. We respect everybody that are trying to speak, and so that we can hear everybody clearly. It's very difficult for us when there is cheering and clapping going on. So I would ask if you would refrain. And with that, Madam Clerk, I will open the meeting, and we will go. Mr. Vice Chair, will you lead us in the salute to the flag?
Pleasure. Please join me in a salute to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, can I get a roll call?
Chair Bob Lucy.
Here.
Vice Chair Von Hartung.
Here.
Alexis Hill.
Here.
Kitty Jung via phone.
Present.
Jeannie Herman is absent
No, she's
Is she here?
Via phone.
Via phone. Jeannie Herman via phone.
Here.
There we go. County Manager Eric Brown.
Here.
David Watts-Viel, Assistant District Attorney via Zoom. And I'm Kathy Smith, Chief Deputy Clerk. You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I do appreciate that. A couple things. We want to make a couple changes this morning to the agenda before we get started. Congressman Amadei, unfortunately, was going to come and provide an update in regards to federal issues. He was unavoidably detained this morning and had to be back in D.C. So he will be back, and we'll move him to another future meeting. We're also going to be pulling item, let's see here,
12.
Item 12 from the agenda this morning, and that will be coming back at a later time and date. Those will be the adjustments this morning to the agenda. And with that, Mr. Manager will take us into item 4, please.
Item 4 is an appearance by Susan Fisher, Senior Vice President of McDonald Carano, to present Human Services Director Amber Howell and Human Services Coordinator Kim Schweikert with the Cashman Good Government Honorable Mention Award for their entry Our Place Women and Family Shelter.
Welcome. Ms. Fisher, welcome. Nice to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. For the record, Susan Fisher with the law firm of McDonald Carano, and I'm here today to present a very special award to a county agency. This award originated in 1997 to recognize extraordinary public service efforts that make a difference in shaping Nevada's future. Each year, the Cashman Good Government Award recognizes over and above work of public servants who promote efficiency and timely delivery of services to all in a cost-effective, fiscally responsible manner. These are public servants who work not for the accolades, but for the understanding that society benefits when citizens have access to a good education, clean water, safe roads and neighborhoods, and essential services. This year, we received 16 nominations for efforts that went beyond the normal course of duties. I can assure you that the task of picking nominees for recognition is not easy. My fellow judges and I score each of the entries on our own, and then we convene as a panel to discuss them. And sometimes we don't always agree on the scoring, but it always sort of evens out. And we're always very proud of all of the applicants. As committee members, we take this assignment very seriously, and I applaud the efforts of my fellow judges, Chairman Tim Cashman, Guy Hobbs, former Senator Ann O'Connell, Sharon Rigby, Claude Sapp, and Tom Sheets. It is my honor, as a longtime resident of Washoe County and as a judge on the Cashman Good Government panel, to recognize the Washoe County Human Services Agency. It received honorable mention for the 23rd Annual Cashman Good Government Award for its work in creating Our Place Women and Family Shelter. The work of Our Place Women and Family Shelter has impacted many lives in Washoe County and will continue to do so. You have let the people who access that shelter know that you care, and you are providing resources to help them help themselves someday. We thank you and we honor you. Congratulations to your fine staff, and congratulations on giving them their reins so that they can be creative in challenging times. God bless.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. And I'm going to invite our Human Services Director, Amber Howell, and Kim Schweigert up. I'm also going to have Mr. Mike Wilden come up as well. Come on up, Mr. Wilden.
Has some information about Cashman Good Government and the Taxpayers Association as well.
Yeah, let's get a picture really quick with it.
I step 6 feet away, 3 feet.
Ms. Howell, you have a couple words for us?
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee, of the board. My name is Amber Howell. I serve as the Human Services Director for Washoe County. Just want to say thank you so much for the trust that you put in me 2 years ago to do something different in our community. This project has changed my life. We've learned so much. It was out of the ordinary and out of the normal process. And it was very difficult, and many times I wanted to give up. But I realized throughout this process that it wasn't my story that we were trying to change, it was theirs. And so we kept at it, and let this be a reminder that every single day there are 250 women and children on that campus that are doing something different and have hope. And I really appreciate all of the trust and the resources that you've provided to us. We've expanded twice since opening, and the outcomes are showing incredible progress. So thank you so much for trusting me and all the support that you've given me and my team. So thank you very much.
Great. Ms. Schweigert. Now, we understand that Ms. Howell was sort of the brainchild, but you have been the true backbone behind this for most of the last couple of years. Tell us about that.
So I thank Kim Schweikert for the record. Thank you very much for this recognition. As Amber said, the real gift is that we get to see how our place is changing the lives of the guests that we serve each and every day. I did have the great honor of being able to do the creative side and design it in a way that we knew would be welcoming and a place where, again, guests could call home. One of our guests the other day said, you know, I will never live in a place that is not nice again. I grew up in roach-filled apartments, and I never knew what a home should look like. And I will never allow my son to live in anything other than this, and I'm gonna work very hard to make sure that I can provide this for him for the rest of his life. So again, this is amazing, and I appreciate it very much. But again, the trust that you have in all of us and our director, that is immeasurable. Thanks.
Thank you. Big round of applause for these two ladies. Thank you very much. This has been tremendous, and we want to thank, obviously, the Cashman Good Government Association for this honor. This is tremendous. Our place has been a massive undertaking for the county, but it really is a pivotal change in how we address some of the most vulnerable citizens within our community. And this is really a path to recovery for so many individuals that for so long were forgotten. And so we do thank you for acknowledging that, and hopefully we can continue that mission on into the future. So, all right. Well, with that, it's a wonderful start to the morning. Mr. Manager, let's go on to item 5, sir.
Item 5 is public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments are to be made to the commission as a whole.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Madam Clerk, will you please call public comment?
First, we have Ms. Carol Feinberg, and she has provided some handouts, which we will provide to the board.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Feinberg.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. For the record, my name is Carol Feinberg. I live at 9325 Copper Mountain Circle in Reno. I have a resolution here signed by over 100 Washoe County residents, many of whom are here today. Who here has signed the resolution? Thank you. I don't want to take my 3 minutes reading the resolution verbatim. So what I'm going to do is, you all have the handouts, but I'm going to just summarize it. We are urging that the voter rolls here in Washoe County be purged and cleansed of those who are deceased, those whose addresses are vacant lots or businesses, those who have moved, those who have not voted in the last 4 elections, and those who are registered more than once. Many of us are part of a women's organization of over 200 members, and we are offering up volunteer hours to assist the registrar's office in accomplishing this task. We will volunteer for 1 month. I offered the same volunteerism to the Secretary of State, and she talked about, we were rejected basically because civil servants have to perform those tasks. So I told the registrar, we will answer phones, we will do filing, we will do whatever menial tasks you have for us so that your staff can take care of cleaning up the voter rolls. I'm sure that my group back here will agree. We are volunteering to help answer phones and filing so the paid employees at the registrar's office can do their civil servant jobs. We just want to see it done, and we are willing to help in whatever capacity is appropriate to see it done, to see it accomplished. Thank you very much, and you should all have copies of the resolution and the signatures. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Feinberg. Next.
Next, we have Ms. Sue Walton.
Ms. Walton, before you get started too, I want, commissioners, if you're on the phone, please mute your phone right now. We're getting some feedback from phones. Thank you. Ms. Walton, the floor is yours, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Sue Walton, and I kind of came to this opportunity just a few days ago and just went around to my neighborhood and said, we want to clean up the voter rolls. What are your thoughts about that? 100% of those individuals wanted to sign that petition. Of that 100%, 85% of those said, why are we having to sign a petition for people to do their job? I am urging you to clean up the voter rolls, have honest and fair elections. One citizen, one vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walton. Next.
Next, we have Ms. Susan McMurray, followed by Ms. Cindy Martinez.
Welcome, Ms. McMurray.
Thank you. You can hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
My name is Susan McMurray. I am one of the many Nevadans who are concerned about fair elections. Please direct the Registrar of Voters to clean up the voter rolls. There are 12,000 undeliverable ballots in the last election. There are also reports that dozens of Washoe County voters were able to cast more than one ballot. There are reports of married couples managing polling stations and serving as ballot runners. That's okay, but those functions need to be bipartisan. We also need open source software, so if we need to do a forensic audit, we can. We also need voter ID. In short, I agree with everything Carol said earlier. I would also like to speak to opening up the county. The COVID positivity rate in Washoe County is under 5%, and it's past time to open up the county. I am 71 years old. I've had cancer twice, and my chances of dying from cancer are way bigger than my chances of dying from the coronavirus. So I'm over it. I'm ready to get on to my life. But you seem to favor the younger people who have a 99.999999% chance of recovery. You want to keep them safe, and then I'm the one that gets to suffer. I don't know literally how much time I have left. I want to be able to enjoy it. If you need another reason, drive around and look at all the empty storefronts. There are a lot of people whose businesses have suffered. Their lives have been ruined. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next, we have Ms. Cindy Martinez, followed by Ms. Ann Sweeter.
Good morning,
Welcome.
Commissioners.
Welcome.
Thank you for your time this morning. Mr. Manager, staff, thank you very much. What I'd like to speak to today, I support my fellow citizens here in their efforts to clean the election rolls. What I want to speak to, as I have been for the last several months, is we're demanding that you put a resolution on the agenda declaring an end to the public health emergency. There are no bodies in the streets. The survivability rate for COVID is high. There are treatments. Our government got between doctors and patients and withheld valuable medications that were life-saving that resulted in the deaths, unwarranted deaths of many people, not only in Nevada, but also in this country. That is a crime against humanity. And it's unconscionable that this commission consistently fails to recognize its constitutional duty to protect our constitutional rights. So we're asking that you declare an end to the public health emergency. I don't know if you had an opportunity to follow up on the March 6th presentation that Joey Gilbert put in with the panel of experts, doctors, and scientists regarding that there were no reasons for the draconian restrictions. And recently, in the last week, Governor DeSantis of Florida similarly put on a panel. The truth is starting to come out. Now, I asked you a couple of months ago, I told you you had an opportunity to do the right thing and get ahead of the truth and do the right thing, and you didn't. And now the truth is coming on how this country has been abused. Nevadans are tired of it. We're not going to put up with it. And here's the thing, we are no longer asking that you protect our constitutional rights, because clearly you're not interested in doing that. We demand, and we are taking back our constitutional rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next, we have Ms. Ann Sweeter, followed by Mr. Carl Sweeter.
Welcome, Ms. Sweeter.
Thank you. Our economic emergency for Washoe County needs to be on the county commissioner's agenda. The so-called public health emergency declared in the state of Nevada needs to end. This can only happen when it is on the county commissioner's agenda, then the discussion can happen to remove the governor's state of emergency from Washoe County. The economic emergency has created in Washoe County is widespread. Businesses have closed, families are losing jobs, which in turn they can't afford the house payment or rent. Unemployment is up, homeless population increasing, which now they want to increase taxes to pay for. This needs to stop. Washoe County Commissioners have the ability to open Washoe County. The commissioners work for the people of Washoe County, and we want an end to this public health emergency. Put it on the agenda. Our constitutional freedoms are at stake. Losing our constitutional freedoms is not worth 1 red cent of tax dollars. Freedom needs to ring out loud and clear in Washoe County. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sweeter.
Next, we have Mr. Carl Sweeter, followed by Ms. Jan Hilton.
Carl Swader from Sparks, Nevada. Good morning. The commission must place on its agenda a discussion and resolution to remove Washoe County from the governor's state of emergency under his Directive 041. The governor's emergency Directive 041 clearly violates our constitutional rights. Directive 041 has no force of law. No legislature has passed any law regarding this mandate. The commission continues to refuse to place this matter on the agenda. It reflects a gross dereliction of your sworn duty to your constituents and to the Constitution. You must allow Washoe County to join other Nevada counties and reopen fully. You must come by the conclusion, as have most everyone else, that Directive 041 is a cure that is much worse than the disease. Open up the county while we still have a county to open. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sweeter. Next.
Next, we have Ms. Jan Hilton, followed by Ms. Susan Howell.
Welcome.
Good morning. First of all, I agree with Carol, but I asked the commissioners to clean up the voting rolls. We've got deceased people on the rolls, people who moved. There were 12 people registered in a 2-bedroom apartment. And I know of a 17-year-old receiving a ballot because he got his driver's license and had not registered to vote. Our voter rolls must be purged so Nevada is submitting correct voter registration data to ERIC, which is the Electronic Registration Information Center, used by 30 states plus DC to improve the accuracy of America's voter rolls. Nevada was one of 7 states who formed ERIC in 2012. Washoe County should be using it for help with problems, even though California, unfortunately, does not belong to ERIC. I ask you, commissioners, to investigate and consider open source software developed in the United States that can be audited for Washoe County voting. Our current Washoe County software is a closed source and cannot be audited. Carson City is different and uses a ballot marking device from Election Systems and Software, which voters like because they get a paper ballot to keep. COVID caused guidelines in federal and state statutes to go out the window, and Washoe County doesn't seem to have a guidance for policies and procedures, let alone consequences and transparency in their elections. Perhaps a board or a committee should work on some of that, bipartisan, such as no same-day registration and maybe using thumbprint verification, requiring Washoe County to use ERIC for all voter registrations, and broadcast publicly the policy for all to know. The 2020 election was a COVID zoo with many abnormalities and wrongdoings witnessed by most. Washoe County needs to get back voter confidence in the integrity of the voting system And to do that, you need to fix things. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hilton.
Next we have Ms. Susan Howell, followed by Ms. Nicole Harris.
Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. It's kind of exhausting coming here every Tuesday and looking at blank stares. And I'd like to start with some great news. Great news is there are four, no less, workable protocols that can easily stop this virus. No one from anywhere has ever mentioned losing weight, taking vitamins, having sunshine. Instead, we're pushing these vaccines that have not been cleared in any way, shape, or form. They actually don't even qualify as a vaccine. This vaccine affects 0.03% of the whole population. And the death rate is the exact same as 2017, 18, 19, and 20. So there's obviously a political propaganda going on here, and those of us that think understand that very clearly. I call it crimes against humanity, and it will come out in the end. But in the meantime, I know you're sick of listening to us and looking at us. Do something. You are hired by us, we the people. You work for us, yet week after week you sit here with these blank stares. I'm tired of coming here, but I will come here until the end, the very end. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Nicole Harris, followed by Ms. Janet Butcher.
Welcome, Ms. Harris.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nicole Harris, and I live in Reno. A couple of things strikes me. I know all of you are doing the best very job you can, and this is a very volatile climate, to say the least. I was struck by the two items that you have here, and I'll read it for those who are Zooming in and who are listening via telephone. Washoe County mission. Working together regionally to provide and sustain a safe, secure, and healthy community. And on the right-hand side, it's Washoe County's strategic direction, okay? And it says Washoe County will be the social, economic, and policy leadership force in Nevada and the Western United States. I take those two statements very seriously. I hope you do, and I know you're doing the best you can every day. We citizens are concerned on a number of topics, and here I'm speaking on election fairness. I understand you'll be presented with a program or a report from the Register of Voters. She has come to our groups to speak. The citizens are very concerned, regardless of what their political affiliation is or whether they voted or not. So one of the things I want to talk about is that we need to have an ad hoc citizens commission. And the reason why I'm advocating that ad hoc, because you have a start time, you have a finish time. I'm not in favor of having things going on and on and on with no deadline, with no reporting back. I think it's good that if the commission takes the leadership position to say, we are forming a citizens ad hoc committee. If you're interested, you do it by your district, see who's interested. They can report back to your voters, number one. So I'm advocating and ask you for that suggestion. Second thing is, I want to talk about thumbprints. I'm in the real estate business. I got my license in 1976. And at that time, you go to the escrow officer and you sign, and say, this is my name. They have no way of verifying either than using your driver license. Now they're requiring thumbprints. You want to buy a house? You want to sell a house? We required a thumbprint. So if you want to vote, you provide a thumbprint. I think that's easy, that's fair, and that prevents a lot of fraud and a lot of lawsuits. So those are the two items I want you to consider. One is an ad hoc citizen committee based on your district, because I think that's fair. You'll get people that want to talk, and you can hear their comments. Number two is consider thumbprint verification. The real estate has done that, and there's been less fraud. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Janet Butcher, followed by Ms. Lynn Gillespie.
Welcome, Ms. Butcher.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I wanted to, everybody has already pretty much addressed the voter, what's going on with the systems and stuff. I have spent my whole adult life in information systems. I have done everything from programming to being an IT manager to being a consultant for some very large companies. There is no way that I would have ever passed an audit based upon some of the things that happened with this last election. If you cannot verify what went into and came out of a system, it would not pass an audit. I had the opportunity to be a poll watcher this time. Being retired, I had more time on my hands, so I could do that. And I saw a lot of things that went on that were very suspect and very disheartening. So I'm hoping that we can move forward with maybe looking at different software, as they've talked about, something that can be audited and that can give us the comfort that we know that our vote went as we had hoped and that people aren't voting that shouldn't be voting. I also want to add, I have two more things that I wanted to add, and that was I'm really kind of tired of wearing the mask. To be my age, and I break out, so it's not, to me, that's not healthy. And also, too, one thing I wanted to bring up, I think there was a little price gouging going on in our city this weekend. Some hotel rooms were up to $200 at Motel 6, $400 in downtown Reno. So I just wanted to bring, I don't know if anybody noticed that, but it was very surprising. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Butcher.
Next, we have Ms. Lynn Gillespie, followed by Ms. Rebecca Deegan.
Welcome, Ms. Gillespie. Yes, you can take it.
I'm Lynn Gillespie, thank you. I just wanted to say that I agree with Carol and with Nicole. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Rebecca Deegan, followed by Ms. Kathy Vineyard.
Welcome, Ms. Deegan.
Good morning. Thank you so much for letting me have this moment. First and foremost, I came from California, Southern California, to Reno. I escaped California, and because of not wanting to see what has happened in California to one of the most beautiful states in our union, and then coming to Reno, I thought was my refuge. And I hate the idea of what I'm seeing are very similar behaviors and actions by the leadership of Washoe and Reno. That's not fair. I think the state of Nevada, I know that there's a north and a south, and I never thought that that would happen in my lifetime. I came to this country for freedom, to find a peaceful life, and especially here in Reno. Please don't let things become Southern California. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Kathy Vineyard, followed by Ms. Patricia Toon.
Welcome, Ms. Vineyard.
Thank you.
Kathy Vineyard. I live here in Reno. And like Becky, I'm a transplant from a couple years ago from California. And a lot of us came here because we wanted something better. And this is what we're hoping we'll get out of you guys. I'm not sure what your sphere of influence is, but a lot of us are extremely upset with the way the election went last time. And we saw some simple things that could fix it. But one of the things that was really irritating was this AB4, that it was okay to go and collect ballots and pick which ones you wanted to turn in and have drop boxes where we don't know what happens to them. So the whole chain of custody idea just was terrible. And the thing that really bothered me the most when I went to do early voting was they gave me a choice. They said, you can turn in your ballot, or you can keep it if you sign an affidavit saying that you're not going to vote again. We had 42,284 people vote again. So that is a procedural thing that we could fix like that. And I have a list of 80,000 people who voted who shouldn't have voted. And to me, it's procedural and it's software. Why wouldn't the software catch all these people? And finally, why aren't we asking for voters to prove who they are before they vote? If we would change some procedures, look at some new software, and start looking at voter ID, we would have a very good system. So I'm counting on you guys to use your sphere of influence, because we've been going everywhere trying to get people to understand that this is a big problem and we have lost our faith in our elections. So please do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vineyard.
Next, we have Ms. Patricia Toon, followed by Mr. Anthony Gazikli.
Welcome, Ms. Toon.
My name is Patricia Toon. I'm a registered nurse. I'm going to say I have an exemption from the governor to not wear a mask, but I was not allowed in the building unless I had a mask. I don't understand how this is a public building not following the governor's exemptions. So I'm a little frustrated with that. So I will cough because I can't breathe. Several months ago.
Ms. Toon, if you'd like, you can pull your mask down to speak.
But I have to wear it back there, correct?
That's correct.
Yes, thank you. Okay. So several months ago, concerned citizens asked, we requested, we demanded that this commission take action regarding the temporary lockdown that has now lasted a year. To date, our concerns have not been addressed. You were elected to represent us. We don't feel that we're represented. You're certainly not representing this group that I see. I'm not sure who you do represent. The legal citizens continue to be in lockdown while others enter our country illegally, not even screened. As Joe Biden would say, come on, man. If you didn't know the facts the last few months, you've heard them over and over and over and over again every 2 weeks. PCR testing gives false positives. Even a Kiwi will test positive. Death from COVID versus with COVID, remember the Kiwi test. There are remedies for the virus, which, by the way, was first ID'd in 1965. There was no panic then, no fear, no lockdowns. Life went on. Our economy has taken a huge hit. We have not seen stacks of bodies in the streets. We have not seen funeral processions going on. I have nursing friends that have lost their jobs because of low census in the hospital. 15,000 scientists have signed the Barrington Declaration. You were elected to stand and speak up, not sit and be silent. It takes courage to be brave and not to go along to get along. The definition of sadistic is to taking pleasure in the infliction of pain, punishment, or humiliation of others. I hope that will not be this legacy. During World War II, Dietrich Bonhoeffer chose to take a stand against Hitler because he was convinced that silence in the face of evil is evil, and to not speak is to speak. To not act is to act. Please take a stand, be brave, and make a positive difference. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next, we have Mr. Anthony Gazikli, followed by Mr. Gregory Lee.
Mr. Gazigli. Anthony Gazigli. All right. Seeing none. All right. Mr. Lee. Welcome, Mr. Lee.
This just goes to show that my handwriting is terrible enough to where I couldn't write my first name. It's George Lee. I live in Sparks. And I left my glasses somewhere.
It's okay. Please pause the timer for a second. Can you pause the timer?
There we go. Sorry.
Will you restart? Will you restart it? Thank you. Here you go, Mr. Lee.
Yeah, George Lee from Sparks. Our bloated voter rolls is really a problem. In 2020, 244 counties across the U.S. had more registered voters than people eligible to vote. 29 states had counties with more registered voters than legal residents. 8 states had more registered voters than actual voting age people. When the Supreme Court upheld Ohio's effort to clean up its own voter rolls in 2018, the majority opinion cited Pew Center statistics of 24 million voters' registrations in the United States are either invalid or significantly inaccurate. And nearly 3 million people are believed to be registered to vote in more than one state. These numbers have a shocking implication. It's very easy to exploit our voting system. During an undercover investigation in New York City, detectives made 63 attempts to cast illegal ballots based on flawed voter rolls. They were successful 61 out of 63 times, which means the voter rolls are really the key. That's really the center of what it's all about. Now, I vote every time, and I don't remember ever seeing the registrar of voters on the ballot. They work, I assume, for you guys, right? They work for us through you. But yet, some really strange things happen. I have these I can turn in, the rest of my comments. But some really strange things happened. Here, we were better. You guys did a better job of overseeing. They did a better job. The registrar of voters did a better job of, having a fair election. Better. But in our wonderful southern half, it's like the inverse of the Civil War. We're slaves to the South. We do what they tell us because they have more people, more votes. Even though I don't think their registrar of voters is elected either. And some really funny stuff went on with the idea of using machines to count the votes and to report the votes and to adjudicate the votes.
Thank you, Mr. Lee, your time is
Am I
expired.
up? Okay.
Thank you, sir. If you have any additional comments, you can turn them into the clerk there.
Next, we have Ms. Darla Lee, followed by Ms. Catherine Snedeker.
Welcome, Ms. Lee.
Good morning. This morning, I just wanted to mention there was a bill that was passed in August of 2020, AB 4, in the middle of the night with a total partisan vote. And that changed major election rules only 3 months before our 2020 November election. And right now, in the legislature, there is a bill, AB 321, that will codify all of the errors that were put in by AB 4. In other words, all mail-in ballot with of course, the excuse of COVID. Isn't that the excuse for every bad thing that has been happening? So these rules basically once you have all mail ballots, then the other rules that flow from that are what we see today, is that most of the citizens of Nevada are very convinced that we did not have a fair and free election in November 2020. So,
Excuse me. No clapping during public comment.
AB 321 does nothing to correct. It only codifies the mistakes that were made in AB 4. It does not take the very necessary step to absolutely say that the dead need to be purged off the voter rolls. It does say in that bill, it states that the city clerk and the Department of Vital Statistics should confer to find out who died, but it doesn't really concretely say that they are to be taken off the rolls. This is insane. In this bill, there's also no voter ID called for, which is the absolutely bedrock of what should be of our election. And all of the nonsense about people not being able to get a voter, an ID card and such, the excuse that is used so often to say that this is a bad thing, is utter nonsense, even on the face of it. In this bill, there's also, of course, that it has to be mail-in ballots, unless, if you want to opt out, you have to give the city clerk a written opt-out on her form. So, in other words, how many people do you think are going to just continue having this costly all mail-in ballot and they're going to opt out? No, they're not. So there's plenty of bills that are in the session now, but I'm sorry to say most of them will not get a hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Lee.
Next, we have Ms. Catherine Snedeker, followed by Ms. Deborah Yates. And Ms. Snedeker has provided a handout, which we will pass out to the board.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Snedeker.
First of all, governor's mandate only applies to government employees, does not apply to the general public at large. OSHA applies to employees and employers, not to the public at large. This is a public building. As a public entity, you have to accommodate us. And also, under OSHA rules, you cannot force medical intervention by forcing someone to wear a mask. In front of you, you have a document that I filed with this county and the Community Development Department, February 18th of 2020. This is a notice of the statutory requirements required for administrative hearing officers. This is a 32-page document with plenty of statutes and exhibits to show your administrative hearings are bull. It's fraud and it's extortion. You have not done one thing right. And after I filed this document, it's the most amazing thing, code enforcement disappeared. They just fell off the planet after I filed this, because they had no jurisdiction over me or over my private property not open to the public at large. Anybody that has been before this board or before any hearing, it's a fraud. They have no authority. They have zero authority. And yet they keep going with this. They have a great way of making up these ordinances. They go through the statutes, pick a little from here, a little from over here, a little from over here, put it in a pot, let it simmer for a while, and then they come up with a law that's not a law at all. Like the development code, they say any violation is a misdemeanor. That's a fraud. And that's extortion, because that is not true. None of the Washoe County Code Enforcement Development Code is a misdemeanor. It's a civil action. The only place that code enforcement can declare a misdemeanor is the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, and that's only because they have an agreement with California. You do not have the authority to create law, and that's what you did when you decided to make any violation of the development code a misdemeanor. And I don't care what you say, Bob. I know the facts and I can prove them, and so does this 32-page document. It proves you don't have the authority. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Deborah Yates, followed by Ms. Vicki Carlson.
Welcome, Ms. Yates.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, staff. I want to thank the Commissioners for allowing the citizens to speak before you in person. I think it's very important that we're able to do that. I am a citizen of Reno and Washoe County. After the most recent election, I was very distressed over the amount of fraud that I was hearing that had occurred during our election system. I figured that I needed to put up or shut up. So what I did was I volunteered my time with the Election Integrity Project. And I spent several days on the ground working with the group, following up on incidents of concern that had been culled out by the data. I had a team of 4, and what we found during our time on the ground, first and foremost, was that, and again, we collected in just a few days over 100 sworn under perjury comments, sheets. I can't remember what they were called, but there were sworn testimony as to what we had found. And what we did find is that, number one, people that we were tracing out had never lived at those addresses, never. Number two, what we found is that the people had been gone for more than 2 years. And the last one that we found is that they had been gone more than 6 months. And we found numerous incidences of these types of events. I would like to ask that the commissioners support Carol Feinberg's presentation, and I would also like to ask that the commissioners please direct staff to begin clearing out the voter rolls. Thank you.
Thank you, Camille.
Next, we have Ms. Vicki Carlson, followed by Mr. James Benton.
Welcome, Ms. Carlson.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to address you. I agree with Carol and I agree with Nicole, and I will try to keep this short. Is everybody awake?
We're with you. We're with you, Ms. Carlson.
Well,
we're all here.
Closed eyes, and I thought maybe
No,
that we're napping.
we're all here.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I am a California escapee, as my husband is also, and I would like you to declare the public health emergency over. I would like you to clean up the voter registration rolls. In short, I would like you to do your job. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carlson.
Next, we have Mr. James Benton, followed by Ms. Patricia Morris.
Welcome, Mr. Benson. Benton, I'm sorry. Looks like Mr. Benton has a hand up.
For everybody? Okay. Mr. Benton has provided some documents, which we will pass out to the board.
Perfect, thank you. Welcome, Mr. Benton.
Good morning. For the record, James M. Benton. I brought a document from Newsmax. Pennsylvania counties gave incorrect voter roll information to the feds by Tom Fitton. He opens up with, while the country watched the presidential debate, we were busy fighting for clean voter rolls in Pennsylvania and other states. Clean voter rolls are a foundation of honest elections. It's important that people have confidence in our elections. Already this morning, we had some good ideas. to help restore and bring back confidence in our elections. Having a thumbprint on your ballot would give accountability. We're sometimes told that, well, people don't have IDs. Well, everybody has a Social Security number. The government provides that. If necessary, the government should provide IDs to eliminate that problem. On the second page of this document, it says, the lawsuit pointed out an abnormally low number of removals under NVRA procedures designed to identify voters who have changed residence. The lawsuit pointed out that the Commonwealth had over 800,000 inactive registration on the voter rolls. And Tom Fitton goes on to discuss other issues. There is an issue, a problem. That's confidence in our voting process. It's easy to bring up the issues, the problems, but solutions are important. Number one, a thumbprint to identify people. Then if there were questions about duplicate voting rolls or ballots, it'd be easy to identify them and weed them out. Rose Bright in Las Vegas wrote a letter to the Las Vegas Review-Journal, require that those who issue death certificates for each county to send a list to the voter registration rolls. Point out that it's illegal for non-citizens to vote. For each change of address to another state, the post office would send a copy to the voter registration rolls. Don't allow other officials in the state to change election rules. These are, could easily be instituted, and I request that they be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benton.
Next, we have Ms. Patricia Morris, followed by Ms. Yolanda Knapp.
Welcome, Ms. Morris.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Patricia Moser Morris, and I'm a year-round resident of Incline Village. I think we all know that the way the 2020 election was conducted has caused a crisis in voter confidence. The voters no longer believe that their votes are not being, their legal votes are not being diluted by fraudulent votes. I urge you to clean the voter rolls, removing people who've died, people who have moved either out of the state or simply out of Washoe County, people who are registered more than once, people who are registered at vacant lots or commercial lots, commercial buildings, inactive voters who have not voted in the last 4 elections. I also urge that all of the 2020 voting machines be audited, and also that the votes be audited, both electronic and paper ballots. I think it's really important that the 2020 voting machines be examined by 2 independent, unbiased companies. It's essential to reassure people that their votes do count, and they only count if they are legal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Yolanda Knapp.
Ms. Knack, thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Yolanda Knock. Last November, I was, not November, actually, it was the end of October. I was making phone calls for a candidate, and I got a quote-unquote voter on the phone, and I said, "Oh, have you gotten your ballot yet?" And he said, "This is kind of scary because I got 2 ballots from Nevada, and I don't even live in Nevada." So, I never reported the guy only because he said he wasn't going to vote in Nevada. He was only going to vote in the in the state where he currently lived. So, we have a big problem, and I hope you fix it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Doug Jalen.
Welcome, Mr. Jalen.
Thank you. I echo the comments of the previous speakers and would like to add that voter integrity is extremely important. We need to clean up the voting rolls, and we should have dedicated staff whose sole job is to make sure that the voting rolls are clean. Furthermore, we should have a task force to go after, a legal task force to go after the illegal votes and make sure anyone who votes illegally is punished to the full extent of the law. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Mr. Ray Carlson.
Good morning, Honorable Commission. My name is Ray Carlson, and as my wife indicated earlier, we are escapees from the state of California. We started our transition in 2011 and made the permanent decision to live in Nevada in 2015. We came here because we were looking for freedom. Today, I heard the statistics that have been quoted regarding the voter rolls. To paraphrase Tom Hanks, I think it was, it said, Washoe County, we have a problem. You have been offered this morning free help from volunteers to clean up the mess. Take advantage of it. It's not costing the taxpayers a penny. And as far as voter ID goes, you cannot enter a federal building in this great nation without proof of identification. And if you can't enter a public building, why are you allowed to vote without identification? I want to close by saying that the old saying is that politics are local. All politics are local. I suggest you show some fortitude and guts and leadership and demask this county.
Thank you.
That is everyone we have signed in chambers. We do have people signed in through Zoom. First up is Anna Marie Grant.
All right, thank you. Ms. Grant, can you hear us?
The father of 2 children when he was hogtied by Reno police during a mental health crisis. He asked for help at the Peppermill Casino. Reno PD's idea of help was to hogtie a non-combative, non-violent person in crisis. And they then dumped him up at Washoe County Jail, still hogtied. This had been 40 plus minutes. He was then asphyxiated by Deputy Brendan Glynn, Paul Hubble, Timothy Sanger, under the direction of Sergeant Wayne Westland. I'd like to mention I've been listening and participating in the legislative hearings, and Sergeant Solferino from the Sheriff's Office testified at the Assembly Government Affairs that it's only a matter of time in reference to the asphyxiation deaths at the jail. It made me sick. It needs to be addressed. If it's only a matter of time, it's clear that they don't understand that Prone restraint kills, when multiple grown men get on a person in crisis who is hogtied, telling them they can't breathe, that they're going to kill them, that he's going to die, that the person is going to die. Prone restraint kills. You will all be ecstatic to know that a bill is also before the legislature to allow Zoom participation by public comment. I think, unfortunately, since the language is only permissive, it should be mandatory language in the bill, because with this commission, we know that some of you in particular will do anything to silence community members, including myself. I'd like to leave you with my brother Thomas being asphyxiated by deputies at the jail.
All right.
Please don't do this. Imagine how terrified my poor brother was when he was murdered. You have a duty under NRS 211.020. Use your powers and get up to the jail and talk to the inmates. Don't be satisfied with a biannual report about the food at the jail. Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Jimmy Bratcher via Zoom.
Mr. Bratcher, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
We can, sir. The floor is yours.
I would like to talk about the, I reside in, at 135 West Guppy Lane in Washoe Valley. Supposedly on May 1st, the governor's going to open up the ability of the county to determine what we do with the lockdown. And I would like to see a plan developed. I would also like, the second thing I would like to talk about is the short-term rental modifications. That's going to apply to the whole county, but it actually is being brought forth by a small group of people in Incline Village. And I'd like to see that shot down. We already have rules about short-term regulations. We don't need any more rules. I'd like the government to stay small rather than large. That's all I've got to say today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bratcher.
Next, we have Nicholas St. John via Zoom.
Mr. St. John, can you hear us?
I can.
All right.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. The floor is yours.
I would like to echo the things that I've heard from a number of people already, and specifically for the things on the forensics audit. We would like to know, while you guys keep hearing from us about getting forensics audits, and as we have requested a number of times for some kind of audit and volunteered, as has been proclaimed already, we would be glad to volunteer to help clean up the voter rolls. And we would like to get some kind of feedback from the county commissioners as to what is, what your thoughts are on that process and how we can start a dialogue on how to move that forward, because obviously it's a big concern by a lot of people. I also echo the vote no on the short-term rentals, as that is a small group of people up in Incline Village, and these new ordinances and these modifications would apply to an entire county of 470,000 people. Conventions are going to start kicking back up, and when they do, a lot of the people who come into Reno and Sparks area for these conventions and symposiums and seminars, a lot of them like Airbnb and Verbos as a place to stay rather than in a big hotel. And so we were requesting you vote no and really just stop this short term. Let Incline Village come up with a solution that will work for them, and leave the rest of the county alone. Next, we have a petition on making Washoe County a Second Amendment sanctuary county. There are 10 other counties in Nevada that has already put forth a resolution and adopted that to be Second Amendment sanctuary counties. And we are asking for a resolution to be put on the agenda for the Washoe County Commissioners. Also, as has been stated, as of May 1st, according to the governor, there is going to be a relaxation of the restrictions at a state level, and they're going to push that down to the counties. And while there are a number of counties who have already passed resolutions undoing the governor's health emergency and turned it into an economic emergency, we would like to see a plan from the county commissioners to give us a plan of attack, what is you're thinking, and what we can expect from Washoe County commissioners to relax these standards. If there's, again, we don't know how, we keep saying these things, but yet how we get feedback from you is still a mystery. And so we can keep pouring into the thing and saying we want these things, but it would be really great to have some way to implement it that we would get your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. St. John.
Next, we have Dan Purdy via Zoom.
Mr. Purdy, can you hear us, sir? Mr. Purdy? Are you?
I'm sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
We can, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Daniel Purdy, brother of Thomas Purdy, murdered at Washoe County Jail, asphyxiated to death. I'd like to know if any of the officers have received training on restraints up at the jail. It should be a 30-day course minimum to learn how to use restraints and how to understand to work with the mentally disabled, and to notice if someone's mentally disabled with autism or something to that effect. It would make the person appear normal, but not, because there have been instances out there where autistic man was shot for being completely calm sitting in his bedroom. That is completely unacceptable. And just a little note to your taxpayers and voters, you guys have a lot of concern. Maybe you should have thought about those concerns before you voted for these people. I can only recommend that when it's time to vote again, you get them all out of there. You guys have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Purdy.
Next, we have Chris Tolliver via Zoom.
Mr. Tolliver, can you hear us?
They ain't gonna like what I say, Greg. This one.
Yes, can you guys hear me?
We can, Mr. Tolliver. The floor is yours, sir.
Hi, just really quick. I love Washoe County. I love Lake Tahoe. My family and I have been vacationing there for years. I'm looking to retire there. I want to spend my golden years, I'm 50 right now, there, and raise my 2 sons there. But I'm literally not going to be able to do that if you guys clamp down on the STR regulations. We would like to buy a house. Real estate is insane right now. We're looking to buy a house soon, but I can't really do that with the uncertainty that I can't rent it out to help cover the mortgage. Wouldn't be forever, just be for a few years before I move the whole family out from the East Coast there. But so I implore you to just take this into consideration when you're making your vote later on. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Tolliver. All right, is there any further public comment?
I see no one signed in.
All right, seeing no further public comment, we will close public comment and bring it back to the board. Mr. Manager, we're on to item 6, sir.
Item 6 is commissioners and county managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information, or topics for future agendas.
All right, Mr. Manager, do you have anything this morning?
Mr. Chair, I have a couple of updates or clarifications. First of all, with regards to vaccinations in our local area, I would once again refer the public to our website at COVID-19washoevaccine.com. I know that's a mouthful, but it really is the signature destination to find out information about how you can get vaccinated. There's actually a button, a link you can click on to register to do so. If it's not your turn, you would be contacted by email when it is your turn. I would point out that, Mr. Chair, that the 7-day rolling average for new cases in our county has ticked up a little bit over the last few days. We were down at 5% infection rates. We're now at 5.2. And the actual case rates are up 8% week over week. So I would plead with the public, this is not over yet, even though we're making good progress vaccinating people. You know, we still need to be diligent in terms of wearing masks, social distancing, and avoiding crowds and the like. We have managed to vaccinate just under 22% of the Washoe County population with the first dose and 15% with the second dose. And as I'm sure most people have heard, the governor last week announced that effective yesterday, vaccinations, people could register at 16 and older if they had underlying health conditions. And again, if you go to the website, you can find out what those underlying conditions are. As of April 5th, the plan is to start allowing folks to register for vaccines without underlying conditions at 16 and over. So I would point out that even though we are opening up the number of people who can be vaccinated, I do want to clarify for the public, we did not really get additional doses of vaccines in the region this week. So if you're having problems scheduling, you've heard that you're now included in the group of folks who can be scheduled, but you're having problems getting scheduled. That's the reason why. The ramp up in dosages entering the county has not really arrived yet. We expect that will happen in the next few weeks, but please be patient because the ability to register does not mean necessarily that you can get vaccinated right away. I think there's a lot of confusion about that. I would also point out that the health district is really continues to focus its vaccination efforts here on 9th Street with what are considered the essential worker categories right now. That's public safety and security, frontline community support workers, frontline supply chain logistics staff, and still adults 65 plus. The pharmacies are beginning to vaccinate folks more broadly at 50 years of age and plus, et cetera, et cetera. So again, I know this can be confusing, but the big headline I would share today is the region really hasn't started to receive significantly more doses every week, and until we do, it's going to be a difficult situation in terms of people being able to actually schedule and get vaccinated. That's really all I have for today, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Commissioner Hill, I have you signed in first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to let folks know who are looking for a job or a career change. There is a Nevada virtual job fair that's happening on the 25th this week, and it is from 10 a.m. till 2 p.m., and you can register until Wednesday, tomorrow at noon, at nevadacareercenter.org/jobfair2021. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Manager, and we can do this certainly offline, I'd like to know when the voter registrar will be ready to talk about the voter rolls and how she deals with decedents. And
yes, Commissioner, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that. The Registrar of Voters is planning to address the commission at our next April meeting, April 13th.
Okay, perfect. All right, then I will leave that alone. But I also would certainly love to have staff at some point reach out to Ms. Feinberg. If they're willing to volunteer, Washoe County should never turn down an opportunity to have people volunteer. There's something that they can certainly do for us, and I'm happy to accept that assistance. And then at some point, can we get a report from Animal Services about how and who removes large carcasses, whether it's a deer or a horse or cattle from the roadways, and potentially ask our Animal Services Director if, and maybe we can partner by getting an old piece of equipment from NDOT or someone to remove carcasses from the roadway, because I know sometimes it's an issue to get NDOT to come out, it's an issue to get NDOT to come out, and or even dealing with Washoe County roads. So I'd like to know how the process works, and understand if there is potentially the need to add a piece of equipment at some point, and it doesn't have to be a brand-new piece of equipment. We might be able to get something used through a state auction. And then also, I'm still looking forward to hearing the process from staff. I know some staff are currently on vacation, but how we as commissioners can ask for things like stop signs in the neighborhoods to make them safer, speed bumps, and et cetera. So we need to clearly understand the process that we have to go through, what staff needs from us, what studies need to be done, and so that we can articulate that. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Herman, do you have anything this morning?
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
We can, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. It's just a brief statement. I just want to let all the folks that came to the meeting today and that were on the phone that I'm so proud of all our eloquent and patriotic public commenters. And I want to tell them thank you from the bottom of my heart.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Herman. Move on here to myself. Mr. Manager, one thing I would like that was discussed, I know that, well, I'll actually add this myself. We did provide in a public meeting in front of the COVID task force, many individuals talked about a plan for reopening. The county is working on a plan currently with a number of regional stakeholders from the restaurant business, the retail business, casinos, large events throughout the community to address concerns that businesses may have and how that would be impactful when the authority would be turned back over to the counties May 1st. And so that plan will be presented in its entirety on April 15th or around tax day to the COVID-19 task force at the state. So when we have that, we will have that for everybody to look at. But we are working with a number of groups within the community to address that. The concerns that were shared this morning in regards to COVID-19 and the concerns of reopening the county as quickly as possible, I share your concerns. I share your frustrations. I, like you, no longer want to wear this mask. I no longer want to have to social distance. I feel it's effective. It does have an impact on our children, and it does have an impact on our community. However, this is still an emergency, and we still need to address that. Now, with that being said, I think the county has done a phenomenal job in regards to providing vaccines for those who wish to get vaccinated. Those who do not wish to get vaccinated, that is solely your right. But we've done a phenomenal job with the resources that we've had available to us. I think we've addressed a number of the testing and the quarantine to the best of our ability to provide people the adequate information to make those choices on their own. Nothing is perfect, and I agree that government doesn't have a place in everything. But this is a public emergency. We continue to try to be helpful, not impairment. And as we move through this, as the manager pointed out, the 5% is what the CDC recommended we try to get to. I feel that we're getting there very close. I feel that Within days, we will be under the 5%, like many of the other counties outside of, there's only one county in the state of Nevada now that has a higher than 5%, which is Douglas. But we are working diligently to work together with all of our regional counties to make sure that we can stay in the same boat. And if we can get there, I think that the governor will see the necessity. There is no longer a necessity to maintain an emergency directive and allow the counties the ability to do as we see fit for our residents, which we are usually our best in the best we have. I think when we move forward, you will see some significant changes. I can't assure that, but hopefully we will work together to make sure that everybody feels comfortable and safe and is given the choice to do as they see as a citizen of this country. But with that, I have nothing further other than the COVID plan. And I am interested in seeing the presentation from the Registrar of Voters on the 13th and how we can address that. I am interested also as the Vice Chairman and potentially if these citizens are willing to volunteer their time and help, if there is something that they can volunteer and help with. I think that's something we should address. And I'm interested to also get from our DAs some more clarification on the administrative hearing issues that Ms. Snedeker brought forward with her complaint that was provided to us on the record. So if I could get some discussion with everybody offline on that. And then recently, I did take some time and spent some time in Wyoming and Idaho. And there are some very different ways that many cities across Idaho and Wyoming are doing things. I'd like to work on that with staff in regards to maybe how we address certain outreach and what we're doing. But I think it's fairly interesting, some different things that they've been doing. So I'd like to share those with staff and see what we can do. I have nothing else further. Vice Chairman, I have you sign back in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on those notes, on the plan's notes, on that issue, I would like staff, I'd really like to see what Arizona is doing. My sister is visiting from Arizona. They have a very different approach, and I think it's a very effective approach. And I want to just implore us to find the simplest solution. The simplest answer tends to be the correct one. Convoluted plans are difficult to follow, they're difficult to enforce. And so simple answers are really what we need. And I think we can come up with something that's workable, that everyone can agree to. And if someone doesn't feel safe, don't go. It's okay. I mean, I'm look forward to getting that sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and I think, and I think the basis should be absolutely 100% supported by data. Data in regards to our transmission rate, data in regards to our hospitalization rate and what that is, and make sure that our hospitals are adequately staffed and have the capability to address any issues, because through the summer, and we may see this fall off, but once again, this fall, we may see another. We just want to be adequately prepared for that and work together as a community, because just because Washoe County ends at the Carson City line doesn't mean that we don't have an impact on all of our communities around us. So I try to be respectful of my neighbors as much as I possibly can. And so with that, I want to continue to work with those surrounding counties and municipalities and make sure that we are working in a cohesive nature to make sure that we're addressing this going forward. All right, seeing nothing further, we will close. Commissioner Jung is signaling to me, she sent me a message saying she has nothing to add this morning. Moving that, we'll close item 6 and move on to our next appearance, item 7.
Item 7 is an appearance by Washoe County Sheriff's Office Chief Deputy Jeff Clark to provide a presentation and update on FY 2021 second quarter status report for the Washoe County Regional Detention Facility to include security of the jail, conditions of confinement, staffing and medical care of inmates housed by the Washoe County Sheriff's Office, and acknowledge receipt of the report. And we have the Chief Deputy here with us this morning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manager. Chief Deputy Jeff Clark for the record. I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. I want to start off by thanking you, Mr. Chair, and your colleagues for the recent visits to the Washoe County Jail, to include our newest commissioner, Commissioner Alexis Hill. Your recent visits to the Washoe County Jail, our staff enjoy these visits as much as I hope that you do. At your request, as you know, I will be presenting a jail status report quarterly until further notice. And it is our hope that these presentations can keep our community more informed on the conditions of our facility and the overall welfare of our inmate population. When I speak of the welfare of our inmates, this includes the overall health, let me see if I can get our slide, the overall health of our inmates, the infectious disease, access to medical care, our food services, environmental controls, safety of our inmates, and out-of-cell time. I want to start by giving you a brief update on COVID as it relates to the Washoe County Jail. Since the onset of COVID-19 in March of 2020, Sheriff Balaam is led with tenacity and courage. Our staff has continued to work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and I can't compliment them enough. They have gone through a lot in the last year, and they continue to perform above and beyond. We took a number of steps during the outbreak of COVID. Interestingly, we were very successful due to our staff's diligence of keeping COVID out of the detention facility until October of last year. Some of the steps we took is canceling all programs, canceling in-person contacts. Obviously, with the courts shut down, we weren't transporting any inmates outside of our facility for doctor's visits or courts. We started a COVID education program to educate the inmates on what it was and how it spread. We gave them masks and extra equipment, hand sanitizer, more soap, things that could help them prevent the spread. We've waived the medical assessment fee. We wanted every inmate to feel free and comfortable and not get charged for any type of medical assessment so that we could stay on top of it. We created isolation and quarantine units. We created a COVID pre-screening station and intake so that we could identify inmates that were coming into our facility that were already COVID positive. We had to reduce tier time in numbers for social distancing, and so it did limit tier time. However, it was pertinent that we did that. We started testing of all new inmates prior to being transferred to general housing. So before they could transfer to general housing, they had to get a negative COVID test. And again, we issued masks and other protective equipment. Continuing, in our facility, we have 2 housing units that are COVID intake isolation units. Each group is grouped into a 24-hour period of arrestees. They stay with that group through the quarantine period, and then they have to take a COVID test before being released to the general public. As of this quarter, we've tested over 878 inmates, and that's through state lab testing. And we have also done an additional 500 plus inmates on rapid scan testing. So our staff has been diligent in trying to stop the spread of COVID within our facility. Our first, as I previously stated, our first positive test was in October. Since October and during this quarter, up to this quarter, the second quarter, we've had 127 total inmates test positive for COVID. 15 of those came into the facility COVID positive. We've only had 2 inmates that were transferred to the hospital for worsening conditions, and that was 1 female and 1 male inmate. Gel inoculation, we have a plan in place. Obviously, this started in February with a high-risk population. We follow the governor's tiers. As many of you know, the jail falls in Tier 4. We were able to start inoculation processes on our high-risk elderly population, and we've done that. I'm happy to let you know that our medical provider, NAFCare, was able to receive 100 doses of Janssen yesterday, and they started vaccinating our high-risk population, as Mr. Manager stated, from 16 and above. We started just with our high-risk inmates yesterday. We have vaccinated 15 to date. They are running into a high rate of our population refusing to be vaccinated. But this will continue. After April 5th, we will open it up and offer vaccinations to not only every arrestee that comes into our facility, but every inmate that is currently housed. In regards to the overall facility, we have over the past year seen a definite increase in our mental health population. Our Housing Unit 3, which is our mental health unit, and our infirmary or medical unit are regularly at capacity, even though our daily population count is down. Special watch cells are regularly at capacity. We now currently have 3 different housing units for mental health. For a long time, we had our Housing Unit 3, which is our mental health unit, and our average inmate population in that unit was between 50 and 60. Now, not only is it completely full, but we have 2 other units, and we're trying a tiered approach so that we can try to treat mental health, and really our goal is to get them to general population. And so we have a tiered approach where we have a phenomenal mental health staff and deputy, a commissioned staff that work hard every day with our mental health population. Our mental health housing units are Housing Unit 3, 6, and 16, which many of you have toured and seen. This quarterly stats for suicides and averted, we had 206 averted suicides, and we had 11 attempted suicides. Again, this represents a very high number, but our staff has been diligent and done a phenomenal, phenomenal job. Some medical statistics for you for this quarter. I would obviously, the screenings, we're not seeing a whole lot of difference in this quarter up or down with our population. Active suicide watches are consistent around between 52 and 55 for this quarter. That really shows the need for special watch cells. When somebody is suicidal, special watch cells are typically padded, and they have a camera, and they get checked on every 15 minutes. So somebody physically checks on them every 15 minutes. And we do have our special watch cells, 2 more that need to be updated, which we're hoping for your support. We're in dire need of a new medical unit, an infirmary. Our current medical unit, as you know, has 17 cells, and it hasn't been updated since the facility opened in 1988. Back then, when the facility opened, our population was under 500. So we're more than double that, and with a mental health population that is ballooning. I would also like to If you look down towards the bottom, patients on mental health medications, right around between 450 to 425 inmates. That's about half of our population that is on some sort of mental health medication. And then the very last line on there, patients with chronic medical care, is extremely high. We're starting to see that, you know, many of our inmates have chronic care issues, and you know, I try to applaud our medical staff every day because they are dealing with an overall sick population, and they've done a great job. The next slide, more medical data. Interesting if you see about the fifth down, MAT appointments. So MAT is an acronym for Medication Assisted Treatment. As you know, this past year we were federally certified. We're one of probably less than 30 jails in the entire country that has a medication assisted treatment program that is federally certified. Mental health professionals, often it's questioned what's the difference between mental health nurse, mental health professional, and mental health provider. The mental health nurse is obviously a nurse that specializes in mental health. The mental health professional is a licensed clinical social worker, which we have 4 of them. And then our mental health provider is our psychiatrist, Dr. Lawrence. As you can see, Dr. Lawrence, if you look at the number of patients that she sees in a month, it is incredible, and it is well above the norm of a psychiatrist out in the community. It keeps her and her staff extremely busy. Some discharge referrals. We continue through COVID and through everything that we've been dealing with, we continue to strive for getting inmates referrals to outside resources, whether it's drug treatment, alcohol treatment, mental health services, and we regularly work with stakeholders within our community to accomplish that. Special need flags, 14, again for the quarter. ER referrals, or 70 ER referrals, are when an inmate or a patient has medical needs above what our staff can provide. We do have a full-time medical director and physician and full-time medical staff, but many times what they can do at the facility is less than what a patient needs. Worker clearances, 582. This is every time an inmate chooses to work in the kitchen, laundry, or many of the work crews around our facility, they have to go through an additional medical clearance, and so they continue to do that. They've had 26 grievances this quarter, and then medical refusals are 34. They're not really refusals. These are when arrestees come into our intake area and their medical conditions need further evaluation from a hospital. So the arresting agency is required to take that arrestee to a hospital to get evaluated and cleared for our facility. Our average daily population, as you can see, is down from a 4-year average. This quarter, we're up 15.03 from the first quarter. So, and that's per 15 inmates from the first quarter. Our bookings are like our population. They are trending down from the first quarter. And the last fiscal year, there was 375 fewer bookings than the first quarter. We are starting to see that go up as we end quarter number 3. The average length of stay within our facility for this fiscal year is averages to 17.15. For this quarter, that's a difference of a positive 1.9 days. This can be attributed to the courts being shut down a lot of the time, and ultimately we're starting to see more violent crime inmates that stay longer in our facility. And an interesting statistic for you, we currently have over 4% of our population that are in on charges of homicide or murder. For our jail data, battery by inmates, we had 9 inmate fights, 5 inmate on staffs, 29 fights that were averted. That means it may started as a argument between inmates that our deputies stopped. And then suicide, again, 206 averted, 11 attempted, and 0 completed. Since the creation of DSU, we have seen a tremendous amount of success in our staff by really trying to get inmates to programs and offering more programs to inmates. Our last in-custody death was in April of 2019. Speaking of DSU, or Detention Services Unit, they had this quarter 10 courtesy transports. Inmate assistant program transports, they had 3. Obviously, this has been a challenge for us to get inmates transferred to other facilities because of COVID. Many weren't taking for many months, and until we started really working with them and ensuring that we would test them prior to transport. So we are seeing that trend up. As far as DSU is facilitated or in conjunction with the courts, approximately 25 releases, and then we saw a very small return to custody by inmates that DSU has helped. And that is truly the goal of the Detention Services Unit, is to reduce recidivism. What I also want to do on each time I present is I want to highlight one of the facility's many different teams. So this quarter, I would like to highlight our Food Services Division. And it's under the management, the food service manager is George Obrich. And he is a graduate of the Culinary Institute of America, which seems, it amazes me or it doesn't amaze me that he does such a fantastic job, but he has the training that he could be in any restaurant in our community and do a phenomenal job. But he chooses it, and he loves working at the jail, and he's been there for just about 2 years. He has an associate's degree in culinary arts, and his specialty was baking, and it has showed in our kitchen. His team consists of 9 chefs with more than 150 years of combined experience. They take food seriously. They do. And they're assisted by inmates from all over our facility. So the 9 chefs aren't doing it all. They definitely have the assistance from our inmate population. Some of the highlights that I'd like to share is for the past 2 years, since Sheriff Balaam was elected, we created menus for the inmates, so they actually get to see what they're eating on, before they eat it. They do menus for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They're attached to the food cart so that they can see them. We've expanded the menu. George has increased the spice purchases so that he can add a little bit more spice. He adds cinnamon to oatmeal as an example, cheddar cheese sauce to grits. He's had over a 9% cost savings on produce by switching vendors and getting produce that maybe isn't at the highest quality for a supermarket, but certainly is quality enough and consumable. And he uses that and saves a lot of money doing it. He's had a tremendous amount of positive inmate kites that talk about the increased quality of the food. He's also increased the dessert menu. It went from pudding and jello to a variety of different desserts that he uses, again, from his grocery list that he goes out to purchase. Additional highlights, I'm almost done here, I'm sorry. In the past 2 years, we've increased the bread varieties from just a wheat or a white bread to all the onion rolls and croissants and French baguettes. He really does a great job at finding the best deals and orders in bulk. Another example is cinnamon rolls on Sunday mornings and biscuits and gravy on Thursday mornings. They have been certainly a hit for our population. He repurposes. He does a great job at repurposing. example of he uses older bananas for bread and pudding. He uses over 100,000 apples and oranges and nearly 500,000 bananas each year. All these purchased ingredients he uses to expand salad dressings. Before it was just a vinaigrette. He now does a Thousand Island, a ranch, a soy vinaigrette, and an Italian vinaigrette. And then with the help of Dr. Atuarte, our medical director from NAFCare, we've expanded our special religious and medical diets to include diabetic, low salt, kidney, and dialysis meals. George came up, we were purchasing nutrition bars. Some medications require them to have extra calories or extra nutrition. So instead of buying these now, our kitchen staff worked with our medical staff, and now they're actually baking their own nutrition bars for people with a need when they're taking their medications. And then we also offer vegetarian, vegan, kosher, and special religious diets. And he still does all of this for under $1 a meal, which is unprecedented for a jail anywhere in the country. And I would put this team up against them all. I appreciate your time, and I'm open for questions.
Deputy Clerk, Chief Deputy, I do appreciate you coming today and providing us with the update. So I do have questions from commissioners, so I'm going to go to Commissioner Hill first, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you, and thank you, Chief Deputy Clark. I can tell the passion you have for really making sure that you're taking care of our inmate population. And it was a pleasure to tour the jail in January, at the end of January, with your team. And I think that the referrals that you're doing are really cutting edge. And so learning how we can support you on follow-up with folks and helping with ensuring recidivism is still low. I'd love to know, how we can support you with that. But this is a really important update for the community too. I don't think they know their jail and what we're doing to keep people safe and see how we can support them on their journey. So thank you very much for this presentation. I really appreciate it, and I look forward. We've got to get something on the books for April, so I really look forward to coming back and speaking to more inmates.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. And as we've spoken, I think what the community needs to understand is the majority, okay? The people in jail are your neighbors, your family members, your friends that have made a mistake. And the ones that are in there for lengthy periods of time, yeah, they're a risk to the community, and that's why we're here. But there is a percentage that are your friends, neighbors, and families, and that's really Sheriff Balaam's goal, is to ensure that people are treated with respect and dignity while they're in the jail, and that there's services that we provide that maybe they didn't know or didn't take advantage of before coming to the jail.
And when I spoke to, I had a chance to speak to the female population, and I think it was just in general population when I spoke to this group of women, but they had very excellent feedback and, thought that they were being cared for. They appreciated the relationships that they had with the deputies in the jail, which was really great. And so I look forward to just continuing, to see the good work that you're doing. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Hill. Commissioner Jung, I have you signed in next.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to add to this great presentation by probably the greatest humanitarian in all of the region, and that is Lieutenant Clark. As Commissioner Hill said, has so much sensitivity and compassion. But I want to remind people, too, those people who are incarcerated in jail, the vast majority have not gone to trial. So they are innocent under our Constitution until proven guilty. So the idea that this needs to be a punishing place is completely wrong for the majority of people that are there. And as you well know, the burden is on the government to prove that you're guilty, not the other way around. So, but most importantly, not to get on my constitutional rant, I do want to mention when the chairman and I went to a tour of a jail in St. Louis when we were afraid we were switching providers for the medical intake, which is so very crucial because we know that many people who arrive in our criminal justice system have some other valences or differences about them that usually means that they need to be medically treated, whether it is psychological medication. But one of the biggest findings we found when we brought on a new nutritionist through NAPCARE was almost to a person, our inmates had major nutritional deficiencies. So anything that a creative chef can do, who, by the way, bravo for hiring this person and bravo for letting them have the freedom to do what they love and still stay within your guidelines, it really improves the inmate behavior and their mental state and becomes less of a prison management, behavior management issue. So I just say, we should be screaming this from the rooftops, Lieutenant. I believe that this should be put in for an award, whoever does this for the county now, I never know, to NACO, et cetera, because this was based on feedback from experts that we went to St. Louis, Missouri, right? St. Louis, yes, St. Louis, Missouri, Mr. Chairman and myself to do a tour, and one of the biggest issues was the medical. So I am so proud of you, Lieutenant Clark. You know I'm a big supporter of you and your heart, and that we are the luckiest county that Lieutenant Clark spends his humanity on making sure that we have compassion and dignity for everybody in Washoe County, even the people that made the worst mistake in their life at one point. That's not who people are. It's not their worst mistake. We know that by living life. But I believe it's unusual, and I think that's a big change with Black Lives Matter movement of how we are seeing inmates and people in custody and very differently. And I'm proud to say that our sheriff, Balaam, has been at the forefront of this, and it has had the compassion and the engagement from the feedback from citizens, never mind what we have to say. And he really does see how all of our issues connect and is not just transferring people from the jail to the street and then back into the jail, which we know has absolutely no great outcomes for. So I'm so glad to have this report, and I love what the chef is doing, and I'm proud. I'm a very proud citizen and commissioner today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Jung. I do appreciate it. Yeah, and that's to your point, from our tour of St. Louis, when it was Lieutenant Clark, but now that it's Chief Deputy Clark, it just shows how committed he's been to the detention center and making sure that those citizens that are currently detained and under our purview, that they are being attended to. And I think it's through those types of sensitivity training, that type of treatment of those individuals that allows them to excel. I think it reduces the altercations. I think having the ability to have normal food, as Commissioner Jung pointed out, that doesn't feel that we're trying to truly punish them while they're under, that they're just like the true meaning of the word is they're just like they're detained temporarily until they've been through the court process. And I think it's important to show that we still treat them humanely and with dignity, and I think that you and your staff, Chief Deputy and Sheriff Balaam, have done a phenomenal job at that. And I want to thank you from my standpoint. And it's a very difficult line. You have your staff and individuals that have committed their life to the law enforcement and protection of our community. But at the same time, you have to respect those civil rights of those individuals that we detain. So it's a very, very unique and difficult position and difficult line sometimes to walk. But your staff does a phenomenal job at it, and I think under Sheriff Balaam's guidance, that those relationships and temperaments within our jail have improved as well. So I want to thank you for that. So,
Thank you, Mr.
Vice Chairman, I have you signed in next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I won't take much time. I just wanted to thank Chief Deputy Clark. Jeff, we've been friends for a lot of years, and I've toured the jail numerous times and talked to inmates, and you're right, food is it's a very, very big deal. And it's called a detention center for a reason, not a retention center.
Right.
Right? We want to get people obviously moved out as quickly as we can. Sheriff Balaam and his executive staff, my kudos to all of you. They've done a great job, in my opinion. This is not an easy job, and you've done it on a bare budget. I mean, we understand completely how difficult this is, given that when the detention facility, when it was a regional detention facility was built, things were very different. And so I would ask my colleagues to let's have a conversation this year about how things could potentially change, and look at not new ways of management, but maybe just a different structure in terms of the regional approach. I think that there's some great ways that we can approach this. So again, I thank you for the hard work. Thank you for bringing this to us. I look forward. I know that it's a little difficult right now to do tours during COVID, but I look forward to the time when we can get back up there and, and I've been up there during COVID already, but it's a little more difficult because things are a little clamped down, and I think in the not too distant future we'll see some changes. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Any other commissioners have anything that they'd like to add? Commissioner?
Just a short note from Commissioner Herman.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Just wanted to say thank you for an excellent report and for a job that you're doing extremely well. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Herman. Chief Deputy, it's always a pleasure to see you. It's always nice, and even with your shaved haircut these days, that's a new addition.
This is for St. Baldrick's. I did it
Ah,
for
there
charity,
we
and
go.
so for
Okay.
children's,
All right.
bring awareness to children's cancer.
Good for you. Well, that's good. Well, at least there's a reason for it. All right, Chief Deputy, thanks for coming today. We do appreciate the
Thank you,
report. This is for possible action. Do we have any public comment signed in?
We do not.
We do have one
do.
via Zoom. I am getting that acknowledgement.
Oh.
And so with that, I will open it, public comment. Miss Anne Marie Grant, have you signed in for public comment?
Anne Marie Grant, for the record, I'd like to say it sounds detrimental to the well-being of the inmates, the extensive isolation, not seeing their family due to COVID, and not having any type of programming, and they are being detained even longer due to COVID, given the lack of jury trials for those who maintain their innocence and refuse to take a plea deal. Google NavCare lawsuits. Let me know what you find. Check out the documentary Sick Inside, Death and Neglect in U.S. Jails, an expose on NavCare and their track record at your Washoe County Jail, amongst other jails across the country. I guess in your visit to St. Louis, they didn't let you know about all the deaths and lawsuits against NAVCare, since you all did vote to keep them on after 14 plus deaths at the jail, including my brother asphyxiated by deputies, three men asphyxiated. He was the second out of three. I guess those two $5,000 campaign contributions days before general election that Sheriff Balaam took really swayed him to stick with NavCare as well. I'd like to know what the Sheriff's Office is with their compliance with the Prison Rape Elimination Act. Also, are deputies being trained by video still? Do they teach deputies prone restraint with knees and back and people's necks is deadly? Are deputies like Paul Hubble, who have asphyxiated two men to death, including my brother and Justin Thompson, being thoroughly retrained? Do they teach them that if an inmate is talking and saying they can't breathe, that doesn't mean they aren't having respiratory issues? Kudos to Commissioner Jung for understanding constitutional rights. One is the 8th Amendment, care and custody, the right to medical attention, what my brother pleaded for. It really, you can sit there and give them all the props you want. It doesn't negate the fact that 3 men were asphyxiated to death by deputies. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grant. Seeing no further public comment, I will close public comment, bring it back to the board. They're looking for a motion to accept the report.
So moved.
I have a motion from the Vice Chairman. Do I have a
Second.
Second from Commissioner Hill. Motion and a second to accept the report. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Commissioner Herman, were you an aye on that?
I was.
Okay, and aye. So all commissioners voting, all commissioners are in the affirmative. Motion carries unanimously. All right, we are on to item 8. This is our proclamations, and we are on to item 8A. And this is, item 8A is to proclaim March 31st, 2021 as Cesar Chavez Day. And Commissioner Jung will be reading this proclamation for us over the phone. So Commissioner Jung, the floor is yours. And we do have Andrew Barbano accepting the proclamation via Zoom.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Barbano, for all of your service for, I don't want to age you, but I know it's more than 50 years. So I'd like to read this Cesar Chavez proclamation, and then I will ask Mr. Barbano to make his most eloquent comment. Whereas Cesar Estrada Chavez was born March 31st, 1927 on a small farm near Yuma, Arizona, that his grandfather homesteaded in the 1880s. And whereas in 1962, Cesar Chavez moved his wife and 8 children to Delano, California, where he founded the National Farm Workers Association, NFWA, later to become the United Farm Workers. Whereas from the beginning, Cesar Chavez adhered to the principles of nonviolence practiced by M.K. Gandhi and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. to support the end of suffering for farm workers and their families. And whereas Cesar Chavez conducted multiple 25 to 36-day fasts to reaffirm the United Farm Workers' commitment to nonviolence as a necessary and effective practice to maintain self-respect while supporting their cause. And whereas on August 8, 1994, Cesar Estrada Chavez became the second Mexican-American to receive the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest civilian honor in the United States. The award was presented posthumously by President Bill Clinton. Therefore, the Washoe County Board of Commissioners proclaims March 31st, 2021 is Cesar Chavez Day, and signed by our fair chair, Chairman Robert Lucy. Mr. Barbano, I will give you the floor.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Jung. For those of you that can see me on Zoom, I sit between 2 portraits. Don Quixote de la Mancha by Picasso over there, and Cesar Chavez over there. But I would like to invoke another spirit this morning, the matriarch of the Reno Sparks NAACP, the late great Mrs. Dolores Feemster. Dolores was a counselor at Hug High for about 37 years. And Dolores taught me a lot of things. You, the commissioners, have gotten a lot of heat this morning. Dolores used to tell me that when an emotional student came to her office at Hug High, all in a dither and full of emotion, that her technique, and this is what made her a legend and why students were referred to her by Hug High years after Dolores retired. You got a problem with a kid? Call Mother Dolores. When an emotional kid came in with a problem, Dolores said, the louder they got, the softer I got. That's what I intend uncharacteristically to do this morning in accepting your very gracious renewal of the Cesar Chavez Day proclamation. And the county commissioners, especially Commissioners Hartung and Vaughn have gotten considerable heat from me in the last year regarding a board they sit on, the Regional Transportation Commission. And I'm going to invoke Mrs. Feimster and speak softly. The Cesar Chavez's spirit is alive and well among us. Next week, there'll be a virtual event at Truckee Meadows Community College at 4 o'clock next Wednesday on Cesar Chavez's 94th birthday. I'll be speaking and bringing in some other individuals who've been involved with us on Cesar Chavez Day for the last 20 years. To students at TMCC, it'll be open to the public. You'll be able to participate on Zoom, and you'll find the links at CesarChavezNevada.com. I just posted my column for tomorrow's Sparks Tribune that hits the streets today, and much of it is about the Regional Transportation Commission bus system. And I am invoking the spirit of Cesar Chavez's activism to be with us today. The cyber gods are smiling upon us. My union brother, who's a high-rise iron worker in New York City, sent me a link this morning that I'm going to post to CesarChavezNevada.com. As we speak, the U.S. Supreme Court is hearing a case from California trying to blow out a portion of perhaps Cesar Chavez's greatest achievement, the California Farmer Laborer Act, passed in the 1970s. California farmers are trying to blow out the portion of the act that allows union organizers to talk to workers in the fields, to talk to them about their situation, their working conditions. So half a century, or over 45 years anyway, since Cesar Chavez was in the fields himself, his spirit is with us, and Cesar Chavez is before the U.S. Supreme Court this morning, as I am before you. I found most interesting many of the comments of people under the first public comment period who have repeated many of the things you've seen in conservative media in the last several months. Many of them were wearing masks. I wonder how many got to the county commission meeting this morning on an RTC ride bus. I wonder how many wore their masks on the bus and how many didn't. Unfortunately, COVID-19 safety has become a political issue. If you wear a mask, you're a Democrat. If you don't, you're upholding the Constitution of the United States, I guess, to make other people sick. But and this is especially directed to Commissioners Lucy and Hartung, and I speak this as softly as I can. I built a whole website on the lack of safety conditions on the Regional Transportation Commission buses. It's at CesarChavezNevada.com. It's at NevadaLabor.com. You've been mentioned many times. Please, talk to the Teamsters Union. You haven't talked to them, talk to them. Find out what the bus drivers are saying about the conditions on the buses. People are in jeopardy. Just yesterday, the Regional Transportation Commission announced that free bus rides are going to be given to people who are on their way. Yes.
Mr.
We need to get our proclamations going. I would encourage you to sign in for public comment at the end of the meeting, as there are others waiting behind you in the traffic of Zoom to accept their proclamations.
Okay, I'll wrap it up. Please, Commissioners Vaughn and Hartung, talk to the union, and don't let the people who are taking free rides to get their vaccines on RTC Ride starting yesterday continue to be jeopardized in getting the virus as they go to get their vaccines. Thank you, and we will see you, I hope, at Cesar Chavez number 18 this October. I've postponed the event 3 times now. Perhaps we will be able to all reason together in October in the spirit of Cesar Chavez. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bargona. We appreciate the comments. All right, next we are on to item 8B. This is a proclamation to proclaim April as National Donate Life Month. And for that, we are joined today by Monica Miles from Nevada Donor Network and Justin Norton from our Medical Examiner's Office. They're in chambers today, and Vice Chairman Hartung is going to approach the podium and read that proclamation and give that for everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Commissioner Von Hartung. As all of you know, we've started saying this is near and dear to our kidney in our family instead of our heart. My family has experienced transplant. My wife was the donor for our daughter, 2008. Our daughter is a successful recipient, works in the healthcare field, and if she were here today, and sadly she can't be because she's working, but if she were here today, you would not know that she was the recipient of a kidney just by looking at her. But she's a great champion for this cause. And if I may, Mr. Chair, this is a proclamation for National Donate Life Month. Whereas Washoe County strongly supports organ, eye, and tissue donation because of its life-saving and healing opportunities. And whereas more than 100,000 Americans are currently awaiting a life-saving organ transplant, including 576 Nevadans. And whereas one heroic donor has the power to save up to 8 lives through organ donation, restore sight to people through cornea donation, and enhance the lives of 75 others through tissue donation. And whereas 95% of people say they support organ donation, but only 61% of Nevadans have demonstrated it by registering as donors. And whereas people of all ages are considered potential donor heroes. And whereas Washoe County, the Washoe County Regional Medical Examiner's Office and the Nevada Donor Network stand together to raise public awareness about donation and the importance of becoming a registered donor in order to save and heal more lives. Now, therefore, the Washoe County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim April 2021 as National Donate Life Month and encourages all Washoe County citizens to consider the simple but generous act of registering as organ, eye, and tissue donor at the DMV or online at registerme.org, dated this 23rd day of March 2021, signed by the hand of our chair, Bob Lucy. I don't know who.
Ms. Miles?
There you go. And the microphone is yours.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Monica Miles for the record, representing Nevada Donor Network. I want to thank you, Vice Chair, and I want to thank Justin as well and the entire staff at the Washoe County Regional Medical Examiner's Office. Their partnership has allowed Nevada Donor Network to honor the wishes of more registered donors and more families than ever before. But I really want to thank them and Washoe County for all of your efforts in educating our community about the importance of organ, eye, and tissue donation and also registering as a heroic donor. So today we thank you for this proclamation and also encourage everyone to take this heroic step to register. Again, you can register at registerme.org, or we actually have set up, this is new, we have set up a new registration page specifically for Washoe County. You can go to nvdonor.org/Washoe County and register on our national donor list. And we can see the results of Washoe County's efforts by seeing all the registrations that we get that way. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miles.
Thank you,
Mr. Norton,
Commissioners.
good to see you.
You too, sir. For the record, Justin Norton at the Medical Examiner's Office. I just wanted to make this really brief, but we started this partnership with Nevada Donor Network just a little under 4 years ago. And in that time, we've made thousands of referrals for people who have died in our jurisdiction here. And of those, hundreds upon hundreds have actually been able to donate tissue. And that can't be stated enough, I think, the importance that those are people that would not otherwise have been able to make those donations. These are people that are dying outside of a hospital setting, not able to kind of get the quick turnaround. So the partnership that we have has saved and changed thousands upon thousands of lives in the area. So this is, to call it a success, I think is a great understatement, in fact. But I do, again, want to thank Nevada Donor Network. They have been phenomenal partners through all this. I want to thank you, the commission. You have always been supportive of our office during this process and given us the freedom to make this agreement and execute it and carry out and help the community. And last but certainly not least, I'd like to thank my staff. 2020's been rough for everybody, obviously, but our office is definitely not short of that. And we have a group that works 24/7 in some of the worst field that you can deal with. And they work really hard to make sure that this partnership goes forward, and they really believe in donating life. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Norton. We do appreciate it. And, you know, we have such a wonderful relationship with Donate Life and how we've worked with you for so many, sort of the Nevada Donor Network and the ME's office. I think it's very important, you know, not only for the individuals that are donating, but those individuals that are receiving. And it is such a unique process. To the extent we've been recognized nationally, and I think that's important to always put on the record the solid work that our medical staff and medical examiner staff have done and do. Mr. Norton, you, the entire team at the ME's office has done a great job. So with that, if we can get a quick picture, you know, I want to, oh, I'm sorry. Do you want to?
You're good with words.
Thank you very much. David Astoria with Nevada Donor Network for the record. Chair Lucy, assembled commissioners, and Mr. Manager, thank you very much for proclaiming April Donate Life Month here in Washoe County. I will say that it would be nice for me to give a little bit of personal testimony here in that I supervise our clinical team who performs the recoveries at Washoe County ME's office, and have done countless different kinds of recoveries, and had a son who is now 7 months old. 1 week after he was born, had to have open heart surgery, and he is now a recipient. So I'm a recipient dad as well now of a kind of graft that I have recovered tons of. So without those kinds of things, I do want you to know, I want you to get feedback directly that those are important efforts to undertake, and we appreciate how you are supportive. We're never resting on our laurels. Monica didn't mention this, but she has taken it upon herself to begin to send out sympathy cards and give a much more personal touch to our donor families. She's also making phone calls to them, so there is much more of a closed loop there. And I hope you will consider coming by and visiting as we open our new expanded office a little bit later this year. So we would love to see you in person and chat with you about the state of donation. Again, thank you very much. Can't say thank you enough.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Yeah, when we get a quick picture, can we get everybody to come down into the pit?
Mr. Chairman, by the way, that was in the form of a motion?
We still have one more, and we'll do all of them at one time. So thank you, sir. You want to come over? Oh, I'll have you stand right here in front of us. I see you, Justin. Perfect. Come over here. Don't step on. Don't trip over. Thank you. Smile with your eyes. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for coming. Nice to see you. All right, we have one final proclamation today, and that's item 8C. This is a proclamation to proclaim the week of April 4th through 10th, 2021 as National Library Week. And we do have on Zoom Jeff Scott, our Executive Director of our libraries, and Emily Reed, who's also the Director of the Law Library. And we have Commissioner Hill going to be reading that proclamation for us today.
Thank you. It's an honor to read this proclamation for National Library Week, and I think that this is the Emily Reed that I grew up with, so hello, Emily. Whereas the theme for National Library Week, Welcome to Your Library, promotes the idea that libraries extend far beyond the four walls of a building and that everyone is welcome to use their services. And whereas during the pandemic, libraries have been going above and beyond to adapt our changing world by expanding their resources and continuing to meet the needs of their users, and libraries are less about what they have on the shelves and more about what they can do with and for their communities. Whereas people visit in person or virtually, libraries offer opportunities for everyone to explore new worlds and become their best selves through access to technology, multimedia content, and educational programs. And whereas libraries have long served as trusted and treasured institutions where people of all ages, interests, and backgrounds can come together and learn alongside one another. And libraries and librarians work to create an equitable society by providing free access to accurate information to all people. And whereas libraries of all types are in the hearts of their cities, towns, and schools and campuses, and libraries offer members of the community a welcoming space and opportunities to explore new passions through technology, programs, and services. And whereas libraries and librarians help patrons find tools to help improve the quality of life, and libraries, which promote the free exchange of information and ideas for all, are the cornerstones of our democracy. And whereas libraries are a resource for all members of the community, regardless of race, ethnicity, creed, ability, sexual orientation, gender identity, or socioeconomic status, and offers services and educational programming that transforms lives and strengthens communities. And the Board of Commission does hereby proclaim April 4th through the 10th, 2021 as National Library Week, as signed by Chairman Lucy. And we'd love to hear from you, Emily.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the warm welcome. My name is Emily Reed. I'm an Assistant Court Administrator for the 2nd Judicial District Court. The Washoe County Law Library is one of the 3 teams that I oversee, and a team that I'm incredibly proud of. So thank you very much, Commissioners, for making this proclamation and for taking the time to recognize the importance of all libraries, including law libraries, to our community. For those of you who are not familiar with us, the Washoe County Law Library provides access to legal materials and information to all members of our community. With the support of the Board of County Commissioners, the Law Library Board of Trustees, and our judges, we've had the opportunity over the last year to grow our virtual and digital offerings. We continue to offer Lawyer in the Library via Zoom, and it has worked out so incredibly well, better than we ever could have imagined. We now offer contactless book lending, and team members are available via chat. And that's not through a chatbot, it's actual team members, email, and on the phone. If anyone would like any more information about the Law Library, please do not hesitate to reach out to us. And thank you again to everyone for your continued support of our library.
Ms. Reed, thank you so much. We do appreciate all you do at the Law Library and all that you offer for our community. Mr. Scott, do you have any comments in regards to, for yourself, for National Library Week? I don't think Mr. Scott is with us, actually. All right, well, we just did, unfortunately, we don't have Mr. Scott with us this morning, and we do appreciate Ms. Reed joining us. Library Week is always a very important week. It does highlight all those services in which we provide that institution for our community in regards to not only a place to inquire and gather knowledge and through books and many different forms of media, but it also allows us that ability for those public centers and community centers for people to come together, and hopefully at the outset of this, we will have that type of ability to do so again very soon. So with that, we've read all our proclamations today, and at this time, I would look for a motion to accept all 3 proclamations.
So moved.
I have a motion. I have a motion from Vice Chairman Hartung, and I have a second from Vice Chair Herman. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have a motion from Vice Chair Hartung, second from Commissioner Herman. Is there any public comment on item 8? Seeing no public comment, we have no public comment. We'll bring it back to the board. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, motion carries unanimously with Commissioner Jung absent. She was no longer on the phone. She's on a break. She had to get off at the time, so
Okay.
she was not participating in that vote.
Thank you.
All right, Vice Chairman, if you want to take us through item 9, these are our donations.
I'd be happy to, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. So item 9A is recommendation to accept donations to the Washoe County Regional Animal Services in the amount of $15,230 retroactive for the period October 1 through December 31, 2020, to be used for the humane care and treatment of sick and/or injured, stray, abandoned, or at-risk animals. And we'd like to express appreciation for these thoughtful contributions and direct the Comptroller's Office to make the necessary budget amendments. And item 9B is recommendation to accept a one-time appreciation gift donations estimated value of $1,175 from private citizens to the Washoe County Sheriff's Office. That's all commission districts.
All
There you
right.
are, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr.
That is in the form of a motion.
And that is in the form of a motion. So I have a motion for the Vice Chairman to
Second.
accept the donations, a second from Commissioner Hill. Do we have any public comment in regards to the donations?
No.
Seeing no public comment for the donations, call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Commissioner Herman, were you an aye?
Yes, I was.
Okay, we have an aye from Commissioner Herman. With all commissioners voting, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Jung not in attendance. Mr. Manager, that takes us to item 10. Your microphone's off.
Hello?
There you go.
There we go. All right, item 10 is the consent agenda. My apologies. And we will go 10A through 10H.
Perfect. And Mr. Manager, everything in the consent agenda is ready for approval by staff, correct?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Mr. Manager. Commissioners, is there any discussion or questions on any portions of the consent agenda at this time? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion to accept the consent. Yes, no?
Moved.
Motion to accept the consent agenda. I have a motion from Commissioner Hill.
Second.
Second from Vice Chairman Hartung. Looking for any public comment. Seeing no public comment on the consent agenda, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 12:30. We're going to move through one last item. I believe we're going to try to get a block vote in, and then we will take a break for an afternoon break prior to our afternoon session. So, Mr. Vice Chairman, do you have a block vote for us today?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, for your consideration, I would move that we put item 11, 13, 15, 16, and 18 into a block status vote.
So item 11, 13, 15, 16, and 18.
Yes, sir.
I have a motion from the vice chairman for those. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for those items to be put into a block. Mr. Manager, will you read those items into the record, please?
Item 11 is a recommendation to award a bid and approve the agreement to the lowest responsible bidder for the 2021-2022 encroachment excavation repair project for Truckee Meadows to perform street cut pavement repairs as needed in the Truckee Meadows pursuant to Washoe County Street Cut Ordinance at Washoe County Code BS, 85.058. Staff recommends West Coast Paving in the amount of $231,000. Item number 13 is a recommendation to approve an interlocal contract between public agencies, Nevada Department of Health and Human Services Division of Healthcare Financing and Policy, and Washoe County in the total amount not to exceed $3 million for the period July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2023 for the disproportionate share program for certain indigent services. Item number 15 is a recommendation to accept an FY21 Family First Prevention Services Act Transition Subaward from the Nevada Department of Health and Human Services Division of Child and Family Services in the amount of $231,525 with no county match, retroactive from October 1st, 2020 to September 30th, 2021, to provide services that prevent entrance into the child welfare system as well as improve outcomes for children and families affected by trauma in the child welfare system. Authorize the director of the Human Services Agency to retroactively execute the grant award and direct the comptroller's office to make the necessary budget amendments. Item number 16 is a recommendation to approve retroactive and future expenditures for purchases that have exceeded $100,000 in the aggregate to the contract awarded to American Comprehensive Counseling Services, awarded an informal invitation to bid number 3122-20, retroactive April 1st, 2020 through March 31st, 2021, and approve expenditures in excess of $100,000 in the aggregate on subsequent renewals should the need arise if any of the up to 4 additional one-year periods permitted in the contract, with the understanding all such expenses will remain within available adopted budget funding if approved. All purchases remain subject to compliance in accordance with the provisions of the Local Government Purchasing Act. Item number 18 is a recommendation to approve agreements between Washoe County and Carson City, Humboldt County, Lassen County, and Nye County for forensic pathology services provided by the Washoe County Regional Medical Examiner's Office for a period of up to 3 years effective retroactively on July 1st, 2020.
All right, so we have a motion and a second for the block votes for items 11, 13, 15, 16, and 18. They've all been read in. Do we have any public comment on any of those items? Seeing no public comment, we will bring it back to the board for, I have a motion and a second. Call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously with 4 commissioners voting. All right, please affirm your votes on the screen. And what we will do, we are now to a spot where it is now 12:40. I would like to put us in break till 1:30 this afternoon. We will be back, and so at this time, we will be in recess. Thank you very much, everybody.
Hello.
Commissioner Herman, you there?
Yes,
All
yes,
right.
I am.
Good, good. All right.
Thank you.
No problem. We'll get started here really quick.
Okay, thanks.
Have you throw your phone on mute for a minute. All right, you
Sure,
ready?
I got it.
Okay. Everybody ready? All right, let's go. All right, welcome back this afternoon. It is 1:35. We'll bring us out of recess and back into our regular business meeting. At this time, we are on to item 14, and Mr. Manager, will you take us into item 14, please?
Absolutely. Item 14 is a recommendation to approve amendment number 4 to the contract currently awarded to Reno Initiative for Shelter and Equality, or RISE. The awarded request for proposal 3130-20 for facility operator of Our Place Women and Family Shelter on the Our Place campus, which authorizes an increase for hotel costs reimbursements in the amount of $200,000, retroactive to the term of March 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2021, authorizes an increase in the amount of $60,000 for a total not to exceed $2,313,333, retroactive to the term of March 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2021, to support additional RISE staffing needed to build in Building BC on the Washoe County Human Services Agency's Our Place campus, authorizes an increase in the amount of $180,000 for a total not to exceed $2,300,000 to the 4 renewal periods to support RISE staffing on the Washoe County Human Service Agency's Our Place campus, and authorize the purchasing and contracts manager to execute the amendment and revise the purchase order, approve the use of general fund contingency in the amount of $260,000 for unbudgeted expenditures for fiscal year 2021, and if approved, direct the Comptroller's Office to make the necessary budget appropriation transfers. And I believe we have Director Howell available to give a little summary, Mr. Chair, on this item.
All right, Director Howell, are you with us?
I am, Chair.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. You know, obviously, this is a recommendation to amend the contract, then also allow for the extensions. I'm going to turn it over to any commissioners that have any specific questions, or Director Howell, do you want to give us kind of a brief overview outside of what's in the agenda item?
Sure, I would love to. Just to provide a summary, since opening of the Women and Family Shelter Place in the summer of 2020, there has been an ongoing wait list despite us doubling the number of beds that were previously available to us at the Record Street campus. So one of the ways that we address this growing need is HSA received a grant from Governor Sisolak's office in the amount of $162,000 to construct and remodel 8B, a home that was currently vacant that we had within our lease, and that actually opened up 10 additional family rooms for that population, and that opened December of 2020. We were able to flip that house in just 4 weeks, and it completely eliminated the wait list for families needing shelter. What also happened in December is with the winter storms and COVID limitations, the county implemented a motel voucher program earlier this year to ensure that women that were unsheltered had a safe place to reside and to rescue them from the inclement weather. But the cost for the motel voucher program was averaging about $150,000 per month. We had placed 412 women total. And so that really showed us the need that we were continuing to grow and a need to provide an additional building on the Our Place campus so that we could decrease the motel voucher program and have a more permanent solution. So in March of 2021, Building C was renamed the Hope Home, and it was transformed into a women's risk reduction sober living building to accommodate 36 additional women, which then brought the total amount of women served on the Our Place campus to 138, so nearly triple what we had down at Record Street. As soon as we did that, within 2 weeks, the motel placements went from 105 to 2 women in a 2-week time frame, validating that significant need to release that pressure valve and that those expansion efforts were very important. As of today, I'm very happy to report that we have 0 wait list for women and families that are seeking shelter. So that really has validated the need for those 2 additional buildings. So today's approval of the RISE contract amendment is to continue the motel voucher program on a much smaller scale than we have been funding that program, and also to bring on the staffing needs for the RISE, our vendor RISE, for those 36 additional beds. We have every intention of ceasing the motel voucher program once the Nevada Cares campus opens up and there's a sanctioned safe camping location. So that's what's in front of you today. I know in May we are coming back based on a request from Commissioner Hartung to talk about all of our programs that we have, from Crossroads to Sober 24 and Our Place, and how all of those individuals are pipelined into our system and how we make placement decisions. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but that is the staff report that is in front of you today.
Thank you, Director Howell. I appreciate that. Vice Chairman, I have you signed in first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Howell, excuse me, I apologize. What do we have an approximate, this is not a permanent scenario, so do we have an approximate time where we think that we can move our clients through the system and do warm handoffs to, step 2 or to others where they can really, sort of finish the work for us? Do we have an approximate?
Amber Howell, for the record, what we are noticing is by extending it from 3 months to 6 months at the Our Place program, that has made a significant difference by giving them a little bit extra time. We have a number of individuals, because of the synergy on the campus now, where we have our TADS program and Crossroads, we are pipelining individuals from Our Place into the Crossroads programs. We actually have Crossroads come down to the Our Place campus, start engaging with those individuals, doing presentations, talking about the program. And we really are starting to see the churn of having as many exits as we are seeing entries into the system at Our Place. I think with we had a very unique situation with COVID and weather, where we had a lot of individuals that were seeking shelter and not having enough space, and us having enough time to really see those outcomes start to produce. So it's taking about 6 months to see that. We have a presentation for you to kind of show how many are scheduled to be exiting within the next 3 months. And I think we're there. I think we're starting to level off and get a good balance and stability by opening these 2 other homes. And for us today to not have a wait list is quite significant from where we were in December.
No, and I think a 6-month time frame, I mean, I think that's a completely reasonable time frame. I don't know what the average time is that these families would spend in step 2, but I know it takes time. You've got to get many of them rehabilitated. You've got to get them back on their feet. You've got to get them reestablished in the community. So, I mean, that's a 6-month time frame is, I mean, that's good. It just helps us to kind of understand the capacity needs based on how long we would have our clients in the system. So I really appreciate the information, and I think you guys are doing a great job, and as you know, I'm very supportive. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And Director Howell, as you pointed out, this is The item that's in front of us is to award and amend the contract with RISE, the Reno Initiative for Shelter and Equality, and they have been a phenomenal partner and an operator of our place since since the inception. And so I'm very supportive of RISE and what they've done. I know they've overcome a number of odds in regards to hiring and opening amidst a pandemic. So I want to at least give a huge amount of gratitude to them and their staff for all the work that they've done, but also to yourself and Ms. Schweigert for your guys' continued dedication to the campus. I think it takes truly a village sometimes to raise a child, and it takes a village to really truly help some of these vulnerable children and families to find that. And so I'm happy to support this continued amendment of the contract to allow them to continue to evolve our place. And I'm very happy to hear in regards to the hotel cost reimbursements that we're trying to move away from that and allow for, through Building C, allow for individuals to reside on our place and be, have that close access to services. So I'm very supportive of this initiative. So if are there any other comments or questions on this?
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
if I may.
Mr. Manager.
I just want to really applaud the efforts of Amber and her team through this very, very difficult process. I think we've collectively learned a lot. We continue to understand that we're going to learn more as we work to manage these guests and these populations. Every time that we've gone to Director Howell and asked for more, as in more help or innovative ways to think about how we accommodate, she has stepped up to the challenge in a big way. And I will remind everybody she has responsibilities beyond our place. HSA is an organization that takes care of our seniors and our child protective services and our other vulnerable populations. But I'd just like to applaud her because this stuff isn't easy, and it can be kind of relentless in terms of how it comes at you, and she's really stepped up to the challenge. So
I couldn't agree with you more, Mr. Manager. As the director of our second largest department within the county, maintaining the amount of employees and staffing and issues in such a large part of our population, she's done a phenomenal job. And not only has this been innovative, but we truly are pioneering new ways to approach this. And it takes a lot of confidence and a lot of understanding and a lot of education and a lot of intelligence to really walk into this realm. And her and her team and RISE have done that with grace and dignity and just exceptional outcomes. So I'm very happy about that. So without being said anymore and touting Ms. Howell's superior challenge, we want to move forward with this. So if there's is there any public comment signed in on item 14?
There is not.
Seeing no public comment, we'll close public comment. At this time, I'm looking for a motion on this item.
So moved, Hartung.
I have a motion to approve from Vice Chairman Hartung.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Hill. Seeing no further public comment and discussion, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, let the record show the motion carries unanimously with 4 commissioners voting, and we will move on. Thank you, Director Howell. We appreciate it. All right, Mr. Manager, we are on to item 17, sir.
Item 17 is a discussion and direction to staff regarding legislation or legislative issues proposed by legislators by Washoe County, Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District, or by other entities permitted by the Nevada State Legislature to submit bill draft requests or such legislative issues as may be deemed by the chair or the board to be of critical significance to Washoe County.
All right, Mr. Manager, I'm going to turn this over to you, being that you were more, or Commissioner Hill, you, or either one of you
Well,
would like to take this?
Mr. Chair, so each of, hopefully Commissioner Herman and Commissioner Jung also received the updated summary of the legislative session, which was distributed here this morning. You'll notice that in terms of the list of bills, there have been some additions, but nothing so significant that we need to talk about it. But in the list, as you'll see a few pages back, it says watch list, I'm sorry, the second page has new watch list items, and then a few pages back, it has just watch list items, which was the original list of watch list items. I just want to clarify that for the commissioners. We did learn that there are a couple of bills that have been proposed, AB 363 and SB 322, that have to do with STRs, with short-term rentals. So it's worth noting that those are new entrants to the list, and they if passed, could have an impact on what we are able to do here in the county, but at this time, you know, they're not enacted, so you just need to be aware that they are there. So Commissioner Hill, you want to say more?
Oh, just based on that the STR bills, I read the brief on them and look forward to having a discussion on Friday to see the staff thoughts on how it would affect us. But no, there's no additions or further deliberations for the commission on this list at this time.
Okay. Thank you both. I do appreciate the update. I do get a couple updates while I was out of town. AB1 and AB 33 were, AB1 got a due pass out of Assembly Legislative Ops, Leg Ops and elections, and will go for a floor vote and then move to, hopefully to the second house. AB 33 was amended and also got a due pass out of Assembly Judiciary. So those are both bills that we have been supporting and are moving along in the process. AB 3 and AB 196, we assume we'll have those hearings and continue to get move along the process. AB 110 was on our watch list. That was signed by the governor on 3/18, and that was the revising the Nevada Lobbying Disclosure and Regulation Act for lobbyists and those that are working in the legislative building and through the legislative process. So, and we did it, as Manager Brown pointed out, add a number of the bills. One that was added was the SB 111 that was brought to us by some concerns from citizens. And that's the revision of the Education Board of Trustees. So with that, as Commissioner Hill and Manager Brown and I will convene on Friday to follow up with this week's events and move forward, obviously, with another fun week of the legislature to see what lies in our future. Any other comments by any of the commissioners in regards to any of these legislative items other than that? Seeing none, I'll make a motion to accept the report as provided in the staff report.
Second.
I have a motion,
Sir?
myself, a second from Commissioner Herman.
Chair Lucy?
Yes,
There is no public comment?
haven't got there yet, but I was just about to ask.
Oh, okay.
So seeing that we have no public comment and we have none on Zoom, I'll bring it back to the board. And we've got a motion and a second on seeing no further discussion. Call for the vote. All those in favor?
Who was the seconder? I'm sorry.
Commissioner Herman was the
Thank you.
seconder, myself as the initial. Okay,
Thank you.
so call for the vote. With all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously with 4 commissioners voting at this time. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, that takes us to the end of our regular business for right now. We have next up our public hearings that were listed to not start, 21, or not. I'm sorry, we could jump right into the public hearings. So let's jump into item 19. Mr. Manager.
Item 19. Item 19 is a public hearing. Recommendation to revoke special use permit case number SB 13-008, De La Cruz Horse Racing Events for cause, specifically non-compliance with one or more conditions of approval in accordance with section 110.810.70, section B2, and of the Washoe County Code. Section 3, I'm sorry, of the Washoe County Code.
Okay. All right. Commissioners, this is a public hearing. I'm going to look to clerks. Do we have any public comment signed in on this item?
We do not.
Being that this is a public hearing, is there anybody signed in? We'll bring it back to the board. No public comment for this public hearing. I'll turn to the commissioners now for interaction.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Vice Chair.
So, as you're well aware, we've dealt with these scenarios in both districts 4 and 5. This one happens to be in 5. Perhaps for the benefit of our newest commissioner, Commissioner Hill, we could get just a very short staff report where they sort of outline what's happened, and give her the opportunity to ask a few questions, and then we can basically go from there. That would be my request. I'm very familiar with this
Yes.
one, and there's another in Spanish Springs.
Yes. Do we have Ms. Howenstein or
We have
Mr.
Chris
Bronzik?
Bronzik.
Is Mr. Bronzik on?
Yes.
Mr. Bronzik?
Good afternoon.
Hi. How are you, Mr. Bronzik? We can hear you perfectly. Perfect.
Can everyone see the presentation?
We can, sir.
All right, so we're looking at SB 13-008. This is the De La Luz horse racing events. And so this revocation that's being called before you is in accordance with section 110.810.70B, specifically under grounds for revocation 2 and 3. And this basically states that a special use permit may be revoked pursuant to the provisions of this section upon the finding of one or more of the following grounds. The first being one or more of the conditions upon which such development approval was granted have been violated, or that the use or facility for which the development approval was granted is so conducted or maintained as to be detrimental to the public health or safety, or as to be a public nuisance. So this is located off of Grass Valley Road. The special use permit was granted in 2013. It allows for 21-day horse racing events, and the conditions of approval require that the applicant submit dates of their scheduled horse races no later than April 1st, with a 15-day lead time for any changes that may take place with any scheduling. This special use permit did allow for up to a maximum number of 400 people and was allowed to run from May through September. I'm going to go through some of the condition violations that we have on file right now. So the very first one, condition 1A, the applicant shall demonstrate substantial conformance to the plans approved as part of this special use permit. Through our investigations by various agencies, we discovered that the organizer was not following any plans and nothing was being submitted to the reviewing agencies. If things were being submitted to the reviewing agency, it was either delayed or within 24 hours. Again, 1C, the applicant shall comply with all conditions of approval to the satisfaction of each reviewing agency before a business license is issued for horse racing events. Through the time that I've been reviewing this, the applicant has consistently failed to meet the agency deadlines for submission of contracts, communicate with reviewing agencies about upcoming events, and even when those events were approved by the agencies, the applicant consistently failed to follow the approved agency conditions. This just goes back to the applicant must submit by April 1st of each year in the 15 days prior. This was made the year after approval when it came back to the BCC for status updates. But however, with that condition, we still saw that the applicant has consistently failed to meet these deadlines. And there's certain exhibits that I provided within the staff report that even conclude that, some of our other agencies weren't even aware of these date changes. They were feeling that they were surprised by these changes. Additionally, staff does have evidence that illegal or unauthorized events were held in 2020, even though no event calendar was submitted and no events were reviewed or approved. Condition 1X states that this special use permit shall remain in effect as long as the business is in operation and maintains a valid business license. The applicant has not maintained a valid business license. They actually let it expire on August 21st, 2020. It should be noted that our business license staff was working and still working during COVID, and online mail and over the phone renewal was available during this time.
Mr. Bronzy, we read a majority of these in the staff report and feel pretty, I hate to do this, but I want to try to, if you could keep it brief, and then if there are any specific questions that Commissioner Hill may have in regards to this, I think we've got plenty of detail. If there's anything outside of the staff report that you'd like to add, that would be beneficial at this time.
I think the staff report pretty much covers it. Everything that's happened was updated with the staff report and updated with the BCC staff report that was presented to you. So I have nothing new to add besides the presentation before you.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Hill, do you have any specific questions in regards to this item?
No, I do not at this time. I read the staff report, and this reminds me of my days working in special events at the City of Reno, and sadly we had to revoke permits for way lesser crimes. So I'm comfortable making a motion unless there's questions.
I have a question for Mr. Bronson.
Yeah, Commissioner Herman, go ahead.
Yeah. I know this is in my district, and so I kind of know some of the situation. And even though there's a lot of missing information, put it that way, I know there is a language barrier there, and I just want to make sure that every effort was made to make sure that they understood everything, because sometimes, you get misunderstandings from, you'll nod your head yes, but you're not sure, you want to get this done. So I just wanted to make sure that the department has been handling this very specially, kind of. So just that question.
Understood.
Yeah, go ahead.
So unfortunately, there is that language barrier. I don't speak Spanish, and certainly not fluently. So all my correspondence with the applicants has either been via phone or via email, and unfortunately in English.
That's what I understand, yeah. Mm-hmm. That's why I was concerned.
Okay. Any other further questions, Commissioner Herman, that you have for staff?
No, that's the major one.
Okay. When you look through the staff report, I understand the challenges very frequently with language barriers. However, you know, these events have been going on well before 2009, and we've had issues all the way through from 2009, 2012, even into 2020 during the COVID pandemic. And that was the biggest one for us, that they hosted an event during 2020 when there was no events to be hosted. And, you know, that was kind of the big thing, the collective. And it put us at a different liability in regards to offering them that special use permit. So I don't disagree with you that the staff should have probably done the most they can, but it does look that they have, in my opinion, reached out to these individuals multiple times to have that discussion. It doesn't seem like they've been able to find themselves in compliance ever over a period of time. So with that, I am going to, those are my comments, and I'll close it. Is there any further other comments from any of the commissioners? Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So one of the other things that always bothers me about these kinds of scenarios is the undue stress that's put on the surrounding property owners and the roads. You know, you have multiple events where you have, 400 plus people traveling these dirt roads. Those dirt roads are maintained by, the GID, which everybody pays into, and it's tough. It's difficult, and I get complaints in Spanish Springs from the surrounding property owners because the events in Spanish Springs, at least, and I can't speak to this one, but the events in Spanish Springs will go on to 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, and so I think that they've had some issues. I've had some folks out in this area tell me that there have been some problems in terms of compliance. So sadly, revocation is really the only way that we can deal with this. And then I do have a question for Mr. Bronczyk. If we do revoke this permit, is there a cooling off period, or can they come back in and reapply, or how does that work in terms of our code, Mr. Bronczyk?
So my understanding is there's no cooling off period. They can reapply for a special use permit if they so chose. However, in reviewing and doing the analysis of a special use permit, we do look at the past history. And so obviously this revocation would be taken into account. However, the revocation does not prohibit them from coming in and doing single day event permits. So prior to what they did in 2013 when they got this approved special use permit, they can still come in, they can still apply with each agency to get one of these events activated. The only thing that this is doing is basically removing that blanket approval of having 21-day events annually.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Commissioner Hill.
I appreciate that Commissioner Herman brought up the language barrier, which I did not know. Chris, when you spoke to the applicant, did they ask for any, could you easily communicate with them? Did they ask for any support? Do we have people in the office that can help speak Spanish? We did at the City of Reno. I'm just curious.
At least within planning, I don't know of anybody who is fluently speaks Spanish. However, the individual that I've been communicating with is Sandy De La Luz, and I've been able to communicate effectively with that individual. And I do believe that she is present today and will want to speak.
Okay, thank you for that.
Any further comments? All right. All right, seeing no further comments from the commissioners, and we've called for public comment. There is no public comment. The special use holder is not here to discuss anything. I'm looking for a motion at this time. There is public comment. Okay. Sorry, we do have public comment, so I'll allow for public comment. I have Mr. Larry Chesney via Zoom. Mr. Chesney. Can you unmute Mr. Chesney? Mr. Chesney, can you unmute yourself?
Okay, there. Can you hear me now?
I can, thank you, sir.
Okay, I'm speaking as Vice President of the Palomino Valley GID. This event has, these events have consistently put pressure on our roads, causing, they have not met the conditions of water trucks watering the roads down, cleaning up the roads and the air access areas prior to and after events. We are one of the petitioners to have this revoked. They put extreme pressure on our budget and our finances with these events because we end up having to put our very limited staff and crew hours onto Grass Valley Road to clean it up after the events. And we highly support the revocation of the special use permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chesney, we do appreciate it. And I do have now a phone, I have a phone caller in. Sir, what's the phone call, what's the number? Do we have a phone number? Do we have a Galaxy, somebody calling in with a Galaxy S10 that's on Zoom? You're unmuted.
Hi.
Hi.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, can you say your name one time for the record?
Yes, my name is Sandy De La Luz. So I'm talking on behalf of the owner of the horse races.
Okay, Sandy, welcome. The floor is yours, ma'am.
I'm not sure if you guys have any questions. And then in regards of the person that just spoke on the phone right now about saying that we don't clean up after each event. We do clean up after each event. We do after each event, the day after we finish the event, and then the next day in the morning too. So that's a lie that we don't clean up, because we do clean up the roads, and we do more than, we actually go through the exit of Grass Valley Road, like all the way through the mailboxes to the property. We go both sides of the road to clean everything in detail. So that's a lie that this guy's saying that we don't clean up after each event, because we do clean up after each event. We do water the roads. I can actually, I'm not sure, like, yeah, we might have failed this past year, but the years before, we actually did water the roads. We actually have papers to testify that we had a water truck that was watering the roads for us. We have the invoices with the price that we paid for them, how many hours they water the roads. So yeah, we might have, like Chris said, like on the past, my sister was taking care of the business, but she actually, something happened, so I had to take over it. So I was trying to get very familiar with this, how this actually worked. And I might not talk to Chris all the time. Yeah, I had some concerns and asked him questions, and I was probably unsure about some of the stuff that we were doing, and we were not doing it right, maybe. But I can pretty much say, yeah, we agree that maybe we failed this 2020, but in the past, yeah, we had some barriers, you know, that we didn't comply with the rules that we had to met by the due date. But I don't know if you guys have any more questions.
Thank you, Ms. No, I don't think we have any more questions at this time. Thank you for those comments. We do appreciate it. We've called for public comment. Seeing that there's no further public comment, I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the board. I think based upon Commissioner Herman's concern about a language barrier, Ms. De La Luz that was just on the phone obviously demonstrated that they have the ability to have those conversations with staff, and admitted that they did hold an event in 2020 when they should not have held an event during the pandemic under the SUP that was granted to them. With that, those are still my comments. I have some great concern about those types of issues. And as Mr. Bronziak pointed out, the event can come and place applications for one-day permits. This just removes their blanket approval. So with that, I will turn it back to the board for a motion. Looking for a motion.
In just a preview to the motion, is there any possibility that they could get the summer coming up, you know, and resubmit whatever's necessary, get a solid understanding, and if by fall there's problems still, then bring it back to the board for revocation. Is there a possibility of that?
No, not at this time, Commissioner, because this has been noticed, and we do have to, and it is on there at this time, so we are going to move forward with this item. As I stated,
Okay.
they can reapply for single-day permits, and they can reapply for the SUP if they go through the process again. However, at this time, based upon the history and the data provided, we're going to move forward with this action at this time. So with that, seeing no further discussion, Vice Chairman.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I move to take action to revoke special use permit case number SB 13-008 based upon the ability to make the findings pursuant to Washoe County Code 110.810.70, parent B, that the following grounds for revocation exist, that one or more of the conditions upon which such development approval was granted have been violated, and that the use of the facility for which the developmental approval was granted is so conducted or maintained as to be detrimental to the public health or safety as to be a public nuisance.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Hill. I have a motion and a second to move forward. No further discussion. We've taken public comment. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay. Jean Herman.
Commissioner Herman is in the opposition. Motion carries with 4 commissioners voting 3-1 with Commissioner Herman in the opposition. And thank you very much, everybody. I do appreciate it. Mr. Bronski, I thank you for your time. All right, we are on to...
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I believe Commissioner Harton, no,
John.
Commissioner John
We're going to
is
take a brief.
available.
We're going to take a brief recess just for technical to get Commissioner Jung on the line, and then we will come right back. We're in recess. Kitty, can you hear us? Kitty, there?
Hi, I'm here.
Okay, all right. All right. And Commissioner Herman, Jean, do we still have you on the phone too?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. I'm going to bring us back out of recess. We are back in session. Please let the record show that Commissioner Jung is now back in session with us, and all 5 commissioners are in attendance. Mr. Manager, that takes us to our next public hearing, which is item 20.
Item 20, public hearing pursuant to NRS 533.550 for possible action to adopt resolution 20-088 of the County of Washoe approving the agreement for purchase and sale of Truckee River water rights claim DTR-50/50A between Washoe County and Great Basin Land and Water on behalf of the Pyramid Lake Paiute Tribe for the sale of 28.55 acre-feet of water rights at the appraised value of $197,000 and authorize the chair to execute the associated water rights deed prior to closing of escrow, having made all 4 written findings pursuant to NRS 533.550.
All right. I will open the public hearing. Commissioners, is there any need for an update on this? Vice Chairman.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
this is a very sort of quotidian type of a scenario. It's not uncommon at all. And if no other commissioners have any questions, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Vice Chairman. Is there any other discussion from any of the commissioners? Being that this is a public hearing, I'm going to call for public comment. Is there any public comment from anybody wishing to speak?
I'm not seeing any.
Seeing no public comment, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. Commissioner Hartung, would you like to make a motion?
I would, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
I move to adopt, after giving reasonable consideration to the information contained in the staff report and the information received during the public hearing, resolution number 20-088 of the Washoe County of the County of Washoe approving the agreement for the purchase and sale of Truckee River water rights claim DTR-50/50A between Washoe County and the Great Basin Land and water right and water on behalf of the Pyramid Lake Paiute Tribe for the sale of 28.55 acre feet of water rights at the appraised value of $197,000, and authorize the chair to execute the associated water rights deed prior to the closing of escrow, having made all 4 written findings pursuant to NRS 533.550.
I would like to second that.
Okay.
Herman?
Okay, I have a motion for the vice chairman and a second from Commissioner Herman. Commissioner Herman, do you have any further discussion on that? All right, seeing no further discussion from the commission, I will call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously with all commissioners voting. Please affirm your votes on the screen. All right.
Mr. Chair, I may have missed it, but was there public comment on this item?
There was not.
We called for public comment, and there was no public comment. You okay with that, Mr. Rotsvale?
Yes, I am, just double checking.
Thank you, appreciate it. All right, Mr. Manager, we are on to 21, sir.
Item 21.
Actually.
You want to go to 22?
Yeah, let's do 22 really quickly, and then we'll start with 21.
Okay.
All right.
Item 22 is a public hearing to conduct a Tax Equity Fiscal Responsibility Act, or TEFRA hearing, and adopt a resolution approving the issuance by the Arizona Industrial Development Authority of not to exceed $29,500,000 of educational revenue refunding bonds on behalf of Doral Academy of Northern Nevada Foundation for purposes and as required by Internal Revenue Code of 1986, Section 147F, as amended. The bonds, or a portion thereof, will be private equity bonds and qualified 501c3 bonds for purposes of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986. The revenue from the bond issuance will be used to finance and/or refinance from time to time pursuant to a plan of finance existing charter school facilities located at 3725 Butch Cassidy Drive, Reno, in Washoe County, Nevada. The facility, which are the facilities, the funding of a debt service reserve for the bonds, and the payment of certain costs of issuance of the bonds. The bonds are not a debt or obligation of the county. The county is not a party to the financing and bears no risk in the transaction, either financial or reputational, and has received a letter of indemnification from the borrower, which was prepared by the county's bond counsel firm, Sherman and Howard LLC. LLC.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manager. And before we move forward with this this public hearing, I do have to make a disclosure. I serve as a member of the board for the Doral Academy of Northern Nevada, and oversee their operations as a board member. However, I have no pecuniary interest in Doral, nor do I have any benefit from this. As outlined in the staff report, this is the motion to allow for a public hearing, and not the funding of the bonds. nor does the county have any obligation or connection and is not party to the financing and bears no risk in this transaction. So at this time, I feel the need to make my disclosure. However, I will be voting on this item I have no conflict at this time. With that, is there any need by any commissioners to have any more further detail in regards to this item? Seeing none, I do have public comment, so I'm going to call for public comment right now. So, Madam Clerk, will you please call public comment?
We have William Carlson on Zoom.
Okay. Mr. Carlson.
Okay, you're on, Bill.
Oh, thank you for letting us give an opinion. We think that this rule STR for short-term rentals is really unnecessary.
Mr. Carlson, this is not. We're not on to the STR. This is for Durrell Academy's the refund.
Okay, I'm sorry.
If you want to wait, we can put you on to the STRs. Is that what you're wishing to speak on? Okay, that's fine. We'll save Mr. Carlson's comments for the STR. So, Mr. Carlson, if you'll please hold. All right. Is there any further public comment as it pertains to Durrell Academy public hearing? All right. Seeing no further public comment, I'll bring it back to the board. This time, I'm looking for a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Move to approve as listed in the staff report on page 3 of this agenda item.
All right. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, I'll second from Commissioner Hill. It was a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously with all commissioners voting. All right, now we've done a majority of our business in regards to our work. Let's go back to item 21. Sir, Mr. Manager, I will turn it over to you to take us into 21.
Okay. 21 and 21A.
Sorry, so we're going to do 21 and 21A at the same time, and I'm going to let the clerk introduce us to those because these are second readings and potential adoptions for the ordinance. So I apologize, Madam Clerk.
Excuse me. This will be ordinance number 1665, an ordinance amending the Washoe County Code at Chapter 110, Development Code, within Article 302, allowed uses to identify the types of review required for short-term rentals in each regulatory zone and to add an administrative review permit to the list of review types. Within Article 304, Use Classification System, to update the residential use type description, add a definition for short-term rental, and update the definition for lodging services. Within Article 410, Parking and Loading, to update the off-street parking space requirements table to include a reference to short-term rentals. And within Article 910, Enforcement, to specify that appeals of administrative hearing office decisions related to short-term rentals would be heard by the Board of County Commissioners. Chapter 110 would also be amended to create Article Attachment A, Page 1, Draft, February 25, 2021, Page 2 of 26-319 Short-Term Rentals STRs, to establish standards, location, limitations, defining unpermitted short-term rentals as nuisances, occupancy limits, parking requirements, safety and security considerations, signage, noise thresholds, trash garbage collection rules, insurance requirements, Tahoe area considerations, permitting requirements, enforcement process, fees, fines, and penalties associated with short-term rentals, and to amend Article 306, accessory uses and structures, by removing the procedural details for administrative review permits, with those details being relocated into a new article that is updated to reflect minor changes related to short-term rentals. That article would be created as Article 809, Administrative Review Permits. Short-term rentals are a type of temporary lodging booked for fewer than 28 days and operated out of private residences such as homes, apartments, and condos. They are commonly made available through property management companies and online booking services, and are also referred to as vacation rentals. The amendments also resolve discrepancies arising within existing Washoe County Code chapters as a result of the new code language and other matters necessarily connected therewith and pertaining thereto. And this was previously Bill number 1852. The next ordinance is number 1665. An ordinance amending the Washoe County Code at Chapter 110, Development Code, within Article 302, allowed uses to identify the types of review required for short-term rentals in each regulatory zone, and to add an administrative review permit to the list of review types within Article 304, Use Classification System, to update the residential use type description, add a definition for short-term rental, and update the definition for lodging services within Article 410. Parking and loading, to update the off-street parking space requirements table to include a reference to short-term rentals, and within Article 910, enforcement, to specify that appeals of administrative hearing office decisions related to short-term rentals would be heard by the Board of County Commissioners. Chapter 110 would also be amended to create Article Attachment A, Page 1, Draft, February 25, 2021, Page 2 of 26, 319, short-term rentals STRs, to establish standards, location limitations, defining unpermitted short-term rentals as nuisances, occupancy limits, parking requirements, safety and security. Oh, I'm sorry. This was 1666?
This is the first one you just read.
Okay.
So clarification, Madam Clerk.
Yes,
You told me
please.
that the first ordinance was 1665 now, and then you said 1665 for the second part of your reading.
The second one is 1666.
Okay, I want to make that clarification on the record. Have you also introduced item 21A? Is that the one, is that 166, is the fee schedule? Because I don't think you've introduced that.
No, I haven't done that one yet, sir.
So 1666 was the second portion of
Did I
the,
confuse that? Okay.
of 20.
I think I need to start over with this, sir.
What's that?
1665 was read properly. 1666 and 1667.
Okay, 1665 was read properly. I need to reread 1666, sir, and 1667.
Please, will
Those
you
next two
read,
ordinances.
yes, will you please reread 1666 back into the record? And then
Thank
we'll
you.
open up 21A.
Ordinance number 1666, an ordinance amending the Washoe County Code at Chapter 50, Public Peace, Safety, and Morals, to include a definition of short-term rental and define unpermitted short-term rentals as a public nuisance. Short-term rentals are a type of temporary lodging booked for fewer than 28 days and operated out of private residences such as homes, apartments, and condos. They are commonly made available through property management companies and online booking services, and are also referred to as vacation rentals. The amendments also resolve discrepancies arising within existing WCC chapters as a result of the new code language, and other matters necessarily connected therewith and pertaining thereto. This was formerly Bill number 1853.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, for those. And now will you please introduce 21A?
So this is the third ordinance for item 21. This is ordinance number 1667. An ordinance amending the Washoe County Code at Chapter 125, Administrative Enforcement Code, to establish enforcement provisions related to short-term rentals, including but not limited to definitions, evidence of operation, evidence of violations, appeals and associated timeframes, stop activity orders, warnings, penalties, and penalty notices. Short-term rentals are a type of temporary lodging booked for fewer than 28 days and operated out of private residences such as homes, apartments, and condos. They are commonly made available through property management companies and online booking services and are also referred to as vacation rentals. The amendment also resolves discrepancies arising within existing Washoe County Code chapters as a result of the new code language and other matters necessarily connected therewith and pertaining thereto. And this was formerly Bill number 1854.
Okay. And then 21A, as we're going to open it up, is not an, it's not an, it won't be assigned, it's just, it is a resolution amending the development code, but will not be is not assigned an ordinance number, correct?
Correct.
Okay. No. So let me clarify for everybody, just so that those that are listening on the phone, for item 21, which is currently listed as the public hearing for short-term rentals, bill number 166, ordinance number 1665 would be the amendment to chapter 110, the development code. Ordinance number 1666 will be the ordinance amending chapter 50 for public peace, safety, and morals. And then ordinance number 1667 will be the ordinance amending chapter 125, administrative enforcement code. Those three ordinances will be administered through item 21. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, as they've been introduced and as they've been read in their first reading. And those bill numbers. And then, since we're having 21A, which would be not an ordinance, but a resolution amending the development code for the fee schedule in regards to short-term rentals and their permits. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Watts?
Okay. Yes.
Commissioner Herman, do you have some questions?
I do. Online is where I got my information for this meeting, the agenda.
Mm-hmm.
And I have 20 and I have 21A. That's 1665 and 1666. So it isn't online the way you're talking. I don't understand why it wouldn't be.
This item includes all three ordinances.
Okay, was it posted that way to identify those three bills and the potential of those three ordinances?
Yes, and the motion includes all three of the ordinances.
Okay, because I see as the attachments in my staff report, as I have attachments A, B, and C, which are Chapter 110 draft ordinance, Chapter 50 draft ordinance, and Chapter 125 draft ordinance. Commissioner Herman, do you have?
I see that on there, but it's on 21A. It's not listed as a separate agenda item. That's why I'm confused.
Okay. So 21 is amending the ordinances. This is the second reading of the ordinances. Those are directly the language changes for those three chapters, 110, 50, and 125. 21A is not it's not an ordinance. It is just the resolution that's adopting the fee schedule for the short-term rentals, and there is no need for an ordinance to adopt the fee schedule change. And so, do you have further questions about that, Commissioner, or can legal clarify that for Commissioner Herman?
I'd like to have them look at that, yeah. Look online.
Mr. Chair, let me see if I can make a suggestion. Rather than opening up both of these at the same time, it might be easier to open up 21, deal with the three ordinances, and then handle 21A as a separate item, and that should hopefully eliminate the confusion. The reason that there's not a listing of ordinance numbers is because the ordinance numbers don't get assigned until today when you are in chambers by the clerk. Okay. There were three ordinances attached as item 21. So my suggestion that would be to just go ahead and take these one by one, and that will hopefully eliminate some of the confusion.
Okay. So
I just felt that to make the explanation, I just felt that other people might have that same question.
Okay. All right. So upon Commissioner Herman's request and the counsel of our Deputy District Attorney, we will only be addressing currently item 21, which are potentially the bill numbers, ordinance numbers 1665, 1666, and 1667 to address chapters 110, chapter 50, and chapter 125 as the draft ordinances that were submitted in the presentation. and the staff report, and as introduced for the second reading. All right, now that we've got all the formalities done, is there a need for discussion on any of the items or specifics from staff in regards to this second, the second reading or any amended changes into this?
Mr. Chairman, I think,
Commissioner Hill.
thank you. I think from hearing from the public, it would be great to have staff just do their quick overview of what was changed between the first meeting and today's second reading, and I think that they've got that prepared for us today.
Wonderful. Let's do that upon the request of Commissioner Hill. We do have, I believe, Assistant Manager Dave Solero. We do have Planning Manager Chad Geisinger, and I do believe we have Ms. Maura Howenstein as well. So we'll go with Mr. Geisinger. Chad, are you with us? Mr. Giesinger, can you hear us?
Mr. Chair, can you hear me? This is Trevor Lloyd.
Yeah, Trevor, we can hear you.
Okay. Do you see my screen?
No, we can't, but we can give you those permissions here in a second. There we go. We can see somebody's screen now.
Okay. Just give me one second, please. All right, you see the full screen? There we go.
You should go to presentation mode.
Go down to the bottom. It's the one bottom right corner there, Trevor.
I'm sorry, it's showing up on mine. Hold on.
Yeah.
Are you not seeing the presentation?
No, we're seeing it. We just see, we see your entire PowerPoint, not just the presentation, slide by slide.
Yeah, give me one moment too.
Beauty of technology. Where is it? Yes.
All right.
What's that?
Okay, I apologize. Let me go ahead
Hey,
and.
Trevor, if you'll press F5.
I read this and I turned the page.
Should have.
So how I ended up on that page again?
It ain't letting you.
Give me 1 second. I'll stop sharing and then I'll start again.
All right. Oh, beautiful. Now we can see it perfectly, sir.
Sorry for the technical glitch.
That's okay.
Well, good afternoon, commissioners. For the record, my name is Trevor Lloyd, Planning Manager for Planning and Building, and also presenting with me is Chad Geisinger, Planning Manager also. And we would like to, if we could, present both 21 and 21A as one package deal. And it was a request that we run through the modifications just briefly that have been made with the draft ordinance. And if I could, I'll just go quickly through these if you don't mind. So the current draft ordinance will no longer require the external placards and the unscheduled safety inspections. Also, the ordinance will now allow for self-certifications. This will still require a physical inspection prior to the initial STR permit. But Washoe County would allow for a self-inspection checklist that must be submitted for the following 3 years after the initial permit is issued. So the permit, as long as the permit has not lapsed, there's no confirmed code violations in the previous 12 months. The owner provides a signed notarized self-certification checklist testing that the property continues to meet required safety standards. Additional modifications include the method we will use for calculating allowable occupancy. The calculation would not be based on the number of bedrooms, but rather the total square footage of the habitable space. This calculation would allow for one occupant for 200 square feet based on existing adopted fire and building code standards. So keep in mind that bathrooms, garages, and other non-habitable spaces would not be included in the square footage calculation. Okay, modifications to the draft will allow for a second STR if there is a legally permitted accessory dwelling on the property. STR permits may be issued conditionally with a delayed defensible space inspection when the property is covered by snow. Also involving emergency restrictions, the ordinance would grant Washoe County the ability to impose additional restrictions on STR operations during declared emergencies such as this one. Additionally, the draft code now requires STR operations or operators to provide a cleaning recommendations handout that will be created in coordination with the health district. The modifications that resulted from last month's county commission meeting result in parking and noise restrictions that will only apply in the Tahoe Basin with TRPA's area of jurisdiction. Also, defensible space inspections will be only be required for properties located in the extreme or high fire risk rating zones, as determined by the adopted International Wild Urban Interface Code. So just going through some of the timing, if this ordinance is adopted this afternoon, a 25-day judicial appeal period would begin, and staff will immediately develop the permitting and application process. On May 1st, staff will begin accepting applications, but there will be a 3-month grace period in which the applicant may obtain the STR permit. Enforcement of the STR standards will begin on August 1st. So as identified on the previous slide, following the approval, the appeal period would begin immediately, and staff would complete the permitting and application process throughout the rest of this month and the rest of the month of April, and begin accepting these applications in May, with full enforcement beginning in August. We do anticipate bringing back a status update to this board in November and seeking your direction as necessary. So moving on, Planning Manager Chad Geisinger will discuss the fines and fees.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Chad Geisinger, Planning Manager for Planning and Building Program, overseeing code enforcement. I can hold off on this if you'd like, or I can continue with this since you decided to take the two items, open up the two items separately, or you can still open them up separately, and I can proceed. What's your pleasure, Chair Lucy?
Mr. Geisinger, why don't you go ahead and proceed, just because I think it's relevant to the discussion. And then if we have any finer questions in regards to 21A when we get there, we'll ask you to go back, but please continue.
Good, thank you very much. So I will be covering the second half of the presentation today, which does relate to 21A, fees and fines. And as you're aware, the proposed fees are based on covering the costs of implementing and enforcing the STR program. One of the changes that have been made since the last hearing on the first reading is we revised our assumptions based on direction we heard at that meeting to divide the anticipated cost by 500 permits instead of 300, which resulted in a lowering of the overall initial permit fee. We also have retained the 10% discount if a licensed property manager is utilized. That was direction from last year's meeting. And the renewal fee will be lower after the initial permit inspection, and even lower if self-certification is utilized, and that's another modification that was made to allow self-certification up to 3 years. Regarding the fines, staff is proposing using the existing administrative enforcement scaled system in Chapter 125, and that is one of the fee schedules that you'll be reviewing and eventually adopting today. And what we're proposing is to more than double the current code enforcement fines. We're also proposing, due to the potential nuisance nature of operating an STR without applying the standards and expedited compliance and payment timeline, than is what is currently in Chapter 125. Currently, there's a 30-day window. We're reducing that to 14 days. And then at the request of, I believe, Commissioner Hartson, we revised the penalty for operating without a permit. It is now based on the cost of a permit, which also was revised because of the 500 permit assumption, plus a $400 fine. So now it will be slightly higher. It was 1,000 previously, and now it'll be 1,158. So here is an overview of the cost breakdown that staff put together beginning of this process. You can see it mostly includes the cost of hiring an additional code enforcement officer to enforce this ordinance. As we heard over and over again, that enforcement is going to be key to the success of this ordinance. It also includes the cost for the host compliance software that we're utilizing for address identification and the 24/7 hotline and so forth. So as you can see there, the total was $192,219. That's our estimated cost per year going forward, divided by 500, gets you to the current fee we'll be proposing. And here are those fees. So these are the revised fees downward from what we initially have been discussing. And as you can see, the highest fee that will be incurred is the initial permit fee at $758.40. The first column there, the base fee, that is the 500 divided into 192,000. And then the remaining columns, planning, building, and fire, represent required inspections. We did want to include, just for a point of reference, a little bit of analysis we did at the beginning of this process regarding average STR nightly rates. This is based on information we mined from the host compliance data. And as you can see, the average crossing incline Village Coastal Bay Area is quite high at $350. So basically, you're looking at a rental of a weekend and covering the permit cost. There is an additional fee in here I'd like to point out, the appeal of an STR administrative hearing order decision. This was included. What this covers is if a penalty notice is issued for a violation of standards, that operator has the right to appeal to administrative hearing. If they lose at the administrative hearing and the penalty is upheld, they do have the ability under code to appeal that decision to the Board of County Commissioners for final administrative determination, and this fee is to capture the work involved in bringing it forward. Some more detail on the proposed fines. Here is the new table we'll be adding to the existing fine schedule in Chapter 125. So just as a point of reference, that first administrative penalty, the current code enforcement fines are $100. We're proposing $400 for an STR violation, first offense. The second at $700. Right now it's only $200 under our current code enforcement fee schedule, and then $1,000 for the third administrative penalty, and it's currently only $400. And there you see the $1,158 for operating without a permit that we just previously discussed. And then on my bullets here, I just wanted to point out to the boards that you understand that these penalties will be following the procedures of Chapter 125, which includes a potential hearing in front of an administrative hearing officer. They do have the discretion to potentially reduce fines based on circumstances. And it is also possible that additional fines could be levied if we had a really bad actor that just refused to stop operating without a permit. We could go into the criminal realm. So it does provide that remedy to issue a criminal misdemeanor citation. Wrap up the fines. What I've been discussing so far are the fees for a standard permit, which is a tier 1 permit, so occupancy 1 to 10. It's more or less like a building permit. You can see there the initial permit fee, $758.40. But if you go beyond that level of occupancy, you will kick in the addition of planning permits that have to be issued. So in tier 2, it would be an administrative review permit, which is the Article 809 that's being created. And you can see the fee there. And then for tier 3, which would be probably likely very rare because it has to have commercial zoning, you're looking at a discretionary review permit, admin permit, at the fees listed there in the 2,000 to 300 range. Planning fees are non-refundable, and there's no guarantee of approval for those discretionary tier 2 and tier 3 permits. Staff is proposing an effective date of these fees of April 15th, so that we're ready for the May 1st submittal that Trevor already covered. This was discussed a little earlier. These fees are adopted by a resolution, so the master fee and the planning schedules are by resolution. And we will be reassessing these fees going forward within the first 6 to 12 months population. So in conclusion, as you're aware, we've received extensive public comment on this item. And the ordinance that we're proposing is based on the direction we received from the board as recently as a week and a half ago. We were responding to additional direction. And we really feel like we've kind of reached a balance with this ordinance of the interest, and we feel like we stuck to the vision statement that we began with at the beginning of this process. But we realize, the ordinance is not going to be perfect. The ordinance is, and we will be revisiting the ordinance as discussed earlier after launch in November 2020. With that, let me cover one item of note on the motion. Included for your reference at the end of each staff report, there is a potential motion for your use. But on the motion for adopting the ordinances, Chapter 110, 15, and 25, please do not include the very last paragraph that we included in the staff report that discussed about returning for review. Legal felt that wasn't consistent with the summary in the staff report, so we could do that. And with that, I'll turn it over to questions. We do have Maura Hohenstein on the line, Director Hohenstein, myself, Trevor, I believe our CBA representative is also in attendance, and we do have Edwards of the DA's office. With that, I conclude my presentation.
Okay. Perfect. All right. Thank you, Mr. Yeah, it's that. I'm sure we just asked for it so that it's not hard timeline. Okay, so with that, what I'd like to do is, now that we've had a staff presentation on the changes that have been made since the first reading, I'd like to open public comment and take public comment now. Madam Clerk, will you please call public comment?
We have William Carlson via Zoom.
All right. Mr. Carlson. Mr. Carlson, can you hear us?
Yes.
I'm trying to unmute.
Okay, good. We got you. Now we got you on the right item. Thank you for being patient, sir. We do appreciate it. Sir,
Can you hear us now?
Yes, he can.
we can hear you now. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Our opinion is the proposed ordinances are an overreaction to a fairly minor problem of infrequent misbehavior by some renters, but it punishes the entire community with a burdensome set of new rules, regulations, and increased cost. At the very least, it's going to drive up costs and rental rates, making Incline Village less affordable and less visited as a tourist destination, which is our principal industry here. Our home is on Incline at Arosa Court, and it's a duplex. So we only own half of the structure, which consumes the entire lot. Section 110 chart says that our facility gets only one outside parking and has to have a second in a garage, but there's no room for a garage. It's impossible. So we've had 2 parking spots for 40 years, and there's no reason to change it. So we've had the property for our family, and we use the modest rental income simply to pay the taxes, the homeowner's dues, and maintenance.
And make improvements.
And minor improvements. If we don't have any rentals, we can't afford to keep it. So we'll have to relocate. And this is going to happen to other people. So essentially, the community is going to suffer by people leaving, and it's going to be a detriment to the whole community. In conclusion, it seems like all these rules are killing a flea with a nuclear weapon. It's not a big problem. Rather than solve the problem with a whole new set of rules and fees and regulations, inspections, more insurance, floor plans, dictated use of how the bedrooms are arranged, the height of the ceilings, and all that stuff, why not focus on the few misbehaving people and go fix those problems and not impose all these burdens on everybody else? You shouldn't be following the terrible California example of regulating businesses to excess, driving them out of business. And thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, I'm not finished.
Oh, my wife has a comment.
Ms. Carlson, can you state your name for the record, please?
Marie May, M-A-R-I-E-M-A-Y, Carlson, C-A-R-L-S-O-N.
Okay, thank you.
She's a co-owner of our property.
This proposal on STRs is insane. It will kill the economy, the tourism in Incline Village, not mentioning putting people out of a job and closing businesses. We don't have room to build a covered garage on our little land covered entirely by the building. The renters participate in the economy of the village by going to restaurants, grocery stores, beauty salons, shops, gambling places where they spend their earned money. If you implement those guidelines, you are putting a lot of people like us out of business, and we are closing tourism in Incline Village.
That's the end of our comment.
That's it.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Carlson. We do appreciate your comments. Next, we have Carol Black on Zoom. Miss Black.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, ma'am. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I actually wanted to ask you to consider two things. One is with respect to the fire safety inspections, they're critical, as you know. It's a major concern. The initial inspection is important, but I would also suggest that you might want to consider a trial of at least an initial and 1-year follow-up on-site inspections, with then a subsequent schedule to be determined by performance. Moving along to the proposed zoning code change in code number 110304.15, I request that you reinstate the phrase on a wholly or primarily non-transient basis. Subsequent to enactment of ordinances subjecting vacation rentals to the TOT in 2007 and 2014, Washoe County formally represented to TRPA that residential uses within the unincorporated areas are specifically for non-transient living accommodations, and there was no plan to enact a regulating ordinance, despite the fact that this would then make TRPA deem vacation rentals as not allowed in our region. After questioning conflicting code elements in 2019, based on vague legal comments which need review, the commissioners subsequently embraced a different and I think flawed conclusion from what this was stated above, which violates the Nevada Dillon Rule governance, violates the Incline Village founding principle by limiting every owner's right to peaceful enjoyment of their residence, violates the Washoe County, Nevada procedures. Proposed zoning changes have not been processed as such, and included suspension of code enforcement pending regulations. If the use was legal, why suspend, I ask? As the board in February, Commissioner Hill asked the attorney a question with the response that short-term rental owners could argue that a taking of their property rights if stronger protective provisions were put in to protect the residential community at this time. The attorney failed to tell commissioners and the public in that statement that under the current language, which excludes transient lodging in residential neighborhoods, STR owners cannot argue a taking of their rights because under Nevada law, there cannot be a taking when the statute does not provide the transient lodging in residential neighborhoods. There cannot be taking of a right that is not given under the statute. By removing the exclusion of transient lodging, this exposes the county to greater potential liability of takings claims when more protective legislation is put in place, and we urge you to leave the existing language in the statute to avoid future potential claims. To date, code changes have not been properly processed. Proposed wording deletion is not required for regulation or for TRPA compliance and adversely impacts all residents' rights to peaceful enjoyment of their property. Maintaining the wording shouldn't impede.
Thank you, Ms. Black. Your time has expired. Thank you.
Next, we have Adam Thongsavat via Zoom.
All right. Mr. Thongsavat.
Hi, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to comment again today. We want to thank the county for the thoughtful consideration of the short-term rental ordinance. I also want to thank the members of the Washoe County staff for their hard work and dedication to secure community and stakeholder feedback. While we believe there are remaining changes to the draft ordinance that should be made, for example, amendments to in-person inspections and the host registration process, we understand the county has tried to balance the needs of all stakeholders. From our experience, establishing a new permitting regime can be challenging to navigate, and extensive ongoing public outreach is needed to ensure maximum compliance. Should the board adopt the second reading of the short-term rental ordinance today, we stand ready to support the county with a host education campaign and other resources to ensure hosts are aware of the new rules and proposed registration process. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. We look forward to working with the county in the months and years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next we have Mary Lauren via Zoom.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you guys hear me?
We can, ma'am. The floor is yours.
Okay. Good afternoon to all of you commissioners. And I live at 15215 Timbercrest Trail, and I'm just above somebody that's using a rental below us that actually they were denied a business license 2 years ago, and now they've found a way around it. They're, in our opinion, they're operating an illegal B&B. And what has really happened here, I have to disagree with the Carlsons. They have totally disrupted the peace and quiet of our entire neighborhood, not to mention exposing us all to extreme fire danger since we're right against the Forest Service. Not only that, Troy, the owner, allows them, like this last 4th of July and this New Year's Eve, they allowed them to put out fireworks for a half hour at a time. And these fireworks were going shooting up into the air. Nobody would help us. There was no snow on the ground. It was high fire danger. And then at times they have so many cars parked on Timberline Drive, we can't even get out the north direction. If a fire does happen, we're trapped in our houses. And this guy has absolutely no interest in the neighborhood or taking care of it. And he's actually just destroyed whatever peace of mind and security we had up here. And I just can't believe that they would allow something like this. He has up to 30 people at a time, even with COVID going on, sitting in this house and coming outside and walking up and down the roads and setting off fireworks and doing whatever they please with nobody to contain them. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Ms. Laren. Next.
Next, we have Kim LaBarber Smith via Zoom.
Ms. LaBarber Smith, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can, ma'am. The floor is yours. Go ahead, ma'am. Can you hear us? The floor is yours. You can.
Yes, I'm wondering if you can hear me.
Yeah, we can, ma'am. The floor is yours.
Excellent. Excellent. Okay. So, good afternoon, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. So, I have been a resident of Incline Village for about 25 years, and Incline is a place that we came as a family. At one time, my parents did use it for short-term rentals, and it's really just been a place that we have loved and really cherished for quite a long time. Wanted to just kind of go through the plan that was identified in regards to the amendments. The $200,000 that you're looking to bring on payroll to provide a person to manage this updated ordinance, and to also pay for a car and all the other things that are associated with that. I want to just tell you that that cost of that one position really is on the back of all the property owners. If you're looking at $786 or rounded to $800 a permit, and then you're going to give us a 10% discount if we work with a management company. Management companies charge between 15 to 20% per month for their fees. So we're not only having to pay a management company to get a 10% discount, so you're kind of forcing us to work with a management company. I don't own 5 or 6 properties. I have one. So, that's something that I could easily do on my own. Also, I think it's cavalier. Actually, I don't know the name of the gentleman who was talking that $800 pays for a weekend rental. Actually, there's a lot of expense that goes into maintaining my property. So there's the yearly maintenance and the improvements. There's my homeowner's dues. There's insurance. And so those are all things that that I'm having to pay monthly. So $800, and just couple that with the pandemic, it's been a painful year. My suggestion is that I do understand that there's a lot of bad actors, and the woman who just spoke, perfect example of, making her life uncomfortable because of short-term rentals. I do think that there's an opportunity, though, before you go and you update this ordinance, to take some of that money that you're looking to allocate for that head count to enforce this, is to look into doing an awareness campaign, a communications campaign to the short-term rental companies and to the renters.
Ms. Smith, thank you. We appreciate your comments.
Next, we have Chris Greenman via Zoom.
Mr. Greenman.
Hi there, Chris Greenman here.
The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. My wife and I live in Washoe County, off the hill, in South Reno area. We purchased about 6.5 years ago a home up in Incline Village, which we do use ourselves, and we vacation rental. And we are grateful for this opportunity to manage this. And we do it ourselves. We do not use an outside company. As mentioned before, they charge quite a bit, a management company, and we have found that we can do it far more effectively ourselves. And being 30 minutes away, we're able to handle any issues that come up. But in the 6.5 years, we've never had an issue. And I think it is important, pardon me, to really focus. Yeah, there are perhaps some bad apples, that we hear about, and focusing on them as opposed to having these restrictions, as blanket restrictions across the board. We'd love to continue this privilege to rent out our home on a short-term basis. And over the years, we've contributed much to, the county. We've paid about $100,000 in TOT tax in that time period. And again, I don't know how TOT tax, can be spent and everything else, but it certainly seems like through that, one would be able to fund some of these extra expenses, but you might not be able to allocate that way. I'm not certain about that. But thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you, sir. We do appreciate it.
Next, we have Tara Bryant via Zoom.
Ms. Bryant.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for your time today. I appreciate it. I just have 3 points that I would like to ensure that are being referenced and thought about. One, short-term rentals is a business. This is a small business owners. This is what we are. We know with limited building restrictions in Incline Village, for example, the Hyatt, which is the only hotel, is we're unable to sustain the amount of tourism we need in order to keep our city afloat. So that's one. The second piece is I like to understand the data points, and I like to learn more about where they come up with the average nightly rates. I believe someone mentioned it. I myself have had a short-term rental there for a few years now, and I've never, your average rate of, I believe it was $249 for the medium size, never rented my place for that much, ever. It's anywhere between less than 100 to 200 tops in a high season area. So I would like to understand, one, how are those rates averaged? And second of all, are those rates then correlated into the tiers and also into the costs of the permitting and the fines? And then the third piece I'd like to just make a note of is I understand that there are lots of emotions around this. And as a community and as a small knit community, we want to be sensitive to everybody's emotions. But a lot of these discussions and a lot of the feelings are exactly that. They're subjective, their opinions and their emotions are not based upon facts and the numbers. So, when you hear things like this is, quote, destroying our community, we don't know if we didn't have them, how that may, unquote, destroy our community. So I think all of the areas need to be better aligned to ensure that we do have a good community and that everyone's thoughtful and courteous of one another. But I agree with many of the prior discussions around there are one-offs, but we shouldn't penalize everybody for the 5%. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next, we have Chris Tolliver via Zoom.
Mr. Tolliver. Mr. Tolliver, can you hear us?
So embarrassing for him.
Can you guys hear me?
We can now, sir. The floor is yours.
Hi, guys. regarding the STR regulations, I commented in the very beginning part of the meeting, like 5 hours ago, that I'm looking to retire in Washoe County, not necessarily in Klein Village, but, somewhere like that. And the way I will be able to pay for the mortgage until I can fully retire and move my whole family there is by short-term renting the place, during the high season when we're not there. The restrictions actually don't sound that bad considering what I was expecting to be rolled out. But I implore you guys, I'm looking to move my family to your community with our high-paying jobs, spending in the community, and I'm going to stay there for the next 40 years. And the way the STR regulations goes, it's definitely going to alter that decision if it goes back. I want to move to Washoe County. I don't want to move to Douglas County. I don't want to move to Northwest Reno. This is where I want to be. I love it. I've been coming there every year for the past 20 years. So I implore you just to don't get too.
Thank you, Mr. Tolliver.
Next, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Next, we have Louis via Zoom.
Louis.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Can you state your whole name for the record, please, first and last?
Sure. Louis, R-I-D-G-W-A-Y.
Sir, you're going to say, I have to say it one more time. Just as you started to say that, we lost you on the mic.
Okay. Louis, L-O-U.
Louis, you keep cutting out on us, sir.
I don't know what I'm doing wrong. How about now?
We can hear you. We can barely hear you, but go ahead. Try one more time.
Okay. Louis Ridgway.
Perfect. The floor is yours, sir.
All right. I also am in the camp with the last several commenters. I started vacationing in Incline approximately 30 years ago. I plan to retire in the area at least half-time in the next 2 to 5 years. I currently live in Kansas City. Approximately 2008, I bought a condo in Third Creek, and I short-term rent that from time to time. I try not to have it done real often, but enough that someone is there periodically to check things that may go wrong and give a little income. In reviewing the financials that some people have put forward, I would also echo the comments of others. The tourist season is actually not very long in Incline. You have the 2 shoulder seasons where very few people come. You have some skiing in winter, but my condo doesn't have very many rentals during the winter, and I don't do a winter ski lease. And during the summer, we spend approximately a month of the summer there at various times. And so the other times are when we get most of the rentals. Last year, my income, the property manager's income for the total fees were somewhere around 18 to 20,000. And my checks that came to me to cover all the expenses and mortgages was just $9,000. So if you look at that, it's a little bit to help with my $5,200 property tax for the area and a few other things, but certainly no one's getting rich off of this. It's just a little help. I think the fees should be much less for people in my position that have 6 people as a maximum occupancy. It's a 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom condo. It has plenty of square footage and parking is ruled by the condominium complex. So my comments on that is I think the requirements are burdensome for that level of person. I do not know why you would need a home inspection, physical inspection, and a detailed floor plan, which may be hard to get on my particular thing. You should probably do either or on those.
Thank you, sir. Your time has expired. Next, we have Amy Smith. Ms. Smith, can you hear us? Ms. Smith, can you unmute? You should have that available.
Can you hear me okay?
We can, ma'am. Please, if you could state.
Can you guys hear me okay? Oh, wonderful.
State your name for the record and then.
My name is Amy Smith. Perfect, thank you. My name is Amy Smith. Thank you, Chairman Lucy and members of the commission. I am a 13-year resident of Incline Village, a realtor with Coldwell Banker, and the president of the Incline Village Realtors. The Realtors want to thank staff for their hard work and including us and the community in this process over the years. Incline Village Realtors think this ordinance implements standards that are both reasonable and enforceable for all. We all know the only way to enforce rules and combat the bad actors is to adopt enforceable regulations. We feel optimistic that being able to enforce nuances and the STR ordinance equally will result in a more enjoyable time for both residents and visitors. Visitors who stay in short-term rentals help contribute to our economy. They help keep our favorite restaurants open, our families employed, and help the overall health of our community. The Incline Village Realtors thank you all for supporting home ownership and private property rights in a way that we all can continue to enjoy the beauty of Lake Tahoe. Thank you all again for your time today. We appreciate you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Alex T. Alex.
Yes, thank you, Alex Dennis. I'm a 17-year homeowner and a resident of Incline Village.
Sir,
I know this order.
Sir, 1 second. Can you state your name just clearly for the record one more time? I apologize.
First name Alex, last name Sigdenis, TSIGDINOS.
Thank you.
It's clear this ordinance is going to be passed as it is. So I'm going to tap the former military officer in me to tell you in very direct terms why so many residents are utterly disillusioned by this process. Commissioner Lucy, you sit on the board of the RSCVA, which collects the TOT tax this ordinance will maximize by allowing unlimited STRs in Incline Village, Crystal Bay. I believe you should recuse yourself due to an ethical or legal conflict of interest. Commissioner Hill, candidate Hill told us, quote, if the draft of this proposal passes as written, residents are screwed. Now Commissioner Hill fully supports it. To the commissioners, except Commissioner Hill, who was not yet elected, and Commissioner Young, who voiced a principled stand on the last meeting, during the height of the pandemic when hotels and STRs around Lake Tahoe were closed to prevent COVID communal spread, you kept STRs open in Incline Village, Crystal Bay, packed us with out-of-state tourists, while the RSCVA worked on a joint marketing agreement with Airbnb to promote STRs here. You risked our health and lives in exchange for transient occupancy taxes. The Washoe County attorneys, you interpret the takings law supporting the rights of non-resident STR owners to rent short-term, but you're fine with taking away the zoning in Incline Crystal Bay that defines primary residential neighborhoods as residents living 29 days or longer since the early 1960s. You claim STR caps to be illegal, yet your counterparts in Douglas County are fine with caps and with fines of up to $20,000. The county planning staff, you can't take credit and praise for holding multiple public input meetings and opportunities if you totally ignore the input from same. That's why so many residents now regard county public outreach as a charade. Meanwhile, San Francisco-based Airbnb, who we heard from earlier, non-local Tahoe realtors and STR owners, the Greater Las Vegas Short-Term Rental Association, and other external paid lobbyists had greater influence with commissioners than the people who live and vote here and contribute a highly disproportionate amount of the total real estate taxes collected by Washoe County. Again, to the commission, county planners, and attorneys, you may devalue residents' input by casting us as NIMBYs or neighborhood crazies, and that's fine. But we are your constituents. You are elected to serve us. We pay your salaries. In this ordinance, you are failing the majority of us. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, we have Charles on Zoom. Charles. Sir, can you unmute your...
Can you hear me?
We can, sir. Sure.
Thank you.
Can you state your name for the record, sir?
Yeah, Charles Jones,
Thank you, Mr.
McLeod's 215. I'm an owner, short-term renter, also a retired attorney. First of all, I want to thank you for the work you've done. It's not an easy task. I've actually done work such as yours when I was a lawyer, and I know how difficult it is, and no matter what you do, you get criticized. I want to talk to you first about section 110.319.15A12, and that's in your staff report, March 23rd, 2021. I did coverage work. The language in that ordinance about insurance actually isn't legally correct. It says the property must be identified as a short-term rental. You actually don't want to see the word short-term rental. For example, Farmers is the leading insurance carrier in Incline. Its endorsement is, I'm going to write this down, E6028-first edition. It's the endorsement for rentals, and it will include short-term rentals, but it does not use the word. If the word short-term rentals was utilized, it would be in the exclusions, and you don't want to see it there. The ordinance says identified as a short-term rental. That's not legally correct, and it just flat out is not. What you want is a renter's endorsement that does not exclude short-term rentals. The way it's written, you're never going to comply with the ordinance. You really should look into that, because if staff looks at an insurance policy and wants it to say this is a short-term rental policy, that will never appear. And I know you don't want to do anything today. I know you want to pass it, but that is a serious problem unless you can work it out with staff. Also, on your ladders, on your escape ladders, the most recommended is the Werner ESC220. That is permanently attached. However, talking to some of the fire officials that I know, their recommendation is the Kitty 468143 or 193, I forget, KL. Why? The Werner is permanently attached. The Kitty, you could put it on a hook, and maybe that complies with it. The advantage to it is it's portable. It fits over any window. If the exit is blocked for any reason, you can move it to another window. You have the words permanently attached. Maybe that's something you can take up with staff. Maybe a hook would comply. But I think you're going to find that the portable one is the one you want because it adds greater protection. Again, you can take that up with staff, but it's the Kitty, and you can put a hook and say it's permanently attached. But the way it's written, I'm worried that staff might have a problem or fire might have a problem. Also, your 500-foot requirement for notification.
Sir, your time's expired. We appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Next, we have Ann Rossman via Zoom.
Ms. Rossman.
Yes, this is Ann Rossman. Can you hear me?
We can, ma'am. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. So I basically wanted to just reference some items that were in your commission meeting notes of March 23rd. And let me start by saying that I would really, really appreciate if you would postpone today's vote, because I think there are a number of issues that continue to be disagreements between the county and the residents. So let me just run through a couple of suggestions. I know that you are against placards on homes or houses, but I would recommend that you create an online website where Incline and Crystal Bay residents could go and see exactly which properties are rentals. I think that's a safety issue, so they know if people are coming and going, how that is or isn't appropriate. Inspections, I would initially start tier 1. I wasn't clear if you plan on doing that or not, but I think before we agree to have any properties available for rent, that should be something that is across the board. The occupancy calculation, I think, is quite burdensome and confusing. I would prefer to do the calculation that was initially indicated, either 2 per bedroom plus 2 rule, or use the actual bed and pull-out couch count. I would also ask that only current incline Crystal Bay residents be allowed to rent, and that they would have a maximum of one per owner. I know you're anxious for lots of money, so I would suggest to start out, you identify all the illegal STRs that I guess Host Compliance has identified, fine them with stiff fines and back taxes, and then assess the current density by neighborhood before you start moving forward to accept new applications. I really do appreciate what the counties of Placer, Southlake, El Dorado, and Douglas have done. And so what I would like to do is also, I had a question at the end. You said that these STRs were done with Incline Village and Crystal Bay primarily in mind. I don't see where that is. I also am frustrated because none of you as commissioners do live in either of these areas. And I basically just feel like Incline Village and Crystal Bay.
Thank you, Ms. Rossman. Your time has expired. Next, we have Fred on Zoom. Fred, if you can unmute your mic and then state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Fred McElroy, McElroy.
Thank you, Mr. McElroy. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Chair Lucy, Vice Chair Hartung, and Commissioners. I'm a realtor with the Reno Sparks Association of Realtors and the Reno Sparks Association of Realtors Legislative Chair. I'm here to briefly address the short-term rental proposed regulations. As we as realtors have emphasized in the past, the rental of one's home is a basic property right. A person has the right to do three things with their home: live in it, sell it, and rent it. If you choose to rent it, regardless of the duration, we believe that it is a basic property right and does not alter its residential use. We also understand that neighbors of rentals have the right to secure their own homes and not have their quiet disturbed, their parking disturbed, and their neighborhood trash not maintained. But all of these situations are not unique to short-term rentals. Bad neighbors are just bad neighbors, whether you're a homeowner or a renter. We recommend that the Washoe County staff, we commend the Washoe County staff for their extensive efforts in drafting this ordinance. As you choose to enact the regulation of short-term rentals, enact regulations as this regulation, which has had input from all the stakeholders, an immense amount of deliberation and time has been dedicated to it. We await the implementation and the commitment to continue to work with staff to address these issues in the areas in which we may be needed to be defined. Thank you for your time and the attention.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Pamela Sigdinos. I'm sorry, ma'am, if I...
That's correct. Thank you. My name is Pamela Mahoney Sigdinos. I'm an Incline Village resident, and I would like to say today to the Washoe County Commissioners that you should be ashamed for your dereliction of duty and neglect of public service to all full-time Incline Village residents' constituents. The county's unwillingness to act on the hundreds of well-researched and rational arguments made by full-time residents over 2 years proves this STR ordinance process has been a mockery of democracy. To see a model of government-citizen collaboration, I ask you to look no further than Douglas, Placer, or El Dorado counties. Their STR restrictions and fines prioritize resident needs and environmental stewardship over STR lobbyists and profiteering companies like Airbnb and out-of-town realtors. The county's rapacious hunger for STR-driven tourism revenue and blind allegiance to business interests, no matter the cost to human lives or public safety and well-being, is unconscionable. When the inevitable STR catastrophe occurs in our community during this unprecedented pandemic and with increasingly dangerous wildfire seasons, this will be on your reckless watch. For transparency, the county should provide a searchable record documenting where these quasi-hotels are located within 48 hours of an STR permit, a county hotline, not a third-party company to record problems. And I suggest commissioners who do not live here actually take turns staffing that hotline during tourism periods. And we'd also like a date in November 2021 when this ordinance will be reviewed and assured it will include a full public health and safety report. Again, my disappointment and our community could not be more severe.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Ellie I apologize. Ellie, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Can you please state your name for the record, sir?
Eli Masapki.
Eli, the floor is yours. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I'm a resident of Incline Village for the past 12 years, and the past 4 years I started renting to vacation rentals. And I've managed a property myself. I think it's good to have some regulations to control bad behaviors. You know, my general comment is that the ordinance may have gone a little bit overboard, and which has inflated the cost to manage it. And my recommendation is to really start from maybe a basic set of rules addressing 95% of the problems, which reduce the cost significantly, and address all the residents' concerned, or the vast majority of the residents' concerns first, and reduce the cost for everyone. But my biggest concern or question here is, why is there a need for local representation? Why can this be done remotely? Most property management companies are not available 24/7 as required by the ordinance. So let alone the requirement to be present on site within 1 hour. So the owner is really the only one responsible enough to respond in a timely manner. And I can tell you that in the past 4 years that I've rented my home to part-time vacationers, I've managed to do this very successfully and address all issues remotely. So again, I would really like to understand the reasoning behind the local representation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Next, we have Skansky.
Yeah, this is Sean Kaczynski.
Sean, can you state your name one more time for the record, please?
Sure, this is Sean Kaczynski, and I'm a part-time resident in Incline Village.
All right, Sean, the floor is yours.
I just want to thank you for taking my comments on the record. I tend to agree with most of the people that have already provided their comments today, Mr. and Mrs. Carlson, Smith, Lewis, Bryant, Tolliver. I just wanted to take a moment to share my story and explain our situation. So, we do live here part-time. My family and I use this property that we have in Incline Village as much as we possibly can, and we do short-term rent it when the opportunity presents itself. I'm opposed to any additional short-term regulations, mainly because I'm not an investment banker and I don't have any additional interests. My interest is with Lake Tahoe and keeping this community safe and keeping it in good condition. We found that at the local level, at the HOA level, is the best way to manage our property. We've provided our contact information to our neighbors, and we have not had an issue in the 4 years that we've rented our property. The other thing I wanted to just bring to the commissioner's attention is just the notion that a short-term rental is a nuisance being something that invades or interferes with another person's rights or interests by being offensive, annoying, dangerous, obstructive, or unhealthy. And I take issue with that because I don't think there's anything special about a 28-day period that would make something a nuisance. If you find yourself in the unenviable position of having a neighbor who doesn't keep up with their home or perhaps parks their extra cars or RVs in front of your property on a full-time basis, I could see that being a nuisance. But by its very nature, a short-term rental is a short-term potential nuisance. It's not a long-term nuisance because of the turnover that happens when different renters come and use a particular property. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sean. We do appreciate it. Next, we have Barbara Longshore. Ms. Longshore. Ms. Longshore, can you hear us if you unmute? Ms. Longshore, can you hear us? Can you unmute yourself, Ms. Longshore, if you look at the bottom of... All right. Ms. Longshore, it looks like we're having problems communicating with you in regards to this. We'll keep Ms. Longshore in the queue and come back to her, and we'll try her a little bit later. We'll move on to Kaylin Evans. Kaylin Evans.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for your time today. My name is Kaylin Evans, for the record. And I understand that a lot of the negative effects that are being discussed in terms of STRs are being brought up in regards to Incline and Crystal Bay. But it's my understanding that this ordinance would impact all of Washoe County. You know, my wife and I, we live in Reno. We're Washoe County residents. You know, we're not a $1 million corporation. We are both teachers in the Washoe County School District. We use the ability to rent out our home simply to help subsidize and help, you know, make up for our current living. We make, you know, a few $100 extra a month that help pay bills. Cost of living across Northern Nevada has skyrocketed. And it was an opportunity for us to take a home that we purchased ourselves, that we feel like we have the right to, you know, if need be, rent that out. Kind of just echoing some of what people have said, you know, I'm not calling in at all to negate people's concerns about short-term rentals. You know, people, obviously, certain people feel very negatively about them, but there are bad situations. But also, you know, we let our neighbors know what was going on. We let them know to call us immediately if there was any sort of an issue. And over the last 5 years, we've never had a single call from any of our neighbors regarding any sort of nuisance or issue with people being at the home. I would assume that, you know, 97% of the people who come and use these short-term rentals, they're looking for an affordable way to come and visit our community. By making it more difficult for these short-term rentals to be around, it's just going to make it more difficult for people to find affordable places to be able to stay and then come and spend their money in our economy. So again, I'm not calling to say that the people that have concerns aren't valid, but there has to be a way that we can address individual issues that are of concern without having a blanket ordinance over people whom, you know, own a small home or renting out their own, in order to make it so that we're not all being punished for certain people not being respectful to their neighbors. So I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaylin. We do appreciate it. I'm going to try Barbara Longshore one more time and see if she can. So, Ms. Longshore, can you hear us now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can. Ms. Longshore, welcome.
Oh, great. Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for the work that you're doing. I am a 45-year resident in Incline Village, and I am now renting my home by myself, and I have 2 extra bedrooms. So I wanted to know if there was any compliance for on-site hosts, which I didn't see or hear in any of your documentation there. And I know that was an issue that was brought up at one of our meetings, and I think that should be considered. I am very strict, obviously, as far as who comes in my home, but I am there at all times. So has that been considered at all in your discussions?
Ma'am, we can't answer questions, but we'll take notes and try to address that later in the...
Okay. You know, I just want to share too is that the town of Incline, obviously over the 45 years, has changed tremendously. And I think there's other issues that we have, and I can talk to local folks about that, in the fact that we have had a lot of Bay Area people come in and buy homes, and they don't have the, I don't think, the desire to keep Tahoe the way it has been. But that's something that we need to look at as a town as well. But I've also gone to bat several times because I'm a retired teacher for Incline has always gotten kind of the snuff as far as education goes because we are considered a richer place. And I agree with some of the folks that have said, you know, I don't know if this all these fees are considered just for Incline or if you're considering that for all the rentals down in Reno, in any of the other Washoe Valley communities. I've always felt that we've gotten slight, at least in education. I'm hoping that things are changing, but because we are so far away, and it's not that.
Ms. Longshore?
Yes.
We're losing you due to some wind interference. It sounds like you're standing outside. We can't hear you very well. We need it for the record. But if you want to try again.
No.
We just lost the last couple of sentences there.
I'm done. I'm done. I just wanted to go on record for saying that I'm hoping that you will consider on-site hosts and stipulation for them. The fees that you are requiring for us that rent out short term would take me out of the market totally. And I have to tell you, the folks that have stayed with me have done nothing but praise A, the town, and B, the knowledge that, you know, I've given them about Tahoe and the town and the restaurants, which I, you know, encourage folks to go to. But you don't have the ability to answer that right now, but I think that should be considered. On-site hosts should be stipulated somehow. I don't think, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We do appreciate it. Next, we have Ron Behan. Ron? Mr. Behan, can you hear us? If you unmute yourself. Mr. Behan, can you hear us? It sounds like we're having some problems with your microphone. We can't hear you here in the
Hello?
There we go.
Okay. Hi. My name's Ron Behan. My wife and I, get rid of this thing. I'm sorry.
Sounds like you
Just turn. Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Ron Behan, 170 Village Boulevard. My wife and I have owned a condo there for about a year and a half. Unfortunately, we have a renter above us that has a host that isn't located anywhere near Incline Village. We have had many, many problems concerning noise, parking, the amount of tenants that are allowed to stay there. They use the unit as a one-night hotel, and the rental agent is about 45 miles from Incline Village. When we try to use their hotline, it never works. No one ever comes, no one ever calls to say, we've looked at the problem or whatever. So we're happy that the ordinance is going through. And, you know, it's a residential community that I think everybody wants to live in. And that's what we want to do. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Eric Tracy. Tracy.
Yes, this is Eric Tracy. I'm an Incline Village resident. First, thank you, commissioners. I think staff has done a good job with the ordinances that have finally made their way to the county for potential adoption today. And when it comes to agenda item 21, my concern is pretty simple here. If the ordinances are adopted today, I see that they're supposed to go into effect on May 1st for the applications to be received and processed, and then enforcement to begin on August 1st. And I'm just questioning if we are setting staff up for failure there with only 90 days to accept all of the applications, process those applications, perform all of the inspections in such a short period of time. I see in the staff reports there's expected to be 500 permits. So if there's 500 permits and applications in 90 calendar days, which is 60 working days, I just don't see how staff is going to be able to get out there and perform all these inspections. In particular, because I imagine that a lot of the information will be coming to the short-term hosts and they'll probably be getting their applications in near the deadline. So if they were to apply in June or July and it's back-ended, how is staff going to be able to process all these, especially on these since they need to be on site for the inspections? So another piece resident Charles brought up with the certificates of insurance, that is a big concern. Before this mandate was here, I am a short-term host. I tried to get a rider on my homeowner's policy to cover me for renters, and they are very, very fickle in terms of the language they're able to put on those certificates of insurance. So that's part of the application process. Please be aware it's going to take some time for the host to obtain that, if they're even able to obtain that in their application to the county. When it comes to agenda item 21A on the fees, we understand here from the staff reports that RSVCA collects about $1.6 million annually from the STRs in Incline Village, Crystal Bay, which 1/13 of that goes to Washoe County itself, which is about $125,000 annually. These funds have been deposited into the general fund. It says, is there any consideration for utilizing this $125,000 to help offset some of the costs that Washoe County is going to face, in particular with short-term rentals, or will that just be continued to be used in the general fund for purposes at large? Thank you very much. I hope you do move forward with the adoption of these ordinances today.
Thank you, Mr. Tracy. Next, we have Dr. Syntak. Can you hear us?
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Yeah, Dr. John Snatic, S-N-A-T-I-C. I want to comment on a short-term rental property at 15030 Timberline Drive in Reno. This residence was denied a B&B license by you guys in 2018. He runs this in lieu of a B&B. He advertises 30 beds at this place. I have personally observed 18 vehicles parked on Timberline Drive in front of this residence. We have issues with trash, noise, traffic. In fact, they use illegal fireworks on holidays, July 4th and New Year's Eve. We're in an extreme fire danger area. On more than one occasion, this short-term rental has blocked Timberline Drive, so we have no evacuation route to the north in case of a fire. We've had many neighbors complain about this short-term rental. I think that the rules and regulations should be more strict, not less. And this short-term rental, I think their permit should be revoked. It's quite a mess here, and I think there needs to be a committee to look into these bad apples and get rid of them. It's a mess here on Timberline Drive. All of us are scared of fire. We don't have minutes to evacuate. We have seconds. We've seen this over and over in California, Northern Nevada. Fire danger is terrible. These guys do not respect the neighborhood at all, and I think they need to be put out of business. And I think you guys should make the regulations more strict, not less. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Dennis Platt. Mr. Platt.
Yeah, hi, thank you. This is Dennis Platt for the record. I just have a couple of comments. And Kaylin Evans, I think, said everything perfectly, the teacher from Reno. But I guess I'm just curious as to why it's now become every short-term rental host burden to make up for the handful or two handful or five handful of the ones that abuse what's going on at the properties that they own. I think just this blanket ordinance to, get everybody to pay money and think money is going to solve the problem, I think is pretty short-sighted. And I don't think it's fair at all. As you've heard, a lot of people run a short-term rental and have no problems whatsoever. And now they're going to be burdened with all these extra things that they'll have to do and spend money on, which isn't right. And I guess who who's going to manage that? And what happens, you know, another owner, somebody commented in November to have a review. But what happens in November when the review is the bad apples are still the bad apples? And so then what's going to happen? You know, we've all paid a bunch of money that who knows where it's going. I mean, you know, 500 permits at $800 is $400,000 for a $200,000 position to pay someone and get them a car to drive around and look at these handfuls, because they're not going to go and look at the ones that are already abiding by all the rules that they should and are already paying taxes to the county. So it's really a disconnect in what you guys are doing. I get the attempt, and I'm all for having a permit and being monitored, but I don't think just making people throw money at it is the answer to it. And it's also short-sighted that, you know, from May to August, you're going to get all these permits in and have everything up and running. And, you know, again, there's the disconnect. May to August, that's the busiest time of the year for short-term rentals. So it's not like hosts are going to be like, oh, great, we get to fill out a permit and pay a bunch of fees right now when it's the busiest time of the year. They're not going to do it. They're going to do it at the last minute, if that. And so you're going to fine them and say, ha ha, we got another $400, but you haven't done anything to solve the problem of the poor neighbor next door who's got a bunch of cars parked in front of their house. So I get the idea of trying to monitor it, but the way you're going about it and trying to solve it with money, I just think it's the wrong approach, and I don't think it's right to penalize everybody for, you know, what a few people are doing wrong, or probably more than a few. But in relation to the number of people that do rentals, you know, the percentage of the bad ones is a much smaller percentage. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Platt. Next, we have Kim Hewer. Ms. Hewer.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, ma'am. The floor is yours.
Okay, Kim Hoyer for the record. We purchased our home 21 years ago with my parents. We treasure our place, and we treasure the community there in Incline too. I have aging parents, and they plan to hand down their investment in the property to my daughter, which will not be able to afford the taxes, the bills, and the HOA. Based on this, we decided to do some short-term rentals. We do live there part-time too, but just to cover the expenses. We had a couple of issues with, you know, in the early stages of doing this. So we learned quickly to reduce the max occupancy to 6 people for a 3-bedroom place. I even confirm the head count before we rent it to make sure that it's less than 6 people or no more than 6 people. And we have a camera that points out to the street, and upon check-in, and I know exactly when they check in because we have a Nest lock. We manage with all the technology today. We're able to manage this remotely. We even count the guests as they come into the house. And if there's more than this, we do, we've had like 1 or 2 issues where we've had more than this, but with all the confirmation, we haven't had issues anymore. We even monitor the noise after 10 p.m. using the Nest camera again. So it gives us the noise outside of the house at 10 p.m. And if there's any issues, you know, I contact them immediately, telling them to keep it down. In fact, we had a plumbing issue last summer. And if we didn't have renters there, because we're not there full time, the house would have flooded. We also had the heat break down in the wintertime. Again, if there weren't renters there, that the pipes would have froze. Again, it would have flooded. So we're actually really grateful to have someone in the place they're there. And if the issues come up, we're informed about it and we're able to fix it. We pay a local housekeeper. We have a handyman local to there that keeps the place up. So a lot of this money is going back to the community. And Incline, we've also done a lot of home improvements. We've hired local contractors to do that work. And honestly, I didn't realize how fun this would be. I mean, we did it as more of a necessity, but now our guests provide the most heartwarming feedback of how much they enjoy staying at our place, how much they enjoy Incline Village. I've really enjoyed this whole process, and a little bit of the extra income that it provides, and the reassurance that we'll be able to keep this place for generations to come, being able to do the short-term rental. And we do it successfully remotely. I live 3 hours away. With all the technology, the Nest cameras, the Nest thermostat, the Nest locks, my neighbor has my number. We're able to do this successfully. We have not had issues in the 2 years. We've 1 or 2 issues, again, very minor. We were able to solve them remotely. I think some of these regulations are a bit cumbersome, especially the permits and some of the fees. I'm totally on board with the fines and the rules and regulations and making sure that we're not disrupting our community. Again, I have the utmost respect for the Incline community, and long term, I plan to also retire there. So I will be there, full time someday.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Kathy Julian. Ms. Julian.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I am a long-term resident of Incline Village. I do not support the proposed short-term rental ordinance and the associated changes to the development code. In my view, these essentially legalize the STRs in Incline and Crystal Bay residential neighborhoods, and it allows STRs to increase without restrictions in number, location, or density in these residential neighborhoods. The STR ordinance, as written, simply addresses nuisance elements of STRs, but ignores a key issue of my community, which is that family homes in our residential neighborhoods are increasingly being bought up by investors and converted to commercial businesses. Our concern is the hotelification of Incline Village, and we do need some limits on the number and location of these commercial STRs in our community. And we need the Washoe commissioners to recognize this fundamental concern of many community members. We need your commitment to collect the data necessary in the coming months to help us all together devise reasonable limits on the number and location and density of STRs going forward. Essentially, if you have an ordinance that allows every single residence in every single house in a residential neighborhood to become a transient lodge, you have destroyed the fabric of a community. And that is a concern that we would like you as commissioners to acknowledge as a legitimate concern of Incline Village residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have David Watts. Mr. Watts.
Thank you for your time. Am I coming through?
Yes, the floor is yours, sir. We can hear you fine.
Thank you so much. Let me start my clock. Okay, my wife and I first came to Incline Village back in the 80s. It was known as Ski Incline then. And we're incredibly grateful to be a part of that community now. We make it our home and we love the area. And we don't want anybody in that area who doesn't respect the community, who doesn't respect the people, who doesn't respect the very things that make this such a wonderful place to live. We are short-term rental owners, and because we have incredible power and authority to control who comes into our homes. We have an ability to kick people out if we have to. We haven't had to go there, but we also don't need to sit back and wait for somebody to come into our property and cause trouble to stir things up. Personally, between my wife and myself, the greatest infringements we have are actually people coming into our community from neighboring outside areas, right within Incline Village. They put trash, large appliances, mattresses into our bins or on top of our bins or beside our bins. And these are not short-term rentals that do this. These are people that are coming there from within the community. Still, we would never indict an entire generation or a community of people that are long-term rentals based on the actions of a very few amount of people. I keep hearing the same complaints coming up, that there's noise, that there's parking, that there's trash, and that there's fireworks, or there are some things that some people are doing that need to be addressed. Well, we already have ordinances for these. We are legally allowed to rent our properties out right now. We have a permit to do so from RSCVA. We have been so for years. And now we're talking about eroding those rights based on the actions of a very small amount of people. And I think that is very short-sighted. We're not talking about the hotelification I think I heard recently that short-term rentals provide. There are very limited lodging operations for Incline Village. If you don't want to go to the Hyatt or you can't get in, we pump a lot of money into the economy through the people that come here and dine and gamble. And that money goes to the people that are actually raising the families in Incline Village. They are the people that are the fabric of the society. this steady assault against our property rights that has been underway for a long time, but Incline Village has always been a resort community, and that was always the plan. We have always known that there are free-willing owners that are living up here who are going to operate off-grid, and they don't care what decisions you make. They will be unfazed by the rules you come up with. They pay no RSCV taxes. They have no RSCV license. We should be very, very careful about letting this type of intrusion into our very homes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Watts. Next, I have Jessica Lundarelli. Ms. Lundarelli, can you hear us? Can you unmute, ma'am?
Hi, sorry. My name is Dylan Evans, and I was just calling in the matter of
Dylan Evans.
what you guys are talking about. I'm a local business owner here in Reno, Nevada, and I can't tell you how many times I've had some amazing customers come in who were recommended by Airbnb hosts, probably more so than I get from casinos or anywhere else. I understand some of the issues in Incline Village, and I can plead for them, but they also, you know, if they are in the grounds of Washoe County, two of my businesses, like I said, are huge referrals from Airbnb. So I don't think that putting an extra burden or an unneeded burden onto Airbnb hosts already that already don't exist. There's already more insurance. There's already higher interest fees for people to maintain Airbnb properties. To throw it all back to the casinos, who keep all of their people inside. Like, their number one goal is to get them to stay in there as long as they can. At least the people coming to Airbnb or coming to the community through Airbnbs are actively trying to seek out other things other than casinos. We already have a huge hotel population, and like the gentleman caller before me said, Incline, Truckee, Tahoe, Reno, Carson, most of Nevada, Las Vegas was built on tourism and getting people into the community to spend money. If you look at some of the stuff going on in Reno right now, as far as the brewery district, brewery tourism makes up a $3 billion industry. If you're going to kneecap people's abilities to draw people in here for those communities to come in, then it's long-term losing millions of dollars in tax revenue. Also, when it when it comes to Incline Village, a lot of those communities are already governed by an HOA. I think having the HOA take more responsibility, and most of them are banned in HOAs, but the ones that allow it should have more responsibility in taking care of and dealing with individual properties, more so than the government coming in, charging us whatever they decide they want to charge us, and then spending the money however they kind of want to. And then in 3 years, it slushes back into the general fund, and we're left holding undue taxes and fees for something that is already a higher operating cost. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Guy Donnell.
Hello there. My name's Guy Donnell. I represent the Tahoe area naturists. We're an environmental group that's been participating in conservation in the basin for over 40 years. We were really disappointed to see this last season just an enormous overcrowding of the basin. The Tahoe Transportation District has stated their objective to reduce vehicular traffic. We feel that one of the ways of doing that is limiting the VHRs and STRs in the basin. We've lobbied El Dorado and Placer counties, as well as Douglas County. We would urge the BOCC here in Reno to look at what these guys have passed and try to align themselves as close as possible with what these other counties around the basin have done. We favor limiting occupancy, no more than 2 per bedroom, okay? Limiting vehicles, no more than 1 per bedroom. We just saw the spectacle of 2 and 3 bedroom houses packed with 12 to 15 people over this past summer and winter season. This has resulted in traffic issues all around the basin. We really applaud the effort, but we think that you should look at heavier fines for people who operate non-permitted. We feel that we just have to do something to preserve the basin. And this has just gotten out of control now, with everybody basically renting out their places short term, not even supervising it. They use Airbnb or some property management, and we believe also that the fines should not be limited to property owners, but also renters who violate these rules. In other words, if they say, well, we're just going to have a couples show up at an STR, and then they show up with 12 individuals there parking all over the street, the renters should be fined as well. It isn't the property owner. They've been misled, but the renters should be included as well. We just want to really encourage you guys to look at what the other counties have done. And this is, we approve of every step that they've taken. We don't feel that the Washoe County suggestions here match up. They're not enough. If there's the only problems and objections I've heard so far.
Thank you, Mr. Donnell. We do appreciate your comments today. Last, we have WC Torch.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Yeah, it's Dr. William Torch. I'm a local neurologist, child and adult neurologist. I came here in 1979 from New York, just fell totally in love with Lake Tahoe, Incline, and Reno. And I've practiced here until about 2 years ago, having seen literally hundreds of thousands of patients throughout Lake Tahoe and Incline. We bought a house in Incline, a fixer-upper, about 20 years ago, and invested quite a bit of money to make it into a beautiful, beautiful home for our family. We've lived there full-time, and when my business got very busy, living in Reno as my major domicile, we've used it part-time. I've had doctors who stayed as guests. I've had families who've stayed as my own guests. We had a wedding party. My daughter got married in the Hyatt. We've supported the local community, all the restaurants, and gone way beyond. We've paid taxes, homeowners taxes, homeowners association fees to the Tyrolean Village Association. And I can say that, yes, we've had some situations in the past. We did try being Airbnb at one time, and we were not very happy with some clients. And on the other hand, many of the other clients were wonderful. But we've had good neighbors and bad neighbors, and we've depended on the local homeowners association to resolve any difficulties. And we've lived there literally for over 20 years without any major concerns. I agree with the statement by the previous lawyer who talked about the issues of safety. I totally agree about the issues relating to noise and parking issues and speeding and fireworks, and I've seen it all. But I believe that all of this can be handled at a local level by the homeowners associations, the property managers who've managed our long-term rentals. And I just want to register my feeling that I'm against the onerous ordinance that's being considered, not taking into account the issues relating to hosts, hosting of families and friends, and I'm also against the remote businesses that are operating out of California that are trying to make billions of dollars bringing people into Incline in Nevada and not caring one iota for the sanctity, the safety, and health of the local community.
Thank you, Mr. Torch. We do appreciate your comments today. Next, we have Jackie Flores. on Zoom. Ms. Flores, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. The floor is yours.
Thank you. On behalf of the STR community in Washoe County, the Greater Las Vegas Short-Term Rental Association would like to thank the county commissioners and staff for the tremendous hard work you all have done to come up with an ordinance that's far better than what we have witnessed thus far in Nevada. We should and must continue to ignore those who are dead set on using a few bad apples to smear the entire STR industry. This does no one any good. Instead, they detract from actually addressing the bad actors issue. The comparison of STRs to hotels or mini hotels is simply over-dramatization of the industry by the anti-STR groups and NIMBY crowd. Hotels have multiple rooms that house multiple groups of people at the same time who are not related to one another. STRs are not at all like that. STRs house one group at a time, not multiple ones. And that group is usually people who know one another or are related to each other, and sometimes from the same household. So STRs are not and never will be like a hotel or a mini motel. Finally, when it comes to property rights, the Constitution doesn't say that property rights of those who live in their home are worth more than those who do not, or those that lose, or that one loses one's property rights for simply renting their residential property for less than 28 days. Again, thank you for acknowledging that and for preserving the U.S. Constitution, despite the complaints of a few residents who are so eager to strip their fellow Americans of their constitutional protections. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Next, we have Dylan on Zoom. Dylan. Dylan, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Sir, can you state your name for the record?
My name is Dylan Evans.
All right, Mr. Evans.
Hi, I just wanted to take a time to call in with some of the issues I have with the regulations going forward. I don't think short-term rentals are this big bane that everyone makes it out to be. I think it's a little unfair that Incline gets to speak.
Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Did you provide comment already?
Yeah, but I didn't know if I had it on my other phone on accident, so I didn't know if it was going to be an issue if I was on the other one.
No, you cannot do it twice. I apologize, sir.
No problem. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't like.
Nope, we got your first comment. We do appreciate it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have D. Becker. Becker, can you hear us? If you can unmute, D. Becker. The call just dropped for D. Becker. I no longer have any further public comment at this time. So we've had a significant amount of public comment, and if Ms. Becker or the Zoom Becker comes back and we'll allow that. I am going to close public comment at this time. Oh, okay, we have one last one before I close public comment. All right, Olga. Olga, can you hear us?
Hi. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you state your full name for the record?
Yes, so the first name is Olga, O-L-G-A. The last name is Chaklebova. It's C-H-U-K-H-L-E-B-O-V-A.
Thank you, ma'am.
And yeah, hi. Thank you so much for all the work you do. I understand it's kind of very difficult situation, and what I've been hearing, it's a difficult discussion too. I'm a homeowner, and we've been coming to Tahoe like every month. And at the time when we are not there, we rented as short-term rental. And in 7 years, we never had a single issue. And I just really think that short-term rentals do support the economy because we provide references to the local businesses, and also we pay taxes. Another thing that I want to kind of touch is that a 10% discount for using a licensed management agency. I really think that the homeowner cares way more for their own property and resolves issues way faster than it would be done by any agency. And as I said, we never had an issue, even though we live about 4 hours away. But we have people there in Incline Village. We pay them to take care of the house, to clean, to do some repairs, to do some renovations. We also bring money to the Incline Village people. And also, I think that what we're doing with the ordinance now, it's has been said, instead of taking care of those people who don't observe the rules, we just impose more restrictions of people who take care of their properties, who follow the rules, who screen their rentals, who refuse the bookings if we feel like it's a lot of people coming or this particular group might be disruptive to the community. So thank you so much for your time. And I hope that we all been heard and all our comments will be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Olga. Next, we have Diane Becker. Ms. Becker, are you there? Ms. Becker, can you unmute?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Ms. Becker, we've got you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, the floor is yours, ma'am.
Graduated from law school
Ms. Becker, we're having a really,
in
Ms. Becker, we're having a really tough time.
Can you hear me? Or you can't? I graduated from law school in 1960. Yes. Yes.
Ms. Becker.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, if you're on a cell phone, it's cutting in and out. So we're having a difficulty. It's cutting in and out on you. Can you hear us?
I can. I'll try to call you back. Am I the last person? I'll try to call you back.
Okay. Well, all right. Thank you, Ms. Becker. We'll try it one last time with you. Okay. We have Evelyn on Zoom. Evelyn.
She's gone.
Unmute. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Is this Evelyn?
Yes, it is.
Evelyn, can you state your whole name for the record, please?
My name is Evelyn Crumbaker, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to submit my comments. I live in Reno, so I don't know, it seems like most of this commentary has been from Incline and Crystal Bay, but for my 2 cents, I've been an on-site Airbnb superhost for over 3 years with no incidents, and I've only met new connections. And 5 years ago, my companion passed away, and having to have this opportunity to rent out my guest suite has allowed me to continue to make my mortgage payments as a one-person homeowner, as well as meet new people and develop friendships. And this Airbnb rental income has allowed me to continue improving my property, most notably $13,000 for a roundabout driveway with some landscape lighting to keep it safe for the people that come to town. And prior to the lockdown, many returning renters who know I have a fenced-in backyard have always agreed to let me watch their pets while they go out on the town. Now, the majority, if not all the folks that have stayed at my guest suite prefer not to stay in a casino. My average charge is about $50 a night, which is affordable, especially for somebody like Susan from Susanville, who comes to Reno every month for her chemo treatments. My home is not landlocked within a specific neighborhood, and I've got plenty of parking. So my comment is, please do not implement any new additional fees. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Diane Becker again. Ms. Becker, can you hear us? Let's try this one more time.
I'm hoping that you can hear me better now.
We can, Ms. Becker. Thank you.
Oh, good. Thank you. I have heard a number of people talk about the constitutional right or some right that short-term rental owners have to rent their homes as they would like to do. I graduated from law school in 1973, practiced over 43 years, and I have also had a California real estate broker's license since 1978. There is absolutely no basis for any of those assertions. First, this argument has been rejected across the entire United States when just viewed by the hundreds and hundreds of short-term rental ordinances regulating short-term rentals. Also, commissioners, you know that you have been passing as commissioners zoning and land use ordinances that govern and regulate and restrict rentals and business uses of properties since the very beginning of Washoe County. Included in that would be the home office rules that are very restrictive as to how a person may operate a home office. I would also like to remind you that every residential neighborhood has a set of declarations of restrictions. And while I am not saying that those in any way bind the county, they are agreements between every owner and every other owner in that neighborhood that say there can be no commercial or business use. And so it is not a surprise to those owners of short-term rentals if there are regulations. And finally, as you know today, you are deleting the prohibition of transient rentals within the residential neighborhoods that has been in your ordinances since the very beginning. And so there is no surprise to the short-term rental owners should you make more restrictive ordinances. I have not heard any of the Incline Village residents asking for a ban. We have merely asked that Washoe County enact ordinances that have protective provisions that are similar to those in Las Vegas, which the city of Las Vegas has very restrictive ordinances because of the party house problem. The city of Henderson, the Clark County, every local jurisdiction around the lake, and those recommended by the Tahoe Area Regional Planning Commission, which have set very restrictive recommendations. We've asked for your help, and I want you to think about why are you resisting more restrictive regulations that would be more protective of the local residents. If you do adopt these less restrictive current ordinance, I do hope that you will comply with what you've promised, which is to look at the results and see if there has.
Thank you, Ms. Becker. We do appreciate your comments today. Finally, we do have, the clerk has received emails, and I will allow the clerk to read the names of the emails into the record. Madam Clerk.
Sir, we have received emails from 34 individuals. The names are Carol Black, Bill Brown, Lynn Connolly, Tim Delaney, John J.D. Durking, Doug Flaherty, Wayne Ford, Fred and Marla Gartell, Michael Jester, Kathy Julian, Mary Lou Kennedy, Eli Masabki, Paula McCombie, Colonel Robert Mitchell, Mark Nilsson, James Novak, Shirley Roxburgh, Matthew and Martinez Ganlin, Stan Van Vleck, Belinda and David Watts, Ron Wethy, Jim Cooper, Uti Cordova, Brenda Reeves, Courtney Townsend, Denai Cresati, Bobby Armijo, TJ Allen, Giselle Abi Habib, STR owner All Seasons, Chloe Evans, Claudio and Rena Cozy, Pamela Sigdinos, and Alexander Sigdinos.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We do have a last-minute submission from Ms. Rhonda Ticer on Zoom. Ms. Ticer?
Yes, thank you. Your stated and oft-repeated mission for the short-term rental ordinance was to balance interests. But the question became, who are the interests? We thought initially you were talking about Incline Village residents, either those who owned short-term rentals or those who lived next to them or those who were just concerned about the community in general. It took us more than a year to realize that those were not the interests being balanced by the ordinance. Rather, the interest proved to be Washoe County. Washoe County's need to help pay Reno bond debt. That interest seemed to take priority over all the others. And then there was the interest of Airbnb, who actually sent their own representatives even to this meeting, and who have been in close contact with the planners since the beginning of the ordinance construction. And then, of course, we have all the realtors who are making a mint selling to non-local investment corporations who are buying, renovating, and renting out Incline Village homes, replacing our voting residents. Once we learned who the interests were aligned against Incline residents, we realized our input wouldn't have a chance of being implemented in the ordinance. You'll notice a dearth of input today from permanent voting residents in Incline Village and Crystal Bay. It is not because we are unconcerned. We know that our public comment is not of interest to the commissioners. The interests that have been balanced do not include Incline residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ticer. All right, seeing no further public comment, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. I want to thank everybody that has called in today to represent their opinions through the public hearing process in regards to this issue on short-term rentals. So at this time, I'm going to bring it back to our board for discussion and further movement with this issue. So at this time, Commissioner, I'm going to open up to you for any comments or questions you may have or discussions you may have at this time.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herman?
Go ahead.
Can I make some comments?
Yeah, actually, Commissioner Herman, before you do that, I apologize. I have to do one thing. Mr. Wattsfield?
Yes.
Can you need to make a quick statement, and I want to allow you that right after I close public comment.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to make a clarification because there's a record that's being transcribed and that the clerk is keeping track of. There was a David Watts who provided public comment, and I just wanted to make clear on the record that he and I are not the same person, and that the comments were Mr. Watts's alone.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wattsfield. Commissioner Herman, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to do that. Commissioner Herman, the floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the last many months, I have been called and emailed and texted by, I don't know how many, but I mean, I've been hours and hours and hours on the phone with folks that were very concerned about the new regulations that are being posed here. And, you know, I've kind of been looking into the past and looking at this. Between 50 and 60 years, this has been a process and a practice in the Tahoe area. So a lot of folks emailed, lots of them. I mean, we had active conversations. I had active conversations with groups of people, and they were very concerned about it. And you know, some of them were owners of part-time rentals, most of whom only rented their homes for just long enough to help pay for the payments and insurance and taxes and repairs and maintenance, you know. And they planned to ultimately live in their homes, and they lived in them part-time because they were working to pay for them so they could retire there because they loved the area. So there was also a surprising number of owners who told me that they only used their homes for family and friends and never as a rental, but they were often accused of renting their homes to large parties. And I mean, that's private property rights. you own your property. Unless there's some regulation in your community, then that would be a different thing. But so if the owners are forced to abide by all these rules in this ordinance, all the comments that I got from people were, there's going to be a lot of hardship sales. And then who would buy these homes? Well, of course, it would be the big companies that can afford the cost of owning short-term rentals. And the result of that could be tragic. I'm afraid maybe we're asking for a lot of trouble. I would say probably over 75% of the people that called me or contacted me, there was only maybe 25% that were for this. And I'm just watching out for our county and for the people in Incline, and there could be some very unnecessary lawsuits. And the last lady that spoke really knew her stuff, and I have a lot of concern over this. If this were an issue that was put on the ballot, I'm pretty sure it'd be voted down. We could be, as one person said, harming the actual economy of one of our major tourist attractions. Some of the questions that were posed by citizens on my previous talks with them and today listening to them was they had doubts about the host compliance and the data collection, who was providing the data. And they just have a lot of worries. And then the last thing, and really probably the most important thing, there was a lack of a public meeting in Incline as promised. And it seems like that would be the place to have this before you bring it to county, where hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and months have been put into this. From listening to the people today, the majority of them were quite against it. And I won't be able to vote for this if we vote on it today. So that's my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Herman. We do appreciate your comments. I want to share maybe my comments based upon the public comment that was issued. First, to address the public process. This has been going on, obviously, for a very long time, at least 2 years plus. I can assure you that there were public meetings. I attended them in person with a number of individuals at Sierra Nevada College. And there's been extensive commissioner discussions. There's been extensive discussions via email. There's been extensive discussions with staff and the community up there. This has been very much vetted. New policy is never easy to accept or adopt. It's very tedious work. It takes a lot of time and input from a lot of different individuals. And the policy that we're writing today, I assure you, is not set in stone. It's not permanent. This isn't law. This isn't something that is going to be, we have to have an act of Congress to reverse. This is something that we're going to enact as an ordinance to try to address issues throughout the community. And as I say that, if we don't move forward and we don't have something to address this concern and address these issues, I can assure you one thing that will continue to happen is that STRs will continue to exist. Properties will still get rented out. there will be no compliance. There will be no understanding or anywhere for any citizen to go and ask for help or challenges. And as in any business or any industry, it's very difficult to find, there's always bad apples. And then usually it's the bad apples that set the tone for everybody. However, there are a lot of very compliant, very, very understanding, communicative renters and individuals that utilize their properties for short-term rentals that do participate in the rules and are very compliant and very respectful of their community, whether it's in the Tahoe Basin or outside of the Tahoe Basin. And as we heard today, there are a number of individuals outside of the Tahoe Basin. This commission is tasked with writing ordinances for all of the unincorporated area within Incline. Incline Village, there was a number of comments about the city of Incline. It's not a city. Incline Village is an area within a community within the county, the unincorporated area. There is opportunities for the Incline Village area to incorporate as a municipality, but that has not been addressed, nor has it been approached by the citizens of Incline. I think the rules that we've set forth today, and I think they're fair and balanced. I think you've heard that both sides are not 100% in enjoyment or feel that they adequately address the needs enough from both sides. And usually, sometimes when we get to that point, we feel like we've written a decent policy. And that decent policy is that it doesn't fulfill and suffice everybody's needs, but it works to do what we can do. And so going forward, as many individuals, this board will absolutely look into how this program is working with our staff. This board would be adamantly watching this and making sure host compliance is fulfilling their duties as a vendor for us, making sure that our code enforcement officers are adhering to those needs. And if this board needs to amend this ordinance in any time, shape, or form, we will do so to address the needs of the community. And so this is a starting place. It's not always the most comfortable starting place, but it is a starting place. And it's a starting place that has had 2+ years of commitment and dedication from our staff and from the community. And I feel I'm sorry for those individuals who feel that they weren't involved in the process, but the process has been ongoing, and it has not been behind a clouded veil or behind any challenge. This has been very open and transparent, in my opinion. So with that, I think that we should continue to move forward. I feel that the staff has adequately addressed a number of the concerns. And I feel very, very supportive of what they've brought forth today. And those are my comments. Commissioners, any other comments? Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you stated a lot of things that I've been thinking about going through this process. And I stated this when we looked at the first reading a month ago, and I'll state it again today, that I think it's incredibly important that we move forward with this ordinance to protect the neighborhoods of unincorporated Washoe County. Specifically, I represent Incline Village in Crystal Bay, and I hear the residents loud and clear. I know that you are experiencing over-tourism, and it is creating a lot of issues in that community. Trash issues, environmental issues, traffic issues, and I am committed to resolving these issues. And so STRs is one of many things that this commission will be tackling when we look forward to how we can preserve Lake Tahoe, this incredible gem that is in our county and that we're so proud to have. And I think that moving forward with this ordinance and ensuring that any changes we make in the future is data driven, and that we are really looking at, for the next iteration, how these fees and fines, are they working? How's the neighborhood compatibility? are certain, are the requirements that we have for on-site hosts working? Is host compliance, like the chairman had stated, is host compliance working? I think that we need to move forward so we can collect the data and see what the data tells us for the next iteration of ordinances. And as the chairman stated, we're committed to bring this back and make sure that we're doing what's right for the community, which is protecting the interests of both all of the homeowners in the community. So I do feel your pain, and I do think that this ordinance will alleviate a lot of the pain that the community is feeling. And we're committed to dealing with so many other of those issues of over-tourism in Incline Village and Crystal Bay with the residents moving forward. And I really look forward to working with you on those issues. And so I look forward to seeing where our baseline of data is and being transparent with the community and moving forward from there. So thank you very much for the opportunity. And I appreciate everyone coming out and giving us your feedback and emailing us. And I think that you hopefully will see today that this commission is very committed to working with you and also ensuring that your needs are met by having by having staff and committed resources to resolving so many of these issues that we've been hearing about today.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. And I did want to address one other thing that was brought up by a number of individuals. Yes, I do sit on the RCVA board, but as a board member, I have no pecuniary interest in the RCVA. I don't gain anything by being a board member. And the transient lodging tax that is collected by the RCVA is not just short-term rentals. Transient lodging is a number of issues that can be attributed to transient lodging. So it's Airbnb, it's individuals, it's a number of things throughout the community. And out of that transient lodging, Washoe County receives 1% of that. And last year, that was about $215,000. $215,000, we can look at potentially focusing the utilization of that money that we receive from transient lodging for the benefit of this program for transient lodging throughout the county, and seeing how we can better make this financially feasible for some individuals. As Commissioner Hill pointed out, the on-site host, there is an option for on-site hosts through this ordinance. They would fall into the Tier 1 group. And if there's, in our staff, through host compliance and our staff through the business licensing and community services department will be able to help individuals identify those processes as we continue to move forward. So with that, those are some of the things that I would like to address as commissioner and as a member of the RCVA board. This is not about taxes. The money is minuscule and in my opinion, irrelevant in regards to this discussion. It's about the safety and security of the communities and the individuals that are visiting our communities, and make sure that to assure that there's a balance between the two. So moving forward, I hope, and I don't have a crystal ball, but I hope that this brings a little bit more balance to our community for those that are suffering from the bad apples and those that are wishing to continue to utilize their properties as rental properties and short-term rentals. So those are my comments. I see no further comments from any of my other commissioners. Vice Chairman, I have you signed in now. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I was waiting for everyone else to speak. So this is a tough scenario. There's an old saying that if you choose not to decide, you still have made a choice. And so that's not suitable. Just because I refuse to go to the doctor doesn't mean that I'm not sick and in need of attention. So I think we do need an ordinance. You've also heard me say these colloquialisms, that if we anger everyone, we've done a good job, whether they're for or against. So I know that there's a lot of angst about doing this. I will tell you, I don't like the fee structure. I'm not comfortable with the fee structure. And the problem with that is that if we've scheduled the fees to be too high, there's never been a tax that I can recall that we have reversed. So that's certainly a problem for me. We never go back. There's never been a tax that you know, if you look at even the legislature, when there's a sunset on the taxes, they'll find some way to basically eliminate the sunset. I would like to hear Mr. Watsfield's opinion, where the fellow who, and I'm sorry I didn't get his name, I didn't write it down, and I tried to write most everybody's name down. But he mentioned that calling STRs was, you know, the way that they were called out in the ordinance had something to do with their property taxes and homeowners insurance. Or not property taxes, their homeowners insurance. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And even though it's only a part-time rental, it changes that structure. So I'd certainly like to have Mr. Watsfield talk about that. And then I'm not suggesting that staff has done the fees incorrectly, but I started listening to all the folks who said, look, I don't have a problem with this, but the fees are very high. I only charge, you know, there was one speaker who talked about renting her home out, rooms in her home, to people who would come in from out of town, and you know, so she's basically running kind of a little bed and breakfast, but it helps offset. So these are property rights for people, and if the fees are too high, it makes it difficult for them to sort of balance that whole budget. So I'm still a little uncomfortable with the fees, and you know, Mr. Chairman, that I mentioned to you at one point that the fees were high, and staff came back and they lowered the fees from what they had originally put in. I'm still questioning, are the fees equitable? And this has to be a self-sustaining fund, but I don't look at the fees as an opportunity to make money on this. I look at the fees as an enterprise scenario where it covers our costs. So Washoe County's costs certainly have to be covered. So I don't know how we can potentially, or if we can revisit that. So anyways, Mr. Watsfield, are you on the line?
I am on the line. Mr. Edwards is also on the line, and he can respond to your questions more specifically.
So did you hear the commenter's statement about how it would change in the ordinance? It would change their homeowners insurance, Mr. Edwards?
Yeah, I did, Commissioner Hartung. Can you hear me right now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yes, I did hear those remarks, and I believe that those are in reference to section 110.319.15A12, which right now reads that one of the requirements is a, quote, certificate of insurance is required identifying that the property is used as a short-term rental and provides a minimum of $500,000 liability coverage per occurrence, end quote. I think the comment that that speaker raised was that it would cause a problem getting an insurance, a rider or coverage if it has to be specifically identified as a short-term rental. And he referenced Farmers being a company that that doesn't allow that or doesn't use that terminology, and said that was the primary insurer up in in Incline Village. I don't know if Farmers is the primary insurer up in Incline Village, and I don't know if Farmers has the same terminology approach or regulations that other insurance companies do or not. I think the point that was being made is that there should be insurance coverage required that's appropriate for this, that would cover the use. And I think the concern was saying that it has to be identified as a quote short-term rental in the insurance policy. So I think if you changed that provision and took out the short-term part and just said it's identified as a rental, from what I heard in the comments today, that I think would address what was brought up.
Mr. Edwards, and I want to just kind of tack on to what Vice Chairman Hartung is talking about. And it is exactly as you identified, that as it reads, required identifying that the property is used as an STR. And I would attribute it to the very same understanding as what was happening when Uber became an opportunity for rideshare, for individuals to operate an Uber, their vehicles in Uber, if they were identifying that they were having additional coverage because they were utilizing, many of these companies would drop their insurance coverage of their vehicle if they were utilizing it as Uber. And the other discussion that I would have to, in addition to Commissioner Hartung, is how do you identify, even if you said it was a rental, do you identify it as a full-time rental? Do you identify it as a part-time rental? I mean, what is the tenure of the rental in regards to that? Is it you renting it for income, or are you renting it just to family and individuals? So I do think that that is a challenge, and I know insurance writers become very difficult with their underwriting, and when those premiums are addressed, you know, as long as that $500,000 minimum liability coverage is met, is there a necessary need to identify it?
So I think that's a policy question for you as the board, because I agree. I think you have captured the essence. You and Commissioner Hartung have captured the essence of what I think the question is here, and there's another issue that's lying at the back of all of this, and that's that if an insurance company doesn't want to cover short-term rentals, that's up to that insurance company, as long as they're following the law, you know, and the regulations of the insurance commissioner and those types of things. And every homeowner that's going to get a policy that would cover this type of stuff has a duty under the law to be honest with their insurance company. They can't, you know, make misleading statements or things like that just to get a policy in place and represent that it's one thing when it's something else. But that's between individual homeowners and their insurance companies. That's not, you know, you are not the insurance commissioners, and so you don't have to step into the middle of that relationship between homeowners and their insurance companies. But I think the larger point from the county's perspective is to make sure that there is an appropriate insurance policy in place with that limit that is a judgment call for you as well, that would be, you know, able to cover your ordinary range of mishaps or things like that on properties. So that option that I raised, I think, is would address the comment that the individual made as far as using the terminology short-term rental and just make it, you know, rental.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would that, Mr. Edwards, would that change the substance of the second reading enough to not allow us to move forward?
No, I think you can move forward. I think the agenda item identifies it as a public hearing. It says that insurance requirements, I'm paraphrasing, but it says that insurance requirements are part of what it is that you're reviewing. This is a rather massive legislative enactment. This is one minuscule piece. And I would even say that what you're changing doesn't substantively change what is involved with this ordinance. I think it's simply a terminology change that was suggested by a property owner to comport with the terminology that's used in the insurance industry. So I don't think that it's the kind of thing that would hang up the commission from moving forward on that today if you wanted to make that change.
Okay. I'm still hung up on fees, but I'm willing to try to support this if we can have maybe even an internal 3-month review of the fees to see where we are in terms of costs versus what the revenues are. And again, I'm just looking to make sure that this is an enterprise fund, that it funds itself, that general county taxpayers are not saddled with additional fees or paying for something that only benefits a very small piece of the community. And so my final statements are, is this perfect? Heck no, it's not. But it's really hard to write a piece of code that is going to address everyone's issues. In fact, it's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. So I'm willing to support if we can make the change from STR to just say rental. And if we will also agree, this is just an agreement that will review the revenues, make sure that we're covering the costs. And I don't want this to be overburdenous in terms of fees. Virtually, and I put down all the people who were seemingly for it, but they were uncomfortable with the fees. It's like, I mean, the fees are just high, and I get that. I understand completely, and that was a concern that I had. So I don't know how we can come back and review those fees and make sure that we're not too high and we're not too low.
Commissioner, can I proffer
Please,
maybe
Mr. Chair.
an option? Right now, we're considering just the ordinances, and we obviously still have 21A to cover, which is the resolution for the fees. Probably better suited in 21A to address that and maybe bring some options forward. And you may have potential utilization of the transient lodging tax that Washoe County receives, potential use of a 3-month review. So I would proffer that we do that in 21A if you're okay.
Yeah, and I thought we had 21 and 21A open.
No, we didn't open that,
right.
unfortunately. We just went.
Closed 21A.
Yeah, we just closed 21A because of the confusion.
Okay, so on that, if we could just change short-term rental to just say rental, I think that I could get to a point where I can support this ordinance.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Nate Edwards again. So I would recommend that in that subsection 12, you add the words "and appropriate" in front of the word certificate of insurance, and then take out the words "short term." And that way it would, I think, capture the essence of what it is that you're after here.
Okay.
Appropriate means that it would be appropriate to cover the use that's involved and without being hung up on the particular terminology.
Nate, what part, subsection 12? I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, so 110, 319.15, A12, page 10 of 26 of the ordinance.
And Nate, you feel that it's necessary to leave the term rental in there, not to just procure a certificate of insurance to identify the property, not to identify the property, but to provide just a minimum of 500,000 liability coverage per occurrence, or, I mean.
So, and Mr. Chair, I think you could just go with an appropriate certificate of insurance is required.
Because
that
liability is liability, whether you're a homeowner or a renter, correct? And so whether it's a family member or your kids, or you have liability insurance for any individual residing within the property. I don't know if it's necessary, and like you said, like you stated on the record, this is for the discussion for the property owner and their insurance company to have that discussion. I don't know if necessarily making them require, identify the property as a rental, make that, because like I said, many of these individuals are still on-site hosts that are living in their properties. And so they never, it's not really a rental other than it's they're renting a room. They're not renting the entire property. So I just have I have some challenges with identifying the specificity of it being either a short-term rental or even a rental, that it's just, you're providing at least a minimum coverage of 500,000 liability coverage, which the county does quite often with anything we do, whether it's a contractor or we require many of our independent contractors and different things we do through ordinance to carry a minimum rider for certain projects. So I think that specifically would just be enough, just to say a certificate of insurance that had a minimum of 500,000 liability coverage for each individual residence or occurrence, however you want to draft that.
So I would say then, Mr. Chair, if you wanted to go that route, and I understand the point you're making, and I think the value of what you're driving at too is it gets the county further out of the insurance relationship between these property owners and their insurance companies, because that's a matter for them to handle. So I would say if you wanted to go that route, what you just described, I would say then put in the words "an appropriate certificate of insurance," and then strike
anything that's saying requiring identifying the property is used as a rental or STR.
Right. So an appropriate certificate of insurance that provides a minimum of $500,000 liability coverage per occurrence.
That works for me. Is that amenable to the commission? Commissioner, Vice Chairman? Commissioner Hill? All right. Okay. The other one, the last one that was of concern was and maybe this is for Mr. Geisinger, was the affixed ladder for the safety. And I can't find where it says the affixed ladders for second-story buildings. Can you, Trevor, or can somebody address that for me?
Good afternoon, Chair. This is Moira Howenstein, Division Director for Planning and Building. The ladder provision is on page 13 of 26 under sleeping areas. If you look under bedrooms, you will see it's 1 Roman numeral number 3. And it says, when egress windows or openings are located more than 16 feet above the exterior's finished grade, as measured to the finished sill of the window, or if the lot has extenuating features as determined by the code officials, a safe landing area will be provided, and an emergency ladder shall be permanently fastened to the inside of the wall for the manufacturer's recommendations, and the ladder shall extend a maximum of 12 inches above grade. And that's simply because we have a lot of extreme hillside topography in Incline and Crystal Bay.
So is that current, Ms. Howenstein, is that current code for all residents, or is this just going to be for short-term rentals?
This is just for short-term rentals, and it was a result of very in-depth conversations with the fire officials from both fire districts and our building code officials. So we felt that there were some items that needed to be addressed for the fact that a lot of people are not familiar with these residences. And so there are some items in here that you will see that are above and beyond code.
Okay. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Howenstein, I have a question for you. Do we make a hotel do that? Do we make the Hyatt do that?
Chair, to get back to you, no. However, the Hyatt has a different occupancy under the building code, and they have other measures to protect life safety. They have sprinklers, they have fire monitored alarms, and so there's other mitigating factors that a single residence would not have.
Okay. And I'm glad Mr. Chairman brought this up, only because I think too, I mean, in my own house, I would not affix that. I would want to be able to use any window that I could, you know, safely get out of, not one particular one. I don't know whether there's provisions in the code that where we can say that they just have safety ladders, but I understand. I mean, I understand the need, because if it's affixed, you just basically throw it out the window and then it's done.
And I understand that if it's affixed and you can throw it out the window and it's done from that. My question is that will that, in a number of these condominium complexes, will that there are, through their HOAs, the ability to build those and affix things to the building. Is that going to be impactful for that, Ms. Hallenstein, or because it's inside, it's fixed inside?
Yeah, Chair, you actually bring up a good point. We would not require this of condominiums because condominiums are protected by other means. This would really strictly be for single-family residences, so we could actually add that to this to clarify that. But this was basically saying that you don't want to exit your window like you would at a normal house, because if you're more than 16 feet, it's certain death. So that's what we were trying to avoid and create at least a means of getting to the terrain that is that high.
Fine, that's fine with me. I just wanted to make sure that we were addressing some of the condominium properties and throughout the community that may be utilizing that, because there are some 3-story condominiums that have that and have, 2 floors, 2 units, separate units. So I wanted to just clarify that. So maybe if we could put some clarification into the code that this would pertain to only single-family residences or standalone buildings.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
All right. I see nothing further from me. Is there any other questions from any of the other commissioners? Commissioner Jung, Commissioner Herman? All right.
I don't have anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jung. All right. This is once again, this is to address just the ordinances. This is not the fee structure or the fine structure that will be addressed in 21A. This is to do the proposed ordinances of Ordinance 1665, 1666, and 1667. Seeing that we've had enough, I think, pretty extensive conversation on this, there's no further conversation from the staff. We've taken public comment. I think we've had enough discussion here. At this time, I would look to the commission for a motion. Commissioner Hill?
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to make the motion. I move to adopt ordinance numbers 1665, 1666, and 1667, setting the effective dates as listed in the ordinances and for the changes specific to Chapter 110, affirming the 4 findings of fact made by the Washoe County Planning Commission on January 7, 2020, as recorded with resolution number 2001, amending the Washoe County Code at Chapter 110 Development Code within Article 302, allowed uses, to identify the types of review required for short-term rentals in each regulatory zone, and to add an administrative review permit to the list of review types within Article 304, use classification system to update the residential use type description and add a definition for short-term rental, and update the definition for lodging services within Article 410, parking and lodging, to update the off-street parking space requirements table to include a reference to short-term rentals, and within Article 910, enforcement, to specify that appeals of administrative hearing office decisions related to short-term rentals would be heard by the Board of County Commissioners. Chapter 110 would also be amended to create Article 319, short-term rentals, to establish standards, location limitations, defining unpermitted short-term rentals as nuisances, occupancy limits, parking requirements, safety and security with the change of not requiring a ladder within condos, considerations, signage, noise thresholds, trash, garbage collection rules, insurance requirements, which would include the change of appropriate insurance and a strike-through short-term rental or rental insurance for $500,000 per occurrence, Tahoe area considerations, permitting requirements, enforcement process, fees, fines, and penalties associated with short-term rentals, and to amend Article 306, accessory dwelling and structures, and by removing the procedural details for administrative review permits, with those details being relocated in a new article that is updated to reflect minor changes relative to the short-term rentals. This article would be created as Article 809, administrative review permits, and at Chapter 50, public peace, safety, and morals, to include a definition of short-term rental and define unpermitted short-term rentals as a public nuisance. And at Chapter 125, Administrative Enforcement Code, to establish enforcement provisions related to short-term rentals, including but not limited to definitions, evidence of operation, evidence of violation, appeals and associated timeframes, stop activity orders, warnings, penalties, and penalty notices. Short-term rentals are a type of temporary lodging booked for fewer than 28 days and operated out of private residences such as homes, apartments, and condos. They are commonly made through the property management companies and online booking services, and also referred to as vacation rentals. The amendments also resolve discrepancies arising within existing Washoe County Code chapters as a result of the new code language and other matters necessarily connected here within and pertaining thereto.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Hill. The insurance? She did. She very eloquently read it right into the middle there, and I caught it. So I will second. I'm going to second that motion. Any further discussion by the commissioners? I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay. Herman.
Okay, I have 4 commissioners voting in the affirmative, 1 commissioner in the opposition. Motion carries in the affirmative. All right, we've closed that item, and we are on to item 21A. We're going to open 21A. This is the recommendation to adopt a resolution. Madam Clerk. I'm sorry, Mr. Brown.
Okay,
sorry,
21.
I'm tired.
That's all right. That's all right. 21A is a recommendation to adopt a resolution amending the Washoe County Development Code Master Fee Schedule with an effective date of April 15, 2021, and amending the Washoe County Master Administrative Enforcement Penalty and Fee Schedule with an effective date of April 15, 2021, as authorized by Washoe County Code Chapters 110, which is the Development Code, and 125, which is Enforcement Remedies and Penalties, respectively. These amendments incorporate new fees, fines, and penalties in unincorporated Washoe County. Proposed fees for the new standard short-term rental permit are outlined in attachment A1, and the proposed fines, penalties are outlined in attachment A2. Administrative review permits specific to Tier 2 short-term rentals would be exempted from engineering and health district fees normally associated with that permit type, as they would not be reviewed by those entities. The board may choose to adopt the new fees and fines as proposed or impose them at higher or lower levels as part of their final action.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manager. All right, hopefully we can move through this very quickly since we've had already extensive discussion about this in the previous item. Is there any need for another discussion in regards to the permitting fee? We've had that presentation by staff for fees and fines. It's outlined in your packet very clearly. I don't see a need for another presentation, but we can. I just want to move right to discussion if we can. Madam Clerk, is there any public comment signed in on this?
There is not.
Seeing no public comment, going once, twice, third, closed. We are going to bring it back to the board. Any further discussion on this? Commissioner Hill, I have you signed in first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had an idea that I had posed to staff, and it may be a way to bridge the gap of some of the concerns I'm hearing. And it really what we're hearing from people is a financial hardship concern on the fees. And instead of us, unless we want to do this, reducing the fees and trying to math that out today, we may ask staff to come up with a financial hardship application to be reviewed administratively and see how that works, and re-review that in November is a suggestion that I had.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just, I'd just like to understand, I'd like an actuarial, and I know it's going to be difficult because we don't have any history on this. We don't know if the fees are too high or too low in reality. I mean, we can base fees on projections. I have experience as a commissioner basing fees on projections that past commissions did, and we had to review them and make some substantive changes because they were based on projections. So I'm understanding of that, but I don't want to get to a scenario where the fees are too high and we're not adjusting. That's my only point, and it's always difficult. We rarely go backwards. We always like to go forwards and raise fees, and I like the idea, Commissioner, of a financial hardship application. I think that there's some opportunities there, and maybe we can figure that out along the way to see how that would be dealt with. So I think that's a workable idea. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Mr. Solero, are you available? Are you on the phone? Or Mr. Manager, maybe you can answer this for me. Mr. Manager, if we were not to take action on this today and do some clarifying work with staff, how quickly, one, would we need to get the fee schedule and fine schedule worked out with staff? And secondly, how quickly could we get it back on the agenda for finalization?
We're just revisiting the fees, not...
Just revisiting the fees and the fines in regards to potential options as been outlined, whether it's a hardship program, a financial hardship program, a utilization of the transient lodging tax to offset costs, some different options there to provide maybe some resolve to some of the individuals we heard in regards to the fee structure. And would there be enough fines to offset that maybe the fees?
The adjustment, right.
Yeah.
So the next scheduled meeting is the 13th.
Correct.
I think we could try to see if we could have something for you to review there.
Okay. Vice Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate that willingness. I would suggest we adopt the ordinance and then...
The resolution, you mean?
The resolution, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. That is late.
This is as long as we've been here in a long time.
Yeah, it's been a long meeting. We're not used to marathons like this. I would suggest we adopt it and then let staff bring it back if we can lower it.
I have no problem with that.
Does that make sense to you, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, that makes absolute sense to me.
I agree.
There you go. All right. Sounds like we've almost got a vote without a vote.
So we adopt it as it is, and then let staff really,
based upon the suggestions here today,
pull out a whole box of pencils and sharpen those things, and let's see if we can if we can reduce it, but then we don't have to rehash this whole entire thing again and weld this up.
Okay, I'm absolutely okay with that. So with that direction, Mr. Vice Chairman, would you like to make a motion? Or you want to defer?
I'm gonna let Commissioner Hill, this is really Commissioner Hill's district. This is, but I want fairness, I want equity, but I think it's appropriate. I'm not afraid to make the motion, but I still think it's appropriate for Commissioner Hill.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hill.
I move to adopt the resolution included as attachment A to the staff report and further authorize the chair to sign the resolution on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners with an effective date of April 15, 2021 for the Development Code Master Fee Schedule and the Master Administrative Penalty and Fee Schedule.
All right. I will second that motion.
With under discussion.
Yes, ma'am.
So do we want to make the motion, do we want to make it at this time, or does staff have enough direction to, to bring it back? Should we be able to lower those fees? What would?
I think staff has sufficient direction.
But so let me ask legal. Legal, do we need to put that provision in the motion?
I believe you need to put it in the motion. I suppose you could if you wanted, but at this point, you're passing the resolution and then giving direction to staff.
Right.
Okay.
All right.
So
I feel, I don't think we need to put it in the motion. I feel adequate that we can put that, and I will state, as I will work directly with staff as quickly as possible to address a number of the concerns that were here, that have been voiced here today, and then we'll try to bring that back, if need be, as soon as possible. Okay? All right. So I've got a motion. I seconded that motion. No further comment. We've taken public comment today. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay. Herman.
Okay. Commissioner Herman in the opposition. Motion carries with 4 commissioners voting, with Commissioner Herman in the opposition. All right. Thank you very much. Everybody appreciate it, the long duration of today and hanging in there for a very, very difficult discussion. On the outset of this, I want to thank all those individuals that did participate in the conversation over the last 2 years. This has been very tedious to address this massive issue. Commissioner Hill has done a lot of work since being elected. I know all this commission has done, hasn't been involved in this, and I do want to thank everybody and staff tremendously for the work that they've done. So thank you for that. So we do really appreciate the time and effort that you've put in to this. We can tell it's been very tedious. With that, Mr. Manager, we are to our final public comment, 23.
Item 23 is public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments are to be made to the commission as a whole.
All right, we do have a few individuals signed in for public comment. Madam Clerk, will you call public comment, please?
We have Ms. Tracy Thomas in chambers.
Welcome, Ms. Thomas.
Good evening. I thought it was going to be morning, but now it's afternoon, and now it's evening. Ephesians 2, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, and you can move that microphone down if you'd like.
Ephesians 2:10 tells us, we are God's masterpiece, created in Christ Jesus for good works, which God prepared in advance that we should walk in them. Suffice it to say, after working 20 years as a polling place manager for Washoe County, God has well prepared me for this moment in time, and I'm always motivated toward good works. It may or may not surprise you that Washoe County Code, to my efforts, I could not find anything that contained any code or ordinance regarding its elections other than the creating of the registrar of voters and the compensation of election officers in Chapter 5. While there are guidelines in federal and state statutes, they are not customized to Washoe County's or Northern Nevada's communities. We are much different than Clark County, which governs 70% of our state legislature. Washoe County citizens are entitled to own our own voice in regards to our elections. I am here to compel the Commission to create a Washoe County Election Advisory Board for the purpose of adding an ordinance and providing guidance to the policies and procedures of Washoe County's elections. The citizens of Washoe County are owed this source of transparency and accountability in their elections. This ordinance must mandate open source software developed within the United States in order to withstand thorough scrutiny of forensic audits and guard against opportunities of foreign meddling in our elections, which is prohibited by federal regulations. The current software is antiquated and refuses or is unable to accommodate all of the registrar's requests for customizations. Current hardware is also reaching end of life. There is also no better time than right now for Washoe County to be one of the pioneers in thumbprint verification for our elections. The vendor for the signature pad systems we used in 2018 was fired in 2019, and we were forced to revert back to a legacy verification system for 2020. Needless to say, the registrar is currently in the market for an updated intake system, which presents perfect opportunity to finally get in with the times. This verification method has been available for years. Red Hawk Golf Course has been using it fingerprint verification for its employees' time clocks for years. It also removes the human error element to verification. It removes challenges of signature matching and ID requirements. It reduces opportunities of ballot harvesting and fraudulent voting. It also speeds up the process tremendously. Thumbprint verification is also very affordable. It costs less than a price of a stamp per voter. I'm sorry.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Next, we have Doug Flaherty on Zoom.
Mr. Flaherty, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you for your long days, day to day. Just a comment about the new code enforcement position. I would like to request that the board consider directing the county manager to look into the shift hours of the new code enforcement officer. And that would be to structure the hours on a swing shift basis and have midday days off. This would coincide with short-term rental check-in times of 3 p.m. and also help the county be more responsive to weekend complaints. And that's all I have.
Thank you, sir. I do appreciate it. Next, we have Dr. William Torch on Zoom. Mr. Torch. Dr. Torch, are you there? Can you please unmute? Dr. Torch, can you hear us, sir? All right, we'll wait and see, and we'll move on to Miss Anne Marie Grant. Miss Anne Marie Grant, Miss Grant, can you hear us?
Anne Marie Grant for the record. I was just wondering, did Chief Deputy Jeff Clark leave after he made his presentation instead of listening to the public comment? It's the little things I miss the most, a hug, a phone call, the way he was so protective of my son and would always make sure that he was doing well in school and nobody was bothering him. My brother was my best friend. The torture and the terror he experiences on my mind day and night. That is why I continue until my last breath to be his voice and advocate for change. I don't want your family to know this pain. And it's a real reality. I too once lived on an imaginary pedestal where police were heroes and my love wouldn't be murdered by police without consequence. Just so you know, too, none of the officers in Washoe County, the Sheriff's Office, Reno Police, or Sparks are randomly drug tested. And you can thank all of you who sit on the board and agreed on their collective bargaining agreement for that. I miss hearing my brother say, "I love you, Anne," at the end of our conversations. My brother was a father of 2 children who were 10 and 8 when he was murdered by Washoe County and Reno Police. I have to bear witness to the profound detrimental effects it has had on their lives. Heck, I haven't slept for over 3 solid hours a night since we got the call that my brother was laying up at Renown brain dead from the hospital, not from the sheriff's office, by the way. Can you try to imagine being a child and having to process your parent being asphyxiated to death by those we thought are there to protect us? Kenny Stafford was a father of 3 daughters when he was killed by Sparks Police, a veteran, a real hero, killed in crisis. Nico Smith was a father when he was asphyxiated to death by Washoe County Sheriff's Office. Johnny Bonta was a father when he was shot by Sparks Police. Kyle Zimbelman was a father when he was killed by Washoe County Sheriff's Office. The medical examiner in my brother's case said my brother would not have died but for the restraint and physical force used against him when all he did was ask for help. Please start to be a positive change. I've been calling you for numerous years now. I don't really see any true action from any of you. It's heartbreaking. This is the only avenue I have, is to call and reach out to elected officials in the state where my brother was murdered, because there will be no accountability when police murder my loved one. There is no accountability for my brother. Do your jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grant. Do we have Mr. Torch? Is he still back? No. All right, seeing no further public comment, we'll close public comment, bring it to the board. We are on to item 24. Mr. Manager.
Item 24, commissions and county managers' announcements. Excuse me. Reports and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information, or topics for future agendas. Mr. Chair, I have nothing more to add this afternoon.
You sure?
Yes.
All right. Commissioners, do you have anything further? Seeing none. Ladies and gentlemen, we are adjourned. Thank you very much for the very long day.